Chapter 31-22. The teleportation profundity that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended was only at the rudimentary stage. His maximum teleportation distance was only 100 meters. But now, the young man in purple who looked exactly like him in the illusion used the law of wood to condense vines that were full of thorns and directly sealed the area around him within 100 meters, preventing him from using the teleportation profundity. After all, even if Duan Ling Tian used the teleportation profundity, he would still be trapped in the area covered by the thorny vines. "Do you think that's all I have?" Duan Ling Tian sneered. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity to form the spatial territory around him. The spatial territory profundity was one of the profundities from the law of space. The moment the space domain was formed, the domain covered an area of 10 meters. The thorny vines were immediately attacked by the space domain, and in the blink of an eye, they were riddled with holes. However, they were still holding on, as if they were not afraid of death. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, a layer of faint green light appeared on the thorny vines. The green light appeared for a while, then disappeared. At the same time, it was not difficult to see that the thorny vines that were originally riddled with holes had completely healed. The energy from the spatial territory continued to damage the thorny vines, but the green light healed the thorny vines in just a blink of an eye. Is this another profundity from the law of wood? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Up until now, the purple-clad young man who looked exactly like him had already cast several profundities from the law of wood. Moreover, the purple-clad young man's cultivation base was the same as his, a 10-direction celestial duke. Duan Ling Tian had discovered this earlier when they exchanged blows earlier. The cross-dimensional / profundity. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. A tearing sound rang in the air as a tiny spatial tear appeared out of thin air beside him. Just as the spatial crack opened, a grayish blade-like flowing light flew out from behind the crack. It was like an attack from another dimensional space, crossing the space and arriving here. Wang. As the saber ray swept past, it left a saber mark in the air. Wherever it passed, the vines that enveloped Duan Ling Tian's body were all severed. The saber light was like an unstoppable force. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to use the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to save himself, sharp wooden spikes shot toward Duan Ling Tian like arrows. At the same time, the wooden spikes shone with a green light. It was clear the spatial territory was no match for them. However, if he used dimensional /, he would only be able to destroy a portion of the wooden spikes. Most of the wooden spikes would still fly toward Duan Ling Tian. Distortion profound. Faced with the menacing wooden spike attack, Duan Ling Tian's robe suddenly fluttered. In the next moment, the space around his body began to distort and tremble again. It was as though the entire space had been distorted. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The wooden spikes came one after another and entered the distorted space in a moment. Immediately, the distorted space vibrated, and the wooden spikes that had shot in were broken and shattered. But during this process, as the green light on the wooden spike flickered, the wooden spike that had been broken and shattered actually gathered together again, as if it was not affected by the distorted void at all. Suddenly, a portion of the wooden spikes rushed through the distorted space and whizzed toward Duan Ling Tian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They gradually closed in on Duan Ling Tian and wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Another profound meaning? Duan Ling Tian's eyes were fixed on the wooden spikes that were whizzing toward him. After passing through the distorted space, the power of the wooden spikes that had escaped the net did not weaken at all. Instead, it seemed to have grown stronger. Duan Ling Tian did not find it difficult to discover that this fierce attack contained another profound of the law of wood that his opponent had not used before. The restraining profundity. Duan Ling Tian knew the illusion before his eyes was either the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion testing his strength or a test to see if he could become the first Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in 30,000 years. Naturally, he was more inclined to believe the former. For this reason, even if he had other methods to defend himself, he still chose to use the restraining profundity from the law of space that he had comprehended. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were locked on the dozens of wooden spikes that were charging at him menacingly. He activated the confinement profundity and directly confined the space around them. It was as though he had placed them in a completely enclosed space. In the next moment, the dozens of wooden spikes paused in the void as if they had collided with something. They were all blocked and then annihilated in the void. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, he had discovered the wooden spikes were formed by his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity. As soon as Duan Lingtian used the restraining profundity to block the wooden spikes, he saw a flash before his eyes. In the next moment, not only did his opponent disappear, but the vast stone platform beneath his feet had also changed. It was as though nothing had happened. "I'm out." When light returned to Duan Lingtian's eyes, he discovered he had returned to the valley. In front of him was a world filled with birds and fragrant flowers. There was also a simple and unadorned palace. On the plaque above the entrance of the palace, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Imperial Tutor Pavilion. You want to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? At this moment, a deep and hoarse voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian could tell the voice belonged to the person who had injured Qi Tianming earlier. The person must be the elusive pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. He hastily replied, "Yes, senior." "Why?" The deep and hoarse voice rang again. It was clear the person was asking why Duan Lingtian wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. "Why?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the question. However, he quickly revealed the reason he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. "This way, I'll be able to enter the profound Nether Mansion through a shortcut. Moreover, if I become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from the profound Nether Mansion. I want to use the profound Nether Mansion as a springboard to leave the profound Nether Mansion and the Southern Heaven Territory. I don't plan to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory forever." Duan Lingtian's words were impassioned. To others, it seemed like he was unwilling to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory and wanted to be the tail of a phoenix. However, the truth was that Duan Lingtian was not only unwilling to stay in the Southern Heaven Territory, but he was also unwilling to stay in the Devata realms. This was because his goal was to kill his way into the world of divine remains in the next 1,000 years and rescue his wife, his children, and his family and friends. At that time, if he did not have the strength to transcend the Devata realms, everything would be in vain. "You're quite ambitious, and you're quite an honest person." The deep and hoarse voice rang again. It was clear the Imperial Tutor agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. However, the Imperial Tutor did not say anything else. The atmosphere was deathly silent. "Senior." In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. "Is everything I've just faced a test from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Or do you think I'm qualified to become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the past 30,000 years with my age and strength?" "I merely wanted to test your strength earlier. It's not a test from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion," the Imperial Tutor Pavilion replied. "Indeed, you're qualified to become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor in the past 30,000 years. However, before that, you'll have to pass the test from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion." "What test?" Duan Lingtian asked. "You'll have to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and compete for the first place on the scoreboard. If you're able to rank first for 12 consecutive months, you'll be the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's history in the past 30,000 years. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion's voice continued to tell Duan Lingtian about the test from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The test was to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and compete for the first place on the scoreboard. If Duan Lingtian managed to rank first for 12 consecutive months, he would be the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's history in the past 30,000 years. "Senior, this test." Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's words. Although Duan Lingtian was confident in his current strength, it was still difficult for him to maintain the top spot in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive months. During his journey to the profound Nether Mansion, Duan Lingtian had learned from Qi Tianming that the 10 direction celestial dukes sent by the major celestial mansions to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not to be underestimated. If you want to give up, You can leave the profound nether mansion now. When the time comes for the 3 sects and 2 clans to recruit disciples, you can join the profound nether mansion as a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. The test won't be difficult for you. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion's voice sounded as though he was certain Duan Ling Tian would agree to the test. After all, Duan Ling Tian had said he wanted to become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound nether mansion's history in the past 30,000 years, so he could join the profound nether mansion through a shortcut. I agree. Although Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to agree to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's request. He knew that he had sold himself out with his words, but he had no other choice now. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian had planned to rank first for 24 consecutive months in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so he could join the profound Nether Mansion's clan and enter the highest stage in the Southern Heaven territory. The profound Nether Mansion's clan was one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory. Chapter 31-23. I agree. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the valley fell silent. The voice of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion no longer sounded as though he had vanished without a trace. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian finally said, "Senior, swoosh." Before he could finish speaking, a token flew out from the direction of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and whistled toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian casually caught it in his hand. When he looked at the order token, he saw the reverse side of the order token. There were complicated inscriptions on the sides of the order token, but there was no space in the middle. He flipped the order token over and saw the words Profound Nether Mansion were inscribed on the front. The words Profound Nether Mansion were slightly smaller than the words Profound Nether Mansion on the second line. Outer Court Disciple. This is the Profound Nether Mansion's Outer Court Disciple Identity Token. Inscribe your name on the back and drip a drop of your blood on it to claim ownership of it. You're now an Outer Court Disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. With this identity token, you can head to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to collect your points and enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion continued to speak as soon as Duan Ling Tian took the order token. You're only allowed to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days a month. For the remaining 20 days, look for the person who brought you here and ask him to arrange a place for you to stay. When you're able to rank first for 12 consecutive months, you'll be promoted to the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion and enjoy the cultivation resources provided by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. You may leave now. As soon as the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion finished speaking, a flash appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes again. The waterfall appeared again, and he returned to the huge cobblestone in front of the waterfall. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian did not say anything else and contacted Qi Tianming through a communication celestial talisman. Since he had exchanged soul pearls with Qi Tianming on his way to the Profound Nether Mansion, it was easy for him to contact Qi Tianming. Rank first for 12 consecutive months in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? When Qi Tianming found out about the test that the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duan Ling Tian, he was somewhat stunned. Because this was really too much to ask of him. After all, Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old yet. In the history of the Southern Heaven territory, not only was there no 10 Directions Celestial Duke younger than 100 years old, but there were only a few who dared to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if they did enter, they would only go sightseeing. When they saw people, they would immediately crush their jade tokens and come out. However, not only did the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion want Duan Ling Tian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but he also wanted Duan Ling Tian to be ranked first for 12 consecutive months in order to become the new Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. If the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test for Imperial Tutors under the age of 100 had always been like this, before Duan Ling Tian's appearance, Qi Tianming would have thought that Duan Ling Tian was a genius. Based on this, the Profound Nether Mansion might not be able to produce another Imperial Tutor even after 300,000 years, let alone 30,000 years. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I also think this test is a little difficult. However, since it's been set, I can only follow it. It's like this. Even Lord Mansion Master can't change the decision of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, let alone me. Qi Tianming sighed. Then, he brought Duan Ling Tian back to his residence on the main island of the profound Nether Mansion's estate. The cultivation environment there was the best among all the cultivation environments Duan Ling Tian had encountered since he came to the Devata realms. Even the cultivation environment outside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion could not compare to the cultivation environment here. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew the cultivation environment here was not good. The cultivation environment outside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion could not compare to the cultivation environment inside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The cultivation environment inside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion could only be better than the cultivation environment here. You can stay here for the time being, Qi Tianming said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Old Qi, won't this be too much of a hassle? Duan Ling Tian could sense Qi Tianming's kindness. Since I'm an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, I should be able to have my own residence and cultivation place, right? Yes, but the environment can't compare to my residence, Qi Tianming said. Qi Tianming said, with your talent, there's no need for you to be held back by the cultivation environment there. You can stay with me for now. When you pass the test set by the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, you can leave and go there. Although I've never been to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, I heard it has the best cultivation environment in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Even Lord Mansion Master often goes there to cultivate. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion often goes to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to cultivate? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was certain the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's cultivation environment was better than the cultivation environment of the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. Although Duan Ling Tian was not picky about his cultivation environment, he had the Divine Tree of Life. With the help of the Divine Tree of Life, he could ignore the cultivation environment of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. However, the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion and the Imperial Tudor Pavilion would not only provide him with a better cultivation environment, but he would also be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources that he desperately needed to improve his strength. For this reason, he wanted to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion and enter the Imperial Tudor Pavilion as soon as possible. Old Qi, where's the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Qi Tianming. What? You're planning to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm now? Qi Tianming was surprised. Elder Qi, didn't you say the scoreboard in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be refreshed in 7 days? Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. So, you're planning to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during the last 7 days of the month? Qi Tianming shook his head. Duan Ling Tian, the celestial dukes from the major celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are all extraordinary celestial dukes. Even if you're strong enough to disregard all the celestial dukes, it's still impossible for you to rank first. Why? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Because the scoreboard is coming to an end. Most of the powerful celestial dukes have used up their time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to accumulate points. The competition for points is the most intense between the beginning and the middle of the month. It's very rare for someone to rank high in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. Qi Tianming explained. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's explanation, Duan Ling Tian could empathize with Qi Tianming. After all, some of the people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had far more points than those behind them. Since they had already spent 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they could only wait for the scoreboard to be released. This was the case for most people. For this reason, those who had accumulated a lot of points would not enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. Under such circumstances, no matter how strong one was and how many points one could snatch from the hands of immortal monarchs, there would not be many immortal monarchs with points for one to snatch, and one would not be able to obtain more points, I see. After learning about the situation, Duan Ling Tian decided to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to take a look. Even if he could not rank high in the scoreboard this month, he could still enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to learn more about the situation and prepare himself for the next month. Duan Ling Tian shared his thoughts with Qi Tianming, and Qi Tianming agreed. You have a point. Since you want to enter the middle realm, I'll bring you there. Each of the 3 main islands in the profound Nether Mansion's estate has a transporting formation that can send disciples to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'll bring you to the transporting formation on the main island. Under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the transporting formation that would lead to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This mansion was different from Qi Tianming's mansion. It occupied more of the courtyard in front of the mansion. At this moment, many people were standing around a huge light screen in the middle of the courtyard. They were pointing at the screen as they discussed among themselves. Lu Ji from the Han Qing mansion only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has already accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30 this time. I'm currently paying attention to Lang Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion. He's the last person to enter the middle realm among the top 20. He'll be out in an hour. He's currently ranked 11th. Moreover, he's only 10 points away from the 10th place. I wonder if he'll be able to accumulate enough points to rank in the top 10 within the next hour? I'm also paying attention to Lang Yunyu. He's been in the top 10 for the past year. If he's lucky, he won't have any problems ranking in the top 10. The courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement as the people discussed among themselves. I remember senior brother Zhou Hongjie hasn't ranked in the top 20 for almost a year, right? The courtyard fell silent as soon as Qi Tianming's voice rang in the air. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian followed Qi Tianming into the courtyard. His footsteps were not loud, but they attracted a lot of attention in the quiet courtyard. Immediately, many people recognized Qi Tianming and greeted him. Lord Inspector! Lord Inspector! The rest of the people present on the scene greeted Qi Tianming as well. After all, the inspector's status in the profound nether mansion was second only to the mansion master, the vice mansion masters, and the palace masters of the Saint Palaces who rarely appeared in public. Zhou Hongjie is the 10-direction celestial duke in the profound nether mansion who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. He's one of the few core disciples in the profound nether mansion whose cultivation base is below the celestial king stage. Chapter 31-24. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian was traveling to the profound nether mansion from the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had heard from Qi Tianming that the profound nether mansion had nurtured some powerful 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. There were a few who had comprehended 6 profundities from a law, but there was only one who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law. The person who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law was none other than the law of wood. Zhou Hongjie. Duan Ling Tian made a mental note of the person's name. Based on the discussion earlier, he learned that Zhou Hongjie's name was Zhou Hongjie. It had been almost a year since Zhou Hongjie had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He's still not in the top 20, even though he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. It seems like the 10-direction celestial dukes from the other celestial mansions in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are not to be underestimated. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess that the 10-direction celestial dukes from the other grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were not to be underestimated. There must be some 10-direction celestial dukes who had comprehended 7 profundities from a law in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Otherwise, with Zhou Hongjie's strength, how could he not be in the top 20 after such a long time? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when Qi Tianming said Zhou Hongjie was a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. In the profound nether mansion, apart from some powerful 10-direction celestial dukes, most of the disciples below the celestial king realm were outer court disciples. This was because the test to become an inner court disciple was extremely difficult. Only 10-direction celestial dukes or celestial kings would be able to pass it. As for the core disciples, they had to be celestial kings below the age of 1000. Not only was strength important, but innate talent was also important. Although Zhou Hongjie was still a 10-direction celestial duke, his attainments in the profundities of the law had surpassed most of the core disciples in the profound nether mansion. Moreover, the reason Zhou Hongjie's cultivation base had not improved was due to the profound nether mansion's order. Otherwise, he would have long broken through and become a celestial king. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian was a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. The light screen in the middle of the courtyard shows the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, the scoreboard only shows the ranking for this month. If you want to check the past rankings, you'll have to go inside. Qi Tianming said to Duanling Tian as he led Duanling Tian into the mansion behind the spacious courtyard. Upon seeing Qi Tianming leading the way for Duanling Tian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciples in the courtyard were curious about Duanling Tian's identity. Who's that purple-clad young man? I don't think I've seen such a person before. For Patrol Inspector Qi to personally lead the way for him, he must not be a simple person. Inspector Qi is by his side, so my divine sense doesn't dare to approach him rashly. But even if it doesn't approach, I can still sense some of his aura. He's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Initially, I thought Inspector Qi found external help to help the profound Nether Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it seems like I was overthinking things. External help? It's not easy to find external help. Put aside the fact that there are very few sectless 10-direction celestial dukes below the age of 1000. Even if there are, they would have been recruited by other grade 6 celestial mansions. The disciples from the profound Nether Mansion were curious about Duanling Tian's identity. After all, Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, had to personally lead the way for Duanling Tian. Coupled with the fact that Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old, they could not help but let their imagination run wild. External help? Duanling Tian, who had just entered the mansion with Qi Tianming, was slightly taken aback when he overheard the conversation between the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. Then he asked Qi Tianming through voice transmission, "Old Qi, is it possible to find external help?" "Yes." Qi Tianming nodded. It's not against the rules of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to look for external help. It's rare for sectless cultivators below the age of 1000 to comprehend 6 profundities from a law. As for sectless cultivators below the age of 1000 who have comprehended 7 profundities from a law, they're even rarer. Generally, only sectless cultivators are willing to help grade 6 celestial mansions. Those who are strong and outstanding disciples from the 10 major clans and 5 great sects won't bother to help grade 6 celestial mansions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, the 10 major clans have made it clear that their disciples are not allowed to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Once they're discovered, they'll be expelled from the clan. Therefore, it's impossible for the 10 major clans to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's possible for the 5 great sects to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they'd have to be motivated by something. Moreover, the grade 6 celestial mansions can't meet the requirements of the 5 great sects disciples. Therefore, it's almost impossible for the 5 great sects disciples to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, the grade 6 celestial mansions can only seek help from sectless cultivators. Qi Tianming's words made Duanling Tian realize that there were many grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were many powerhouses in the 10 major clans and 5 great sects who could rank high in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was not surprised by this. After all, the 10 major clans and 5 great sects were the top forces in the Southern Heaven territory. They were not something ordinary forces could compare to. Even the Blood Skulls assassin organization couldn't compare to them. As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duanling Tian followed him into the mansion. Behind the mansion's entrance was a spacious hall. There were more than 10 counters on both sides of the hall, and there was a stone platform in the depths of the hall that was covered with complicated inscriptions and diagrams. You can collect your accumulative point jade from the counters on both sides of the hall. If you want, you can look at the scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every month. As for the stone platform in the depths of the hall, it's the entrance to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As long as you're younger than 1000 years old and possess a profound Nether Mansion's accumulative point jade, you'll be able to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Everyone can only collect 1 accumulative point jade each month. Apart from that, each accumulative point jade can only be used in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days. Once the time is up, the transportation formation in the accumulative point jade will be activated and the holder of the accumulative point jade will be sent out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming explained to Duanling Tian as he looked at the counters on both sides of the hall and the stone platform in the depths of the hall. Duanling Tian nodded in realization. Lord Inspector. Lord Inspector. Those who recognized Qi Tianming bowed at him one after another. The remaining people followed suit and bowed as well. After a while, many people turned to look at Duanling Tian curiously. Similar to the profound Nether Mansion's disciples outside, they were curious about Duanling Tian's identity. What kind of identity did Duanling Tian have that made Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, bring him here personally? Is he an outsider? Many people speculated. However, when some of them discovered Duanling Tian was only a young man who was not even 100 years old, they dismissed the idea. They thought Duanling Tian was just a young master with a powerful background. Help him apply for an accumulative point jade. Qi Tianming brought Duanling Tian to one of the counters and said to the middle-aged man behind the counter. The middle-aged man was an ordinary elder of the profound Nether Mansion. He was stunned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. Apply for an accumulative point jade? At the same time, under Qi Tianming's instructions, Duanling Tian took out his identity token and placed it on the counter in front of the middle-aged man. This is my identity token. I want to apply for an accumulative point jade to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duanling Tian took out his identity token, the people in the main hall began to whisper among themselves even though it was only an outer court disciple's identity token. He actually managed to obtain an identity token from a profound Nether Mansion's disciple. It seems like this purple-clad young man has an extraordinary background. He's not even 100 years old, but he's definitely here to sightsee. Not only did Inspector Qi lead the way, but he even has an identity token from the profound Nether Mansion. It's not easy to obtain an identity token from an outer court disciple. That's right. Even Inspector Qi and the 3 Vice Mansion Masters wouldn't be able to obtain an identity token without following the profound Nether Mansion's procedures unless the Mansion Master or the Palace Masters of the 9 Great Saint Palaces intervened. In other words, this purple-clad young man is directly related to the Mansion Master or the 9 Palace Masters. He's not simple. This purple-clad young man is definitely not simple. Although the discussions were not loud, Duanling Tian and Qi Tianming still heard them. However, Qi Tianming did not seem to mind. On the other hand, Duanling Tian felt these people were overthinking things. Of course, he also knew that the reason these people said this was entirely because of his age. Why would a person who was not even 100 years old enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm if not for sightseeing? Inscribe your name on it first. After I've confirmed it matches the name on your accumulative point jade, drip a drop of blood on it to claim ownership. At this moment, the elder behind the counter handed Duanling Tian an accumulative point jade. As soon as Duanling Tian received the accumulative point jade, he could tell it was extraordinary. Chapter 31-25. Duanling Tian knew this was the case. The energy fluctuation he sensed from the accumulative point jade token was the energy fluctuation of the formation contained in it. Following the instructions of the profound Nether Mansion's elder, Duanling Tian engraved his name on the accumulative point jade before handing it over to the elder. After the elder confirmed that there was nothing on the accumulative point jade, the accumulative point jade returned to him. Drip. A drop of blood dripped into the accumulative point jade. In just a blink of an eye, the energy fluctuation in the accumulative point jade trembled violently before it gradually calmed down. Duanling Tian. The profound Nether Mansion's elder who was sitting behind the counter stared at Duanling Tian intently. Naturally, he remembered Duanling Tian's name because he wanted to figure out Duanling Tian's identity. However, no matter how hard he guessed, he could not figure out Duanling Tian's identity. His surname is Duan? There's no one with the surname Duan in the 10 major clans, right? Is he from the 5 great sects? All right. While the elder behind the counter was still lost in his thoughts, Qi Tianming looked at Duanling Tian and said, "You can enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with your accumulative point jade now. However, are you sure you want to enter the middle realm now?" Yes. Duanling Tian nodded and walked toward the stone platform. The stone platform was where the transporting formation to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was located. Stand on the platform and send your celestial origin energy into the accumulative point jade in your hand. It'll activate the transporting formation on the accumulative point jade and send you to the middle realm. Once you're in the middle realm, you'll appear in the profound nether mansion's base. If you want to return earlier, you'll have to go through the base as well. Qi Tianming's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as he walked toward the stone platform. Duan Lingtian nodded again and flew onto the stone platform. In an instant, he infused his celestial core power into the accumulative point jade in his hand. Then, the accumulative point jade released a white energy that extended to the stone platform under his feet. It turned into liquid and flowed along the lines and patterns on the stone platform. In the next moment, the lines and patterns on the stone platform seemed to come to life, extending an even more dazzling white light that enveloped Duan Lingtian. When the white light enveloped Duan Lingtian, it gradually dissipated like a white fog. After the white fog dispersed, Duan Lingtian also disappeared from everyone's sight. Lord Patrol Inspector, who was that just now? I didn't expect you to personally bring him here. An elder from the profound nether mansion, who was usually acquainted with Qi Tianming, looked at Qi Tianming curiously when Duan Lingtian entered the room. You'll find out soon enough. Qi Tianming looked at the elder and smiled faintly before he turned around and left the main hall. This is the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he discovered he was in a vast valley. There were rows of simple wooden huts in the valley. Many people were chatting outside the huts, and some were sparring with each other. After observing the huts for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered they were all celestial cores. All of them were 10 direction celestial dukes. They're all from the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult to see. All of the 10 direction celestial dukes had an identity token of the profound nether mansion hanging on their waists. However, unlike Duan Lingtian, who was an outer court disciple, all of them had an identity token of an inner court disciple. Someone's here. When Duan Lingtian appeared in the valley, he attracted a lot of attention. Who's that? I don't think I've seen him before. I haven't seen him before as well. I recognize most of the stronger 10 direction celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion, but I don't recognize him. It's normal that you don't recognize him. Look at the identity token hanging on his waist. It's only an outer court disciple's identity token. How strong can an outer court disciple be? Moreover, didn't you notice he's not even 100 years old? Not even 100 years old. In the beginning, only a few people paid attention to Duan Lingtian. However, as the few of them discussed, more people's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they also joined in the discussion. After a while, the 10 direction celestial dukes who were sparring with each other stopped talking and shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In the profound nether mansion, it was not difficult for 10 direction celestial dukes to become inner court disciples. For this reason, most 10 direction celestial dukes who dared to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were inner court disciples. Very few outer court disciples dared to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, they might not be able to crush their accumulative point jades in time to escape from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If they failed to escape in time, they might perish in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Why did an outer court disciple come here? Isn't he afraid of death? Many 10 direction celestial dukes frowned. This valley was the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, all the 10 direction celestial dukes here were inner court disciples of the profound nether mansion. Boy, this isn't a place for outer court disciples like you. A young man from the profound nether mansion stepped forward with a frown on his face as he asked Duan Lingtian. That's right. You should leave now. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to crush your accumulative point jades when you encounter 10 direction celestial dukes from other celestial mansions. Another middle-aged man tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian overheard the discussion among the profound nether mansion's inner court disciples, he knew they were looking down on him. They looked down on him because of the outer palace disciple identity token hanging on his waist. However, he did not care about it at all. If he did, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Thank you for the reminder. However, since I'm here, I have no intention of leaving, Duan Lingtian said. This valley was the profound nether mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, there was a transporting formation in the valley that would send one back to the profound nether mansion. The stone platform was located at the center of the valley, right next to where Duan Lingtian was standing. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked out of the valley. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. With just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With just a few flashes, Duan Lingtian disappeared from the sight of the profound nether mansion's inner court disciples. The profound nether mansion's inner court disciples were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian's technique. This was because Duan Lingtian's technique was rather strange. They could not see Duan Lingtian moving at all. That seems to be the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space? There aren't many outer court disciples who have comprehended the law of space, right? If he really has comprehended the law of space, it's impossible for him to be a nobody even though he's just an outer court disciple. There are a few outer court disciples who have comprehended the law of space, but none of them have comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Perhaps, one of them has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity recently. Impossible. Put aside the fact that the law of space is one of the four supreme laws, it's not easy to comprehend its profundities. Even the outer court disciple who has comprehended the most profundities from the law of space has only comprehended two profundities from the law of space. Even if he has comprehended the teleportation profundity, it's impossible for him to have the guts to come here. That's right. I've seen the outer court disciple who has comprehended two profundities from the law of space before. He's not that person. Moreover, that outer court disciple is only an 8-trigram celestial duke. Let alone an 8-trigram celestial duke. Even a 9-palaces celestial duke or a 10-direction celestial duke wouldn't dare to come here if they had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of space. Apart from being shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength, many of the profound nether mansion's inner court disciples were curious about his identity. I'll go out and ask around. One of the inner court disciples stepped onto the stone platform in the middle of the valley and activated the transportation formation to leave. After a while, he returned to the profound nether mansion and looked at the group of inner court disciples who were looking at him curiously with a strange expression on his face. I went out and asked around. They said that person was personally brought here by Inspector Qi Tianming. He must be a young master with an extraordinary background. Upon hearing his words, realization dawned on the group of inner court disciples. A young master? No wonder he dares to come here when he's not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? I almost forgot. He used the teleportation profundity so I can't see his celestial origin energy. I'm pretty sure he's not even a 10-direction celestial duke. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Are you kidding me? How dare he come here when he's not even 100 years old? Where does he get his confidence from? It'll be a joke if he dies here. The group of inner court disciples shook their heads. They felt the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old had a death wish by coming here. I think we should follow him and have a look. If his background is extraordinary, we might be able to earn a favor by saving his life. Since Inspector Qi Tianming personally brought him here, he's definitely not an ordinary person. An old man rose into the air and chased after Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, a few people followed suit and rose into the air as well. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. After Duan Lingtian left the valley, he teleported all the way to a stone forest. After passing through the stone forest, he arrived at a barren plain. He could vaguely see traces of black liquid on the plain. With Duan Lingtian's eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see the traces of dried blood. Chapter 31:26. Well, it's normal. There's nothing to hide here. It's impossible to hide here. If people from different celestial mansions encounter each other here, there's bound to be a fight. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to see bloodstains on the ground. After all, this place was destined to be a bloodbath. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, The only way to increase one's accumulative point jade was to snatch points from the disciples of other celestial mansions. However, disciples from the same celestial mansion were not allowed to snatch points from each other. For example, Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, even if all the disciples from the profound nether mansion were to crush their accumulative point jades to give him points, his accumulative point jade would not increase. This was to prevent disciples from the same celestial mansion from ganging up on each other to accumulate points and make it to the top 20. Naturally, disciples from different celestial mansions could trade their points secretly, but not many people would do so. Firstly, it was too risky. If they were discovered, they would be executed. Secondly, after taking such a huge risk and paying such a huge price, he might not be able to get what he wanted in the end. He might not be able to obtain his ideal ranking. However, as the saying went, fortune comes with risk. Although not many people would do such a thing, there were still some people who would do it secretly. Of course, this kind of situation only existed once in a while. No one would do such a thing every time. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, it was too risky. There's a forest in front of me. After a while, Duan Ling Tian saw a forest in front of him. The terrain in the forest was steep, making it easy to hide. Most people who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. It was not difficult for them to avoid detection from each other's divine consciousness. Earlier, I passed through a stone forest before entering a barren plain. Now, there's a forest in front of me. It feels like the terrain in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm isn't big at all. It's as though it's tailor-made for people to fight in the middle realm. As long as one made good use of the terrain, it would be helpful to a certain extent. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to head into the forest ahead, he seemed to have discovered something. His gaze suddenly froze and his body froze. The next moment, whoosh! A figure flew out from behind one of the mountain peaks in the forest in front of him. By the time he regained his senses, the figure was already behind him, staring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. That is, when the figure flew over, Duan Ling Tian not only noticed that he was a young man, he also saw the identity token on his waist that was constantly spinning. It's someone from the Lu Ci residence. In addition, Duan Ling Tian also saw the words Lu Ci residence engraved on the other party's identity token. Hong Ji. Obviously, the person who flew behind him and blocked his path of retreat was called Hong Ji, and he was a disciple of the Lu Ci estate. Moreover, he was an inner court disciple of the Lu Ci estate. After Hong Ji appeared behind Duan Ling Tian and blocked his path of retreat, he shifted his gaze to the identity token that was spinning on Duan Ling Tian's waist. His solemn expression changed immediately. An outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Then, he looked at the forest in the distance and said loudly, "Come out." He's just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Whoosh! As soon as Hong Ji finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian discovered another figure had appeared behind the mountain that Hong Ji had come out from. Similar to Hong Ji, this person had the appearance of a young man. Based on his identity token, he was also an inner court disciple of the Lu Ci estate. His name was Tong Chi Shan, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. After Tong Chi Shan appeared, he and Hong Ji surrounded Duan Ling Tian. Tong Chi Shan frowned slightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian. "Boy, why are you here when you're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion?" Hong Ji asked in a deep voice. "Since I'm here, it's only natural that I'm here to compete for a spot on the scoreboard." Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. "You're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, but you're here to compete for a spot on the scoreboard?" Tong Chi Shan's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Can you tell me how many points you've accumulated so far?" Usually, Tong Chi Shan and Hong Ji would attack as soon as they saw their prey, not giving them a chance to escape. However, their prey today was just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Therefore, they were not worried Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape under their noses. Tong Chi Shan and Hong Ji did not mind Duan Ling Tian crushing his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since they were not bloodthirsty people. Since Duan Ling Tian did not have any enmity with them and was willing to leave with his points, they would not kill him. This is my first time in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. You're the first and second people from other celestial mansions I've encountered. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. The profound nether mansion's base is nearby. Did you just come out from the profound nether mansion's base? Tong Chi Shan was speechless. Duan Ling Tian was a reckless person. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I didn't expect to encounter a rookie. Boy, crush your accumulative point jade and leave. You're lucky you encountered us. If it were someone else, they might not have let you leave alive, Hongji said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Based on his words, he wanted Duan Ling Tian to crush his accumulative point jade and hand over his points, so that the transporting formation in his accumulative point jade would send him out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I just realized. Not only are you an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, but you're not even 100 years old. At this moment, Tong Chi Shan's divine consciousness discovered Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old? Hongji was speechless. Boy, you really have a death wish. How dare you enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm when you're not even 100 years old? Although not everyone from the grade 6 celestial mansions are murderers, if you encounter someone from a grade 6 celestial mansion who's not on good terms with the profound nether mansion, they won't let you leave alive. Crush your accumulative point jade and leave. What? Do you want us to make a move on you? Tong Chi Shan waved his hand helplessly at Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Duan Ling Tian did not respond, he began to feel a little impatient. His voice was low as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian smiled. Tong Chi Shan and Hong Ji were stunned when they saw the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. What are you smiling about? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, both of you seem like decent people. In that case, I won't make a move on you. Both of you, crush your accumulative point jades and leave. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian passed by the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had noticed the light screen in the middle of the courtyard. The light screen displayed the scoreboard of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, only the top 100 were displayed on the light screen. Even so, Duan Ling Tian managed to memorize the names on the light screen and the names of the grade 6 celestial mansions they belonged to. Hong Ji, Tong Chi Shan. He did not see any of their names on the light screen. In other words, both of them were not ranked in the top 100 of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, even if both of them joined forces, they would not pose a threat to him. Naturally, it was not impossible for both of them to be ranked in the top 100 of the southern heaven ancient realm since they had just entered the middle realm and had not accumulated many points yet. However, even then, Duan Ling Tian still did not think the two of them were very strong. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, 10 direction celestial dukes who were slightly stronger would not join forces with others since it would reflect poorly on them. He's not going to attack us? He wants us to crush our accumulative point jades. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Hong Ji and Tong Chi Shan were stunned. When they regained their senses, they looked at each other as though they had just seen a ghost. This brat. Could it be that he has lost his mind? It's crazy for an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion who's not even 100 years old to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Perhaps, he's really out of his mind. Based on his current state, it's impossible for him to crush his accumulative point jades. It seems like we have no choice but to force him to crush his accumulative point jades. Alright, let's do that. I hope that after he's eliminated by us this time, he'll come to his senses and stop sending himself to death. After Hong Ji and Tong Chi Shan exchanged a few words through voice transmission, Tong Chi Shan remained motionless while Hong Ji made his move. In their opinion, any one of them would be able to defeat this profound nether mansion's outer court disciple, who was not even 100 years old. Bas. Hong Ji had comprehended the law of metal. As soon as he made his move, he used 3 profundities from the law of metal. Dazzling golden saber rays shot out and intertwined to form a saber net that shot toward Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian remained motionless in the face of Hong Ji's attack. In just a blink of an eye, Hong Ji's attack was only a foot away from Duanling Tian. "Show mercy!" Tong Qishan cried out in a low voice when he saw this. He was afraid Hong Ji would kill this profound Nethermansion's outer court disciple who was not even 100 years old. Although the profound Nethermansion would not pursue the matter if Hong Ji killed Duanling Tian was still a young man. Moreover, it was obvious Hong Ji was a hothead. Therefore, he did not have the heart to kill Hong Ji. "He's so weak?" Hong Ji smiled wryly when he heard Tong Qishan's words. He was about to withdraw his attack. Just as the golden saber rays began to fade, Hong Ji's eyes widened as though he had seen something terrifying. It was also because of this momentary shock that he did not have time to withdraw his attack. Bas. Chapter 31:27. The purple figure in the sky had already disappeared like a ghost the moment before the devastating blade light enveloped him. For this reason, the sharp saber ray missed its target and did not injure it. What technique is this? Hong Ji was shocked when he saw Duanling Tian vanishing into thin air. He even forgot to stop his attack. There he is. Following Tong Qishan's voice, Hong Ji followed Tong Qishan's gaze and saw the purple figure standing in the void 100 meters behind him. He did not know when the purple figure had appeared behind him. Moreover, the entire process was so quiet that he did not notice it at all. It was as though the purple figure had vanished into thin air and reappeared there out of thin air. Did you see how he appeared there? Hong Ji gulped before he asked Tong Qishan. No. Tong Qishan shook his head before he said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, the technique he used earlier was the teleportation profundity from the law of space. The teleportation profundity does not rely on celestial origin energy. As long as one comprehends it, one will be able to teleport 100 meters away. Naturally, the higher one's cultivation base is, the shorter the interval between using the teleportation profundity. Moreover, one can use it more often. The teleportation profundity does not rely on celestial origin energy. However, the interval between using it and its duration is dependent on one's celestial origin energy." Based on Tong Qishan's words, it was clear he had a certain understanding of the teleportation profundity. The teleportation profundity? Hong Ji was enlightened when he heard Tong Qishan's words. No wonder he can appear and disappear so mysteriously. As it turns out, it's the teleportation profundity from the law of space. However, isn't the teleportation profundity the most difficult profundity to comprehend from the law of space? He's not even 100 years old, but he managed to comprehend it? Hong Ji's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the purple figure in the distance again after he finished conversing with Tong Qishan through voice transmission. He must be lucky. After comprehending the space elemental profundity, he managed to comprehend the teleportation profundity first. Tong Qishan said, however, even if that's the case, as long as his cultivation is not weaker than yours or mine, it would be impossible for us to catch up to him. However, since he's not even 100 years old, it's impossible for his cultivation base to catch up to ours. As long as his celestial origin energy is weaker than ours, it won't be difficult for us to catch up to him even if his teleportation profundity is elusive. Tong Qishan's eyes flashed as he spoke, his tone filled with confidence towards himself and Hong Ji's cultivation base. Hong Ji nodded before he looked at the purple figure in the distance. Lad from the profound Nethermansion, I didn't expect you to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity before you're even 100 years old. However, if you think you can escape from us just because you've comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, then you're really too naive. Hong Ji's tone was full of pride. Escape. In the distance, Duanling Tian, who had dodged Hong Ji's attack with a teleport, was startled when he heard Hong Ji's words. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. When did I say that I was going to escape? The smile on Duanling Tian's face grew wider and wider. Feel free to use all your techniques. Since you don't intend to kill me, I'll show you mercy. Duanling Tian's smile did not change at all when he said this. Show us mercy? Hong Ji and Tong Qishan were infuriated when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Not only did an outer court disciple of the profound Nethermansion refuse to kill them, but he even dared to say he would show them mercy? Could he be living in a dream? Lad, it seems like there's always someone better than you if I don't teach you a lesson. In that case, I'll show you the difference between an outer-court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion and an inner-court disciple of the Luci Mansion. Hong Ji said coldly as he looked at Duanling Tian coldly after he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light on his body surged. It was as if he had turned into a golden man made of pure gold in an instant. The golden man's body was faintly surrounded by golden lightning, emitting a cold and sharp aura from head to toe. The metal body profundity? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. It was not difficult to tell Hong Ji had cast the law of metal's metal body profundity. The metal body profundity allowed one's body to be shrouded in a layer of metal elemental energy. It increased one's strength, speed, and other attributes. After casting the profundity of the metal body art, even if he did not use his celestial origin energy, his physical strength would still be enhanced by the metal element. Lad, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders today. I'll show you that you're not qualified to be as arrogant as you are now. Hong Ji's figure flickered, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a golden light, sweeping through the air like a golden meteor streaking across the sky. Swoosh! The golden light swept through the air as if it was not affected by any air resistance. It was as if it could completely ignore the air. The piercing profundity. Duanling Tian could tell that although Hong Ji's movement did not seem to be affected by the air resistance, it was still affected by the air resistance. However, it was so small that it was difficult to detect it. This was because Hong Ji had cast the law of metal's piercing profundity at the same time as he moved. The piercing profundity had the ability to penetrate through the air. It could easily pierce through the air and would not be affected by the air resistance at all. Hong Ji has cast 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. Before I teleported, his attacks contained the law of metal's metal elemental profundity, the radiant/profundity, and the slicing profundity. Now that he's charging at me, he's casting the law of metal's metal body profundity and the piercing profundity. With Duanling Tian's current strength, it was not difficult for him to see that Hong Ji had cast 5 profundities from the law of metal so far. Duanling Tian was almost certain after Hong Ji cast his technique when he got close to him. Hong Ji had only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. No wonder he joined forces with someone else. As it turns out, he has only comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. Duanling Tian shook his head and used the teleportation profundity to dodge the attack. At the same time, he no longer stood there in a daze like before. He narrowed his eyes and disappeared from his spot again. In the distance, Tong Qishan, who had been observing Duanling Tian from the beginning until now, was shocked. He's also a 10-direction celestial duke. This time, Duanling Tian used the teleportation profundity twice in a row. The interval between each time was very short. Based on this, Tong Qishan was certain. Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy was at least at the level of a 10-direction celestial duke. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cast the teleportation profundity twice in such a short time. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Tong Qishan's scalp tingled when he thought about Duanling Tian's age. Because he knew that something like age couldn't be deceived. Only a person who was not even 100 years old would have the aura of a person who was not even 100 years old. Even a celestial emperor or a legendary divine being would not be able to fake this. Territory profundity. Duanling Tian teleported again and appeared behind Hong Ji in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a territory energy that covered a 10-meter radius spread out from his body at lightning speed. Chi, 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 chi. Raging space strength slammed into Hong Ji's body, which seemed to be cast from pure gold, leaving behind numerous scars. In the blink of an eye, his body was riddled with holes. Confinement profundity. Distortion profundity. Before Hong Ji could react, Duanling Tian cast the other 2 profundities from the law of space again. Suddenly, the void around Hong Ji paused. The space was completely confined, making him feel powerless. At the same time, the pure gold body that enveloped Hong Ji's body trembled with the sudden appearance of the twisting force in the void, and was shattered into pieces in an instant. Although Hong Ji was shocked by Duan Lingtian's endless tricks, he did not have the time to be shocked by the current situation. Break! Hong Ji roared. Golden light burst out from his body as streaks of golden saber rays appeared one after another. With a tearing and penetrating force, he wanted to break Duan Lingtian's spatial confinement. You want to break my confinement profundity? Hong Ji's all-out attack made Duan Lingtian feel threatened. If Hong Ji was allowed to attack, his confinement profundity might not be able to trap Hong Ji. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he waved his right hand. The next moment. Rip! In the space that Duan Lingtian had imprisoned, a void suddenly split open and a terrifying space crack appeared. At the same time, bas! A gray saber light shot out from behind the spatial rift. It was like a saber light that came from a different space. It met Hong Ji's golden saber light head-on. Bas! 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 The gray saber ray and the golden saber ray raged. The former was quickly overwhelmed by the latter because there were too many of them. However, after a short moment, the golden saber light trembled again, and a gray light was revealed from within. Finally, the gray saber ray appeared again. At the same time, a space crack appeared from the tip of the saber and connected with the space crack that released it. In the blink of an eye, the space crack became longer and narrower. Then, with a tremor, it opened its mouth and swallowed the raging golden saber ray. When the space crack disappeared, the golden saber ray was completely annihilated as if it had been taken away by the space crack. That's not far away. Tong Qishan was stunned. The territory profundity of the law of space? Confinement profundity? Distortion profundity? Chapter 31-28. Humph. Duan Lingtian scoffed. Just as Hong Ji's attack was about to be countered by his cross-dimensional profundity, the distortion profundity began to vibrate. In the next moment, Hong Ji was sent flying by the distortion profundity. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Naturally, Hong Ji was only able to escape Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity because Duan Lingtian had removed the restraining profundity. Unlike Hong Ji, who was sent flying, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air. His entire body was in good condition, and he did not look like he had just fought a fierce battle. Hong Ji, are you all right? Tong Qishan asked with a worried expression as he flew out and caught Hong Ji, who was flying backwards. Since he was able to join forces with Hong Ji in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was only natural that he was close to Hong Ji. Therefore, he was worried when he saw Hong Ji was severely injured. However, he didn't think about avenging Hong Ji because his strength was weaker than Hong Ji's. Although he had comprehended 5 profundities from the Law of Earth, if he were to fight Hong Ji, the most he could do was rely on the Law of Earth's defense to fight Hong Ji to a draw. In terms of offense, he was far inferior to Hong Ji. Hong Ji had comprehended 5 profundities from the Law of Metal that were better than the other profundities from the Law of Metal. This was especially true for the ripping profundity and the piercing profundity. They were the main offensive profundities from the Law of Metal. If Hong Ji was facing an ordinary person who had comprehended 5 profundities from a law, he would be able to easily defeat his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent was Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian only used 5 profundities from the Law of Space, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Hong Ji. It would just take him some time. Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Space, could defeat Hong Ji in just a blink of an eye. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Tong Qishan knew he would be defeated even if he focused on defending against Duan Lingtian. It was because Duan Lingtian had comprehended 6 profundities of the Law of Space. The Law of Space was one of the 4 supreme laws of heaven and earth. It was much more powerful than ordinary laws. Even if Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 5 of them, he and Hong Ji would only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw if they joined forces. If Duan Lingtian chose to attack them one by one, even if he and Hong Ji joined forces, the possibility of defeat was more than 90%. Duan Lingtian had comprehended Blink Upanishad, which allowed him to come and go without leaving a trace. It wasn't hard to kill them one by one. Cough. I'm fine. He was too strong. I couldn't fight back at all. Hong Ji, who was caught by Tong Qishan, had a helpless expression on his pale face. At the same time, there was a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Fortunately, we don't have the habit of killing indiscriminately. If we wanted to kill him today, he would definitely kill us. He held back earlier. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. Thinking of the scene just now, Hongji's face suddenly became paler, and fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Let's leave. Hongji took out his accumulative points jade pendant. He glanced at it reluctantly, and then directly crushed it with his hand. After he crushed the accumulative point jade, a white energy surged out of it and shrouded Hongji. A gust of wind blew away the white energy that shrouded Hongji. However, Hongji was nowhere to be seen. Crack! After Hongji left, Tong Qishan took out his accumulative point jade and crushed it before he left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Both Hongji and Tong Qishan made a mental note of a name before they left the middle realm. Duan Ling Tian. Based on the identity token hanging on Duan Ling Tian's waist, they learned of Duan Ling Tian's name. After Hongji and Tong Qishan left, Duan Ling Tian gained 5 points in his accumulative point jade. Including the 1 point he now had 6 points in his accumulative point jade. The original point in his accumulative point jade was 1 point. Since Hongji had 3 points in his accumulative point jade, it meant he had obtained 1 point from someone else. On the other hand, Tong Qishan had 2 points in his accumulative point jade. It meant he had obtained 1 point from someone else. Now that Duan Ling Tian had obtained all of their points, the number of points in his accumulative point jade skyrocketed. It went from 1 point to 6 points. I remember. The 100th person on the scoreboard only has 4 points, right? Before entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Ling Tian had seen the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The person who was ranked 100th only had 4 points. The 89th, 90th, and 92nd place have 6 points. The 93rd place only has 5 points. If the rankings and points on this part of the leaderboard hadn't changed before this, I should be able to rank 93rd now. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, the 93rd place on the scoreboard was not Duan Ling Tian's ultimate goal. Therefore, after he put his accumulative point jade away, he continued to make his way to the forest. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters away. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared and reappeared 200 meters away. With a few flashes, Duan Ling Tian's figure that was like a ghost had already completely disappeared in the mountain forest with a complicated terrain. Meanwhile, the transporting sites on the profound nether mansion's 3 main islands that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were bustling with activity. This was because a new name had appeared on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, if it was just a new name, it would not have attracted much attention since it was ranked at the bottom. The reason this new name caused such an uproar was due to the 3 words profound nether mansion at the end of the name. This meant the new name was Duan Ling Tian. After all, the person who had just entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Duan Ling Tian? Who's he? Since when did the profound nether mansion have such a person? It's impossible for someone who's capable of making it into the top 100 in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to be a nobody in the profound nether mansion. Apart from that, we're familiar with the names of those 10 directions celestial dukes who aren't in the top 100, but are rather strong. However, this person isn't among them. Does anyone know him? The disciples of the profound nether mansion were, naturally, happy that another disciple from the profound nether mansion had appeared in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although the profound nether mansion's disciples who were ranked below the top 20 would not benefit the profound nether mansion, it was still a sign of strength to be ranked in the top 100. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was no longer just a tool for grade 6 celestial mansions to compete for benefits. It had become a symbol of glory for grade 6 celestial mansions. It was a great honor for a disciple from a grade 6 immortal mansion to be ranked near the top of the scoreboard and occupy the most spots on the scoreboard. For this reason, the appearance of another disciple from the profound nether mansion on the scoreboard attracted the attention of many disciples who were paying close attention to the scoreboard. However, to them it was a pity. After all, the name Duan Ling Tian was unfamiliar to them. Duan Ling Tian? An elder of the profound nether mansion sitting behind a counter on one of the main islands of the profound nether mansion frowned when he heard the name Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he heard the name, he found it familiar. His eyes lit up as realization dawned on him. Duan Ling Tian. Isn't he the young man who was brought here by Inspector Qi? He still remembered he was the one who helped Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion, complete the formalities for the young man. The name Duan Ling Tian was engraved on the young man's identity token and accumulative point jade. Duan Ling Tian. Don't tell me it's a homonym? When the elder recalled the young man who was brought here by Inspector Qi was not even 100 years old, he began to feel uncertain. Could it be another disciple of the profound nether mansion with the names Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, or Duan Ling Tian? Check it out. As an elder of the profound nether mansion who was stationed at the transporting point in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had the authority to check the information of the profound nether mansion's disciples who had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. After checking the information, the elder was shocked to find that there was only one person who had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Among the profound nether mansion's disciples who had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, only Duan Ling Tian had the same name. He was none other than Inspector Qi. In other words, the profound nether mansion's disciple who's ranked in the top 100 is the young man Inspector Qi brought here? He entered the middle realm less than 2 hours ago, right? He obtained 6 points and entered the top 100 in such a short time? The elder from the profound nether mansion was stunned. The profound nether mansion's elder took a deep breath before he told another profound nether mansion's elder who was standing nearby. A commotion broke out at the entrance of the transporting formation again. There's news. Duan Ling Tian is the young man who was brought in by Inspector Qi. The young man who was brought in by Inspector Qi? He just entered the middle realm an hour ago, right? Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, right? He's not even 100 years old, and he entered the middle realm less than 2 hours ago, but he obtained 6 points and entered the top 100? How's this possible? It's impossible. Let alone the profound nether mansion, even in the history of the southern heaven territory, has there ever been a 10-direction celestial duke younger than 100 years old? Moreover, even if he's a 10-direction celestial duke, his comprehension of the profundities of a law shouldn't be weak. How's it possible for someone younger than 100 years old to obtain so many points in such a short time? I don't think it's possible as well. If Duan Ling Tian is really him, he must have bribed the people from the other celestial mansions to give him their points. He must have cheated. Chapter 31-29. The elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion discussed among themselves and came to a consensus. The profound nether mansion's outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, must have cheated in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Otherwise, how could a young man like him rank in the top 100 of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Is it possible that Lord Inspector Qi found him to cheat? However, it's meaningless for the profound nether mansion to cheat if he doesn't make it into the top 20, right? Someone speculated. There are only a few days left until the rankings are updated. Even if he cheated, it's impossible for him to make it into the top 20 now, right? That's not necessarily the case. What if people from other celestial mansions enter at the same time? With enough people giving him points, it's not impossible for him to make it into the top 20. That's possible. It seems like Lord Inspector Qi really found him to cheat so that the profound nether mansion can enter the top 20. When did the profound nether mansion end up in such a predicament? Even the top 20 of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm needs someone to cheat in order to make it into the top 20. Many of the elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion speculated that Duan Ling Tian was found by the profound nether mansion's inspector Qi Tianming to cheat in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. How did the profound nether mansion end up in such a predicament? Did they have to cheat in order to make it into the top 20 in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Naturally, there were some who disagreed. I don't think it's necessary to find a young man who's not even 100 years old to cheat, right? Senior brother Zhou Hongjie could have just found someone from other celestial mansions to give him some points and he'll be able to make it into the top 20. Isn't it more expensive to find a young man who's not even 100 years old? Now that you mention it, I have a headache. If the profound nether mansion really wants to cheat, senior brother Zhou Hongjie would be our first choice. However, if he didn't cheat, how did that young man manage to make it into the top 100 in such a short time? Maybe he just happened to see two evenly matched people fighting, and both of them were injured at the same time, and only had one breath left. It's not impossible for something like this to happen. Maybe he's really that lucky. Whether it's luck or not, we'll know once we see if there are any changes in his points. If he really cheated, his points would definitely increase. And if he's just lucky and picked up a big bargain, his points will definitely not continue to increase. If I were him, I would have rushed out as soon as I could after picking up such a huge bargain. How powerful can a person who isn't even 100 years old possibly be? Inside, anyone you meet will have the ability to easily kill you. If the profound nether mansion wanted to cheat, they could have asked Zhou Hongjie, the strongest 10 Directions celestial duke in the profound nether mansion, to do so. Although Zhou Hongjie had not ranked in the top 20 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard for almost a year now, he was still ranked in the top 20. He only needed a few more points to enter the top 20. As this group of people discussed, more and more people felt that Duan Ling Tian was only able to rank in the top 100 due to luck. Naturally, there were also some people who looked at Duan Ling Tian's name on the scoreboard expectantly. They wanted to see if there was any chance for him to rank up the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian had only been in the middle realm for less than 2 hours, but he had already accumulated 6 points. In the history of the profound nether mansion, no one had ever been so lucky to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Lu Ci mansion was a grade 6 celestial mansion. Its status in the Southern Heaven territory was equivalent to the profound nether mansion. There were 2 transporting formations in the Lu Ci mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, a wretched figure appeared out of thin air at one of the transporting formations. Following that, another figure appeared next to the wretched figure. Hongji? Tong Qishan? As soon as the duo appeared, they attracted the attention of many elders and disciples in the Lu Ci mansion. Many disciples recognized the duo. Hongji, Tong Qishan, based on your appearances, you were teleported out by crushing your accumulative point jades? A middle-aged disciple from the Lu Ci mansion asked in surprise when he saw the duo. Yes. Tong Qishan reached out to support Hongji as he nodded. This time, we're completely convinced of our loss. With the 2 of you joining forces, even those at the bottom of the scoreboard might not be a match for the 2 of you. The person who defeated the 2 of you is definitely not a nobody. Who's the person who eliminated the 2 of you? Another disciple from the Lu Ci mansion who looked like an old man asked. That person is really a nobody, Tong Qishan said with a wry smile. Tong Qishan smiled wryly when he was faced with everyone's questioning gaze. His name is Duan Ling Tian. After obtaining both of our points, he's definitely ranked in the top 100. As Tong Qishan spoke, he looked at the light screen in the distance and saw the name at the bottom of the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian. 93rd place. Tong Qishan's eyes glinted as he thought to himself. Although Duan Ling Tian has just entered the middle realm, with his strength and luck, he'll definitely be able to rank in the top 50. He had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. For this reason, he knew Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to rank in the top 40 or top 50 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, since Duan Ling Tian had entered the middle realm late, he would have to rely on luck to rank in the top 50. If he was lucky, he would be able to encounter opponents with sufficient points who were weaker than him. Duan Ling Tian? While Tong Qishan was looking at the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the other elders and disciples from the Lu Ci mansion were also looking at the scoreboard. There he is. 93rd place. Duan Ling Tian? A disciple of the profound nether mansion? I've never heard of him before. When did the profound nether mansion have such a person? I've heard of all the powerful 10 Directions celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion, but I've never heard of Duan Ling Tian before. Where did this profound nether mansion disciple come from? Since he's capable of defeating Hongji and Tong Qishan and ranks in the top 100, there's no way he's a nobody. The group of elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion looked at each other in confusion. None of them had heard of Duan Ling Tian in the profound nether mansion before. Soon after, many people shifted their attention to Tong Qishan and Hong Ji. Tong Qishan, since he defeated Yu and Hong Ji, he must have comprehended at least 6 profundities from a law, right? An elder from the Lu Ci mansion asked as he looked at Tong Qishan. Yes. Tong Qishan nodded. Then, he said solemnly, not only has he comprehended 6 profundities from a law, but he has also comprehended the law of space. The law of space. As Tong Qishan's voice fell, the scene fell into a dead silence. Comprehending 6 profundities of the law of space? As one of the 4 supreme laws, the laws of space were extremely difficult to comprehend. In the entire Lu Ci mansion, there was only one person who had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, that person was one of the few elders with the highest seniority in the Lu Ci manor. He was a celestial emperor. Apart from that person, there was no one else in the entire Lu Ci mansion who had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. But now, Tong Qishan was telling them, Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? Tong Qishan, are you telling the truth? I've never heard of a 10-direction celestial duke in the profound nether mansion, who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. A disciple from the Lu Ci manor questioned. I've never heard of a 10-direction celestial duke in the profound nether mansion who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, let alone a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Another elder from the Lu Ci manor voiced his doubts. Swoosh. Just as everyone was looking at Tong Qishan in surprise, Tong Qishan raised his hand and a bead appeared in his hand. A floating image pearl. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the pearl in Tong Qishan's hand. After all, it was a floating image pearl. Since Tong Qishan had taken out the floating image pearl at this moment, it meant he had recorded the battle between them and the profound nether mansion's disciple, Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! As Tong Qishan's celestial origin energy surged into the floating image pearl, a constantly changing light screen appeared before the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion. 2 figures appeared on the light screen. One of them was Hong Ji, an inner court disciple of the Lu Ci mansion. He was a 10-direction celestial duke, who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal. As for the other person, he was a purple-clad young man who was unfamiliar to them. Naturally, it was not difficult for the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion to figure out who the purple-clad young man was. Without a doubt, the purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion. Hong Ji is making his move. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hong Ji was the first to make his move. He transformed into a golden man as he charged toward the purple-clad young man. In the light screen, the golden saber rays intertwined to form a net that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. However, at this critical moment, the purple-clad young man suddenly vanished from his spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away from Hong Ji. This is the law of space's teleportation profundity? One of the elders from the Lu Ci mansion exclaimed in shock. The law of space's teleportation profundity? Everyone at the scene was shocked. The law of space's teleportation profundity was one of the most difficult profundities to comprehend. Once one comprehended it, one would be able to use the teleportation profundity. Look at his identity medallion. A sharp-eyed disciple from the Lu Ci mansion narrowed his eyes when he saw the identity token spinning around the purple-clad young man's waist. Chapter 3130. An outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? As the sharp-eyed disciple from the Lu Ci manor spoke, the attention of the group of elders and disciples from the Lu Ci manor was focused on the identity token hanging on the waist of the purple-clothed young man in the mirror image. In just a blink of an eye, they recognized the identity token of an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. This was because the outer court disciple tokens of the various grade 6 celestial mansions were mostly the same. Therefore, the group of people recognized it with a single glance. Duan Ling Tian is an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Everyone was confused. At this moment, they saw Duan Ling Tian's figure flashing in front of them. In the mirror image, after Duan Ling Tian dodged Hong Ji's preemptive attack by teleporting, he teleported to Hong Ji's side and attacked him. In just a few moments, Hong Ji's attack was annihilated without Duan Ling Tian making any big move. It was taken away by the spatial rift, and Hong Ji was sent flying with heavy injuries. Gasp, 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 gasp. Seeing how Hong Ji was defeated so easily, the group of Lu Ci Manor's elders and disciples widened their eyes in shock. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Since when did the outer court disciples of the profound nether mansion become so strong? The territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the cross-sectional / profundity, coupled with the teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity, this outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. A knowledgeable elder from the Lu Ci mansion exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be such a person in the profound nether mansion." Then he sighed emotionally. How can such a person be an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion? Are the people in the profound nether mansion blind? Another elder from the Lu Ci mansion cursed. If such a person was in the Lu Ci mansion, he would be an inner court disciple at the very least. In fact, it would not be difficult for him to become a core disciple. After all, those who could enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were not even 1,000 years old. For someone who was not even 1,000 years old to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, it would not be difficult for such a person to become a core disciple in any grade 6 celestial mansion. Why do I have a feeling the profound nether mansion is trying to provoke us? How can an outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion eliminate our inner court disciples? I also think the profound nether mansion is trying to embarrass us. With such strength, how can he be an outer court disciple? The profound nether mansion really hit him well. I've never heard of such a person in the profound nether mansion. It won't take long for this outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion to spread his name across the major celestial mansions. After the Lu Ci mansion's elders and disciples discussed spiritedly, they came to a unanimous conclusion. The profound nether mansion was trying to provoke the grade 6 celestial mansions, including the Lu Ci mansion. Based on the strength the purple-clad young man had displayed, it was impossible for him to be an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. It's also possible that the profound nether mansion hired external help. Tong Qishan made a timely guess just as the crowd's discussion quieted down. What do you mean? Everyone turned to look at Tong Qishan. Do you know how old the profound nether mansion's outer court disciple is in the floating image pearl? Tong Qishan asked. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. It was impossible for them to determine the purple-clad young man's age based on the scryer recording. Even if the purple-clad young man looked young, they would not think he was young. Many old monsters who were tens of thousands of years old could appear as young as 17 or 18 years old if they wanted to. Since he's able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it means he's younger than 1,000 years old. A 10-direction celestial duke, who's younger than 1,000 years old, who has such a high attainment in the law of space is more than enough to be a core disciple of the profound nether mansion. There's no way he's just an outer court disciple. That's right. Not only is he not a core disciple in the profound nether mansion, but he's not even an inner court disciple. The profound nether mansion is trying to embarrass us. In the history of the southern heaven territory, it's rare to see someone younger than 1,000 years old who has comprehended the law of space. I didn't expect the profound nether mansion to be hiding such a person. Apart from Tong Qishan and Hong Ji, all the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion present on the scene thought the purple-clad young man had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Younger than 1,000 years old? Hong Ji, who had remained silent all this while, laughed self-deprecatingly when he heard the discussion. The mirror image recorded by the floating image pearl ended when Hong Ji was sent flying. However, since Tong Qishan did not put the floating image pearl away, he did not withdraw the celestial origin energy he had injected into it. Therefore, the mirror image was still playing in a loop. Duan Ling Tian isn't just a 10-direction celestial duke. Tong Qishan looked at the purple figure in the mirror image and said in a low voice. Because his tone was not right, it caused the surrounding people to become quiet. Their gazes fell on him in unison. He's not even 100 years old. Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they heard Tong Qishan's words. The surroundings fell silent immediately. At this moment, even if a needle were to fall to the ground, one would be able to hear the crisp sound of it hitting the ground. Tong Qishan, are you mistaken? This profound nether mansion's outer court disciple isn't even 100 years old? One of the Lu Ci mansion's disciples was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Tong Qishan in disbelief. I know you won't believe me, but that's the truth. Not only me, even Hongji, when facing him, found it not difficult to detect the aura of his fleshly body that was less than 100 years old. Tong Qishan shrugged and said. He didn't think that the group of people in front of him would believe his words. After all, hearing from others and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. Put yourself in his shoes and think about it. If he was one of them, he would not have believed it if someone told him there was a 10-direction celestial duke, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before the age of 100 in the profound nether mansion. Let's go, Hongji said to Tong Qishan. Then, the two of them left under the gazes of the crowd. Just as Tong Qishan had thought, although everyone present was shocked by what he had said, no one believed him. A 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old? Moreover, he had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? There had never been such an existence in the history of the Southern Heaven territory. However, today, Tong Qishan told them that he was going to tell them something. Moreover, he was just an outer court disciple in the profound nether mansion. Who would believe that? Humph. Why are they acting so mysterious? Do they think we'll believe them? But Tong Qishan and Hongji have no reason to lie to us, right? No matter what, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the outer court disciple is less than 100 years old. I don't believe it as well. After Tong Qishan and Hongji left, the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was still bustling with activity. At the same time, communication celestial talismans were being sent out one after another. Soon after, even the elders and disciples of the Lu Ci mansion, who were not present, learned about the outer court disciple who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, the outer court disciple was a 10-direction celestial duke. Naturally, no one dared to say that the outer court disciple was less than 100 years old, since they did not believe Tong Qishan's words about the Duanling Tian being younger than 100 years old. As the news spread, more than half of the Lu Ci mansion was shocked. There were a few elders in the Lu Ci mansion who were on good terms with the elders of the profound nether mansion. They quickly used their communication celestial talismans to contact the elders they knew. Old He, the profound nether mansion is really secretive. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space who is less than 1,000 years old? Moreover, the profound nether mansion only gave him the status of an outer court disciple. Are you trying to embarrass us? Brother Li, do you know the outer court disciple called Duanling Tian? In the profound nether mansion's estate, the elders who received the news from the Lu Ci mansion were stunned. Duanling Tian? An outer court disciple? A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space before he's even 1,000 years old? Are you sure you're not joking? If there's such a person in the profound nether mansion, we would have heard about him a long time ago. He's currently ranked 93rd on the scoreboard in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Wait a moment. I'll go check out the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Out of curiosity, the elders of the profound nether mansion went to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There's really such a person? When they saw Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they were dumbfounded. At the same time, they heard many people discussing Duan Ling Tian at the transporting formation. Many people were talking about Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was only lucky to be able to take advantage of the situation where both sides were heavily injured. That was why he was able to obtain enough points to squeeze into the top 100. You're wrong. Duan Ling Tian didn't enter the top 100 due to luck. A profound nether mansion elder who had a good friend who was an elder in the Lu Ci mansion refuted. My good friend in the Lu Ci mansion just sent me a message saying that their Lu Ci mansion's inner court disciple, Hongji, was severely injured by Duan Ling Tian. After Hongji handed over his points, Tong Qishan surrendered without a fight. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian obtained 5 points in one go. My friend in the Lu Ci mansion also told me that he saw Duan Lingtian's floating image pearl and saw Duan Lingtian cast 6 profundities from the law of space after he injured Hong Ji. Where did this Duan Lingtian come from? As an elder of the profound nether mansion, I've never heard of him. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he's a 10-direction celestial duke. How can such a person be an outer court disciple? The other elders of the profound nether mansion who heard the news from the Lu Ci mansion chimed in. Chapter 31-31. Duan Lingtian did not know. Currently, his name had spread far and wide in the profound nether mansion and the Lu Ci mansion. Even some of the other celestial mansions were aware of his existence. Duan Lingtian was an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already become a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian's reputation gradually spread. Duan Lingtian's achievements were not enough to attract too much attention. However, such achievements, coupled with the fact that he was not even 100 years old, were enough to cause a sensation in all the grade 6 celestial mansions. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, after Duan Lingtian eliminated 2 inner palace disciples from the Lu Ci residence and obtained 5 points, he encountered another person after half a day. A disciple of the profound nether mansion? The person standing opposite Duan Lingtian was a middle-aged man. He wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. However, his eyes were extremely sharp, especially when he saw the identity medallion hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. His face was filled with a sinister smile. When did the profound nether mansion's disciples become so stupid? How dare an outer court disciple enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brat, you're unlucky to have met me. You'll become the 23rd profound nether mansion's disciple I've killed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. You're the 23rd disciple from the profound nether mansion I've encountered in the southern heaven ancient realm. The middle-aged man called himself Gong Sun Jing. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he had killed a few disciples from the profound nether mansion when he was in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. You have a feud with the profound nether mansion? Duan Lingtian asked with a calm expression. At the same time, his gaze landed on the identity token on Gong Sun Jing's waist. Azure Green Mansion's inner court disciple? The moment he saw the other party's identity token, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, had mentioned the Azure Green Mansion before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Like the profound nether mansion, the Azure Green Mansion was a grade 6 celestial mansion. However, there was a deep enmity between the Azure Green Mansion and the profound nether mansion for nearly 1,000 years. This was due to the conflict between the current mansion masters of the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Several thousand years ago, the current mansion master of the profound nether mansion and the current mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion were not the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. The two of them wandered the world together and met a woman. They fell in love with each other at the same time. In the end, the two of them, who were originally as close as brothers, became enemies because of a woman. Although it wasn't to the extent that they would fight to the death, they were still incompatible like fire and water. Eventually, both of them became the mansion masters of the profound nether mansion. One day, the eldest direct disciple of the mansion master of the profound nether mansion killed the third direct disciple of the Azure Green Mansion's mansion master. The enmity between the two of them was born. Eventually, the second disciple of the mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion killed the last disciple of the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. From then on, the members of the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion would fight to the death unless they were wary of each other. In the outside world, the disciples of the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion might be wary of each other. However, in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the disciples from the two mansions would fight each other to the death in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the disciples of the profound nether mansion and the disciples of the Azure Green Mansion would kill each other. If you encounter an Azure Green Mansion disciple in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and are stronger than him, kill him with all your might. If you're not a match for him, flee immediately. After all, the Azure Green Mansion disciples won't show mercy to you. This was what Duan Ling Tian had told Qi Tianming before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In other words, if Duan Ling Tian encountered someone from the Azure Green Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would either fight to the death or flee. Naturally, he would only be able to flee with his own strength and would not be able to rely on external help. Before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian learned from Qi Tianming that he could not rely on external help in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Let alone celestial talismans, celestial pills, and even celestial weapons could not be used. Even defensive celestial weapons would not work here. The restrictions on formations in the middle realm were even stricter than in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At the very least, one could use celestial weapons in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like my identity token has given you your answer. Gong Sun Jing sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze on his identity token. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he said, "Brat, you can only blame yourself for being a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion." As soon as Gong Sun Jing finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a ball of red flames that shrouded him. It was clear Gong Sun Jing was about to make his move. Gong Sun Jing. I saw his name on the scoreboard before I came in. I think he's ranked 69th. The scoreboard of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that Duan Ling Tian had read before he entered the middle realm appeared in his mind. He remembered that Gong Sun Jing's name was ranked 69th when he saw the scoreboard. He had a total of 13 points. In other words, so far this month, Gong Sun Jing had obtained a total of 12 points, one of which was his own. Swoosh. Accompanied by a vast and majestic explosion, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed and became hot. A flame that shot up into the sky whistled and swept over in a menacing manner. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered many familiar profundities from the law of fire from the attacks. The pillaging profundity, the explosion profundity, the burning profundity. Coupled with the fire elemental profundity, the law of fire's fundamental profundity, this meant Gong Sun Jing's attack contained 4 profundities from the law of fire. You'll be the fastest profound Nether Mansion's disciple I've killed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Gong Sun Jing sneered when he saw the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple was completely unaffected by his attack that contained only 4 profundities from the law of fire. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. However, in the next moment, just when he thought Duan Ling Tian was about to be killed by him, Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air before his eyes like a ghost. Duan Ling Tian had vanished into thin air. Due to this reason, Gong Sun Jing's attack missed. How's this possible? After his attack missed, the flames on Gong Sun Jing's body grew even stronger. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away before he finally came to a stop. When he turned around, he saw Duan Ling Tian standing in the distance with his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at him calmly. What kind of technique is that? I didn't even see how he dodged my attack. Gong Sun Jing looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. At the same time, he kept recalling what had happened earlier. The moment he disappeared into thin air, the space around him seemed to tremble for a moment. Is it possible that he used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier? Gong Sun Jing sighed in relief when he thought about this. I didn't expect an outer court disciple like you would be able to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity, Gong Sun Jing said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. However, before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. Why, you're not even 100 years old. Although Gong Sun Jing did not use his divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian from the beginning until the end, he could vaguely sense the aura of Duan Ling Tian's body that was not even 100 years old. His heart skipped a beat when he thought about it. Even if Duan Ling Tian had used the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier, the fluctuation of celestial origin energy he sensed earlier was similar to that of a 10-direction celestial duke. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke. Gong Sun Jing's eyes widened when he recalled Duan Ling Tian's aura. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Even if he has only comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity and the teleportation profundity, his innate talent is heaven-defying. There had never been a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old in the history of the Azure Green Mansion. Even in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, such an existence was extremely rare. Moreover, it seemed that only one or two of the 10 great clans had such an existence. Gong Sun Jing's blood boiled when he realized Duanling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. Although I've killed many disciples of the profound Nether Mansion, I've never killed such a monstrous genius before. Gong Sun Jing's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duanling Tian. However, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He's a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Even if he has only comprehended the law of space's space elemental profundity and the space elemental profundity, he should be able to escape from me easily. After all, the speed and frequency of his teleportation are comparable to the speed and frequency of my attacks. Gong Sun Jing felt slightly helpless when he thought about this. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to kill a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. It did not matter if his opponent was much weaker than him. No wonder an outer court disciple like you dares to come here. As it turns out, you're a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Gong Sun Jing glanced at Duanling Tian coldly before he turned around to leave. Since he could not kill Duanling Tian, he did not want to waste his time here. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian to be so strong. Chapter 31-32. Gong Sun Jing had thought Duanling Tian would tactfully leave since he had decided to leave. After all, he could not kill Duanling Tian due to Duanling Tian's teleportation profundity. Under such circumstances, there was no point in continuing the fight. What? I've spared your life, but you still want to die? Gong Sun Jing sneered as he looked at Duanling Tian who was blocking his path. Spare my life. Duanling Tian was taken aback by Gong Sun Jing's words. Then he laughed. If you want to kill me, you'll have to catch up to my speed and frequency of teleportation. As a 10-direction celestial duke, you'll have to cast at least 2 profundities from a law to catch up to my speed. The speed profundity of the law of fire is the pillaging profundity and the fire elemental profundity. Even if you've comprehended both profundities, there's no suitable environment for you to use the fire elemental profundity, let alone the pillaging profundity. Duanling Tian was well aware of his current predicament. Moreover, the law of fire was his main source of strength before he comprehended the law of space. Even if he had comprehended the fire movement profundity, he would have to be in an environment filled with flames to unleash its full strength. However, Gong Sun Jing was not in such an environment. When Gong Sun Jing heard Duanling Tian's words, he snorted in anger. So what if that's the case? Even if I can't kill you, do you think you can kill me? Although you're not even 100 years old and have become a 10-direction celestial duke, how many profundities can you comprehend from the law of space? If I had intentionally defended myself, would your attack have been able to break through my defense? Gong Sun Jing's tone was filled with disdain. Clearly, he did not think Duanling Tian was capable of killing him. You can try and see if your defense can withstand my attack. Duanling Tian smiled indifferently. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and merged with the space elemental profundity. Teleportation profundity. Duanling Tian teleported behind Gong Sun Jing without any warning. Restraining profundity. As soon as Gong Sun Jing regained his senses, Duanling Tian cast the law of space's restraining profundity to seal the space around Gong Sun Jing to prevent him from escaping. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew the restraining profundity would not be able to stop Gong Sun Jing. Territory profundity. Distortion profundity. Duanling Tian used to cast the restraining profundity to prevent Duanling Tian to use his 2-2-2 to prevent Duan to break through the restraining profundity. The restraining profundity from the law? Duan to not to ling Tian to be to Tian to not to was to use his to be to cast to his to Tian to Tian's to is to be a to be would not. To break to Tian to him. Although Gong Sun Jing was surprised that Duan Ling Tian had cast the third profundity from the law of space, he was not afraid. With just a thought, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Gong Sun Jing's celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it turned into raging flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything. At the same time, the flames continued to rise as though they were trying to break through Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity. The fire elemental profundity. The explosion profundity. The burning profundity. The plundering profundity. The four profundities from the law of fire that Gong Sun Jing had cast earlier appeared. At the same time, two other profundities from the law of fire appeared as well. The corrosion profundity. The fire body profundity. The corrosion profundity was one of the main offensive profundities from the law of fire. It was extremely aggressive and corrosive. As for the fire body profundity, it was similar to the law of metal's metal body profundity. One celestial origin energy that had merged with the fire elemental profundity would form a layer of flames on the surface of one's body. At the same time, one's strength would be enhanced. In addition, after using the fire body Upanishad to transform into a flaming man, the power of his Upanishads would increase accordingly. How's this possible? Initially, Gong Sun Jing thought he would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity if he used all his techniques. However, he soon discovered that although the power that imprisoned the space he was in was on the verge of collapse, he was still trapped inside. At the same time, his strength seemed to be restricted by a few other forces as well. Gong Sun Jing narrowed his eyes and swept his divine consciousness. His expression changed drastically. The law of space's territory profundity? The distortion profundity? At this moment, Gong Sun Jing discovered that the two profundities from the law of space Duan Ling Tian were able to resist his strength. Not only is this profound Nethermansion's outer court disciple a 10-direction celestial duke, but he has also comprehended 5 profundities from the law of space. Up until now, Gong Sun Jing had seen Duan Ling Tian cast 5 profundities from the law of space. The space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. Although Duan Ling Tian had only cast 4 profundities from the law of space on Gong Sun Jing, the space elemental profundity, the restraining profundity, the territory profundity, and the distortion profundity. On the other hand, Gong Sun Jing had cast 6 profundities. However, what kind of law was the law of space? What kind of law did Gong Sun Jing comprehend? The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was superior to ordinary laws. The profundities from the law of space were stronger than ordinary first-rate profundities from ordinary laws. However, Gong Sun Jing had only comprehended the ordinary law of fire. I didn't expect someone who's not even 100 years old to be a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehend 5 profundities from the law of space. However, do you really think you're strong enough to kill me? Although Gong Sun Jing was shocked by Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying comprehension ability, he quickly regained his senses. He sneered as he made a grabbing motion with his right hand. In just a blink of an eye. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tiny purple sword rays could be seen on the surface of the purple sword. They looked like tiny purple snakes as they revolved around the sword. Since Gong Sun Jing had comprehended the law of fire and the fire body profundity, his control over the fire elemental profundity had reached a certain level. Although he had yet to reach the peak of mastery, he was able to control the fire elemental profundity with ease. Swoosh! Gong Sun Jing shook his right hand and thrust the purple sword in his hand toward the side. He wanted to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles with brute force. Based on the current situation, Gong Sun Jing would be able to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles if he attacked indiscriminately. However, Duan Lingtian still had the profundity of teleportation. At that time, as long as Duan Lingtian discovered a weak spot in the spatial shackles, he could teleport there and focus on the weak spot. By then, Gong Sun Jing would be in a passive position. That was why he chose to use his own strength to break through Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles. Swoosh! Gong Sun Jing's sword pierced through the air. The void trembled as if he had almost torn it apart. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he saw through Gong Sun Jing's intention. In the next moment, Profundity of Dimension / With just a thought in Duanling Tian's mind, a terrifying spatial tear suddenly appeared in the void where Gong Sun Jing's sword was traveling. Gong Sun Jing was dumbfounded when he saw this. Even though the might of his sword strike was extraordinary, it had not reached the level where it could actually tear space apart. He knew this very well. However, it was impossible for his sky-piercing sword to tear through space, so what was going on with this spatial rift? Could it be? An ominous feeling rose in Gong Sun Jing's mind. In the next moment, after seeing the space crack, a gray light blade that seemed to have crossed the space from a different dimension whistled towards him. He knew that his premonition was right. This is the profundity of dimension / Although Gong Sun Jing had not come into contact with the law of space, he had done some research on the law of space. Therefore, he had some understanding of it. With just a glance, he could tell that Duanling Tian was using the law of space's profundity of dimension / 6 profundities? No matter how much Gong Sun Jing wanted to remain calm, there was nothing he could do. He was so tense that the sword in his hand seemed to have lost its momentum. Bas! At the same time, the blurry blade of light that seemed to have traveled from another dimension collided with Gong Sun Jing's sword. During this process, Duanling Tian had merged all the profundities from the law of space that could be added to the profundity of dimension / Moreover, Gong Sun Jing's sword seemed to have lost its momentum. For this reason, the profundity of dimension / easily destroyed the sword in the blink of an eye. It was extremely powerful. No! When Gong Sun Jing tried to defend himself, his sword had already been destroyed. He could only cry out in pain as he watched the profundity of dimension / flying toward him. Spurt! Blood splattered in the air. Gong Sun Jing, who had been full of confidence earlier, was killed by the profundity of dimension / His body was crushed into powder by the profundity of dimension / Gong Sun Jing, an inner court disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire, had died just like that. After Gong Sun Jing's death, the points in his accumulative point jade went to Duanling Tian. At this moment, Duanling Tian's accumulative point jade increased to 19 points. Previously, he had 6 points while Gong Sun Jing's accumulative point jade had 13 points. With 13 points, Gong Sun Jing was ranked 69th on the scoreboard. Now that Duanling Tian had 19 points, it was only natural that Duanling Tian's ranking was not lower than Gong Sun Jing's. Unlike the scoreboard in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the changes in the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were instantaneous. For this reason, as soon as Duanling Tian killed Gong Sun Jing, the scoreboard in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changed. Chapter 31-33. In the Azure Green Mansion. At one of the portals leading to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of people gathered around the scoreboard narrowed their eyes in unison. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Senior Gong Sun Jing's name is removed from the scoreboard? Senior Gong Sun Jing has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of fire, and he's always ranked in the top 60. However, he's only ranked 69th today. How did he get eliminated? Was he defeated? I think so. Unless he encountered someone from the profound Nether Mansion, he shouldn't have been killed. Moreover, even someone from the profound Nether Mansion might not be able to kill him before he crushed his accumulative point jade. That's right. I'm afraid Zhou Hongjie is the only one in the profound Nether Mansion who's capable of killing Senior Gong Sun Jing before he crushed his accumulative point jade. However, Zhou Hongjie's points didn't change at all. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed among themselves. Most of them felt Gong Sun Jing was only eliminated and not killed. While the crowd was discussing fervently among themselves, a sharp-eyed disciple of the Azure Green Manor stared intently at a name on the scoreboard. That name was in the 93rd place just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it has already risen to the 52nd place? It's that disciple from the profound Nether Mansion called Duanling Tian. He originally had 6 points, but after Senior Gong Sun Jing's name disappeared from the scoreboard, his points have increased to 19. Moreover, he's ranked 52nd now. Another Azure Green Mansion disciple exclaimed. As soon as the Azure Green Mansion disciple finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. They had noticed the name Duan Ling Tian earlier. After all, he was a person who had entered the top 100 of the scoreboard. For this reason, they were surprised by the sudden appearance of such a person in the profound nether mansion. After all, they had never heard of such a person in the profound nether mansion. For this reason, they assumed Duan Ling Tian was not well known in the profound nether mansion, and was only lucky to be ranked in the top 100. Based on the changes in the scoreboard, it was obvious Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion. Senior Gong Sun Jing was eliminated by a disciple from the profound nether mansion. Will he be fine? After all, among all the 10 Direction Celestial Dukes under the age of 1000 in the profound nether mansion, only Zhou Hongjie and 2 other 10 Direction Celestial Dukes, who have comprehended 6 profundities and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity, are capable of killing him. The 2 of them are only slightly stronger than senior brother Gong Sun Jing. They don't have the ability to prevent senior brother Gong Sun Jing from crushing the Jade Token. However, we all know the names of those 2 people. This Duan Ling Tian is not them. Could it be that Zhou Hongjie and the others used this Duan Ling Tian as bait, and then cooperated with this Duan Ling Tian to kill senior brother Gong Sun Jing? That's impossible. Even if they used a disciple from the profound nether mansion as bait, it's impossible for them to give the points to a disciple from the profound nether mansion. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion discussed among themselves. None of them knew where this disciple from the profound nether mansion came from, since they had just learned of his existence. Let's go in and let the elders see if senior brother Gong Sun Jing's soul pearl is still intact, an Azure Green Mansion disciple suggested. Upon hearing his suggestion, many disciples from the Azure Green Mansion walked into the main hall. At the same time, many disciples from the Azure Green Mansion stayed behind. Humph! Even if senior brother Gong Sun Jing is eliminated, he won't die in the hands of a disciple from the profound nether mansion. Even Zhou Hongjie might not be able to kill senior brother Gong Sun Jing unless he sneaks up on him, let alone a disciple from the profound nether mansion. That's right. If senior brother Gong Sun Jing saw Zhou Hongjie, he would have crushed his accumulative point jade immediately. However, these Azure Green Mansion disciples who didn't believe that Gong Sun Jing would die soon received a shocking piece of news from a group of Azure Green Mansion disciples who had left and returned. Gong Sun Jing's soul pearl had shattered. Gong Sun Jing was dead. How's that possible? Impossible. Impossible. How could a disciple from the profound nether mansion be capable of killing senior brother Gong Sun Jing? As time passed, more and more people in the Azure Green Mansion learned about Gong Sun Jing's death. Although Gong Sun Jing was only a 10 Direction Celestial Duke, he was one of the strongest 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Azure Green Mansion. He was a frequent participant in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, his reputation in the Azure Green Mansion was greater than many celestial kings. For this reason, his death caused a huge commotion in the Azure Green Mansion. A disciple from the profound nether mansion named Duan Ling Tian? He killed our Azure Green Mansion's Gong Sun Jing? The Azure Green Mansion was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in the profound nether mansion, the 3 sites that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were in an uproar as well. Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion has been eliminated? His points were taken by a disciple from the profound nether mansion? Is it Duan Ling Tian? Isn't Duan Ling Tian a young man who's not even 100 years old yet? Is he capable of eliminating Gong Sun Jing? Gong Sun Jing is a 10 Direction Celestial Duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the Law of Fire. Duan Ling Tian's ranking on the scoreboard has risen to the 52nd place after eliminating Gong Sun Jing. If he only managed to make it into the top 100 due to luck, can he still rely on luck now? Cheating. He must have cheated. Or, did the profound nether mansion hire him to cheat? Cheating? Even if he cheated, why would the profound nether mansion hire an Azure Green Mansion disciple? The disciples from the profound nether mansion were engaged in a heated discussion. At this moment, a disciple from the profound nether mansion suddenly spoke up. His voice that was laced with celestial origin energy drowned out everyone else's voices. Although the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion are like fire and water, I have a childhood friend who lives in the Azure Green Mansion. Earlier, he sent me a message telling me that Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion has died. He was killed by Duan Ling Tian. He even asked me when the profound nether mansion found someone capable of killing Gong Sun Jing in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As soon as the profound nether mansion's disciple finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. A few disciples from the profound nether mansion stared at the name that was ranked 52nd in shock. Duan Ling Tian. He killed Gong Sun Jing? In the southern heaven ancient realm, all external forces, including celestial weapons, are prohibited. One can only use one's celestial origin energy, soul energy, and profundities to fight. If he killed Gong Sun Jing, doesn't that mean he's stronger than Gong Sun Jing? Is that possible? He's not even 100 years old. Patrol Inspector Qi, where did you find such a monster? Apart from the Azure Green Mansion, the profound Nether Mansion was shocked as well. At this moment, the name Duan Ling Tian resounded in the profound Nether Mansion. At the same time, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion discovered something. Since they had never heard of Duan Ling Tian before, it meant he had only joined the profound Nether Mansion recently. This explained why Duan Ling Tian was only an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion despite his strength. However, when they found out that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, they were all dumbfounded and fell silent. Duan Ling Tian? Apart from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors who brought Duan Ling Tian to the profound Nether Mansion, there was another person in the profound Nether Mansion who knew about Duan Ling Tian's background. This person was none other than Bihai Ming Feng, the other inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was sent into the southern heaven ancient realm by Inspector Qi. He's ranked 52nd on the scoreboard? He even killed Gong Sun Jing? Upon hearing this, Bihai Ming Feng immediately went to look for Qi Tianming. Senior Uncle Qi, what's going on? I met Duan Ling Tian when the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened. At that time, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's only been such a short time, but he's already strong enough to kill Gong Sun Jing in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and is ranked 52nd on the scoreboard? Bihai Ming Feng was usually gentle and refined. He was rarely emotional. However, at this very moment, he had completely lost his composure. He could not figure it out at all. How could a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial achieve such a monstrous feat in just a few years? The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In the face of Bihai Mingfeng's insistence to get to the bottom of the matter, Qi Tianming only replied with these 4 words. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Bihai Mingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Qi Tianming in shock. Don't tell me the rumor that some people in the southern heaven territory were tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into going to the Yen Huang heaven as a sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree is true? Bihai Ming Feng did not dare to confirm the rumor since he had only heard about it. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone in the profound Nether Mansion being tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into going to the Yen Huang heaven. However, when he thought about how Duan Ling Tian had achieved so much in just a few years, he had no choice but to believe the rumor. Duan Ling Tian was tricked into going to the Yen Huang heaven as well? Moreover, he even managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit right under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor? Bihai Ming Feng sucked in a cold breath. He's not the only one. Ling Jueyun from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and Murong Xiao Xiao from the Murong clan were also tricked into going to the Yen Huang heaven. Qi Tianming said, however, Murong Xiao Xiao is dead. The 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits were obtained by Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun didn't return from the Yen Huang heaven. His soul pearl in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect didn't shatter as well. When Qi Tianming learned that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Sun Liangpang, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had investigated the matter. Chapter 31-34. The 2 of them managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruits from under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor? How did they do it? Bihai Ming Feng was in disbelief. Even if the reincarnated celestial emperor's cultivation base was ordinary, he was confident he could control the situation since he dared to trick so many people. Under such circumstances, if the heaven sacrificial divine fruits bore fruit, He was almost certain he would be able to obtain them. However, Qi Tianming's words made Bihai Mingfeng speechless. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun managed to snatch the heaven-sacrificial divine fruits from under the nose of a reincarnated celestial emperor? I'm afraid they're the only ones who know. Bihai Mingfeng nodded. That so-called reincarnated immortal emperor. Could it be one of them? Bihai Mingfeng's eyes glinted as he speculated. I've thought about it as well. I've investigated this matter. Duan Lingtian can't be the reincarnated celestial emperor. After all, he hasn't left the Simplicity Celestial sect. It's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Yan Huang heaven. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, as for Ling Jueyun, I've investigated him in the Cloud Platform Celestial sect as well. He only left the Cloud Platform Celestial sect once when he went to the Yan Huang heaven. Based on the time he left, it's impossible for him to invite so many people to the Yan Huang heaven. If Bihai Mingfeng could think of it, how could Qi Tianming not think of it? What a surprise! Bihai Mingfeng muttered to himself. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Bihai Mingfeng knew he had overthought things. However, he could not hide the shock on his face. He did not expect this. He did not expect the two little fellows he had met at the Scaling Cloud Lake to obtain such heaven-defying fortuitous encounters in just a few years. Senior Uncle Qi, are you the one who invited Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Bihai Mingfeng could not help but ask when he recalled Duan Lingtian was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No. Qi Tianming shook his head. Qi Tianming shook his head with a bitter smile. I brought Duan Lingtian here to introduce him to the Imperial Tutor Palace. You want him to join the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years? Bihai Mingfeng knew Duan Lingtian's intention. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength at such a young age, it would be a piece of cake for him to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian was now a monster. Even in the top 10 clans and top 5 sects, no one at his age could be compared with him. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded and continued, then that person from the Imperial Tutor Palace set a test for him. Bihai Mingfeng quietly listened to Qi Tianming's words. He wanted to know what test the person from the Imperial Tutor Pavilion set for Duan Lingtian. He wants Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If Duan Lingtian manages to rank first 12 times in a row, he'll be allowed to join the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years. When Qi Tianming mentioned the test, Bihai Mingfeng was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. If he was not mistaken, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet, right? Even the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago would not have been able to pass such a test, right? In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion only has 13 points to rank 69th on the scoreboard. Now that I have 19 points, I should be able to rank in the top 60. Before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian had memorized everyone's points on the scoreboard. Based on his current points, he should be able to rank in the top 55. After all, he had just entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm not too long ago, so his ranking should not have changed much. Duan Lingtian didn't know that his appearance had caused the scoreboard that was originally like a pool of stagnant water to undergo a shocking change. In the past, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would not change much at the end of the month. However, due to Duan Lingtian's appearance, the scoreboard had changed a lot even though the month had almost ended. In the next 3 days, although Duan Lingtian brazenly flew across different terrains in the sky, he did not encounter any opponents at all. This can't go on. How am I supposed to accumulate points without any opponents? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The reason he did not encounter anyone after 3 days was not because everyone was avoiding him. It was because there were fewer and fewer people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of them had already entered and left the middle realm. After passing through a forest, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He saw a familiar valley in the distance. This valley is identical to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Is this the base of a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion as well? As soon as Duan Lingtian saw the valley, he saw a figure flying out of the valley. The figure happened to see Duan Lingtian as well. The figure was a burly man with a bare upper body. His muscles were bulging from head to toe. When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up immediately as he flew toward Duan Lingtian. His body seemed heavy and clumsy, but when he rushed over, his speed was not slow at all. A disciple of the profound nether mansion? When the burly man arrived near Duan Lingtian, he saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. An outer court disciple? When the burly man saw Duan Lingtian was only an outer court disciple, a frown appeared on his face. Did he come here to sightsee? However, those who came in for sightseeing can also come here safely? Based on what he knew, the profound nether mansion's base was quite far from here. Even a 10-direction celestial duke would need at least a day and a night to reach the middle realm. It was impossible for an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion to reach the middle realm without at least a few days of travel. How was it possible that the burly man did not encounter any opponents in the past few days? Wasn't his luck too good? The martial battle mansion? Duan Lingtian saw the burly man's identity token. The burly man was an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion. His name was Hung Feng. Hung Feng, Duan Lingtian recalled the names on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but Hung Feng's name was not on it. It was clear Hung Feng was not on the scoreboard. Naturally, this did not mean Hung Feng was not strong enough to make it into the scoreboard. Perhaps, he had just entered the middle realm and did not have enough points to make it into the scoreboard. The place behind you is the martial battle mansion's base? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hung Feng. That's right. Hung Feng nodded. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Boy, you're just an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. You're quite lucky to be able to make it this far. However, your luck ends here. Now, are you going to crush your accumulative point jade or do you want me to beat you up before you crush your accumulative point jade? Hung Feng asked. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, unless there was a major conflict between the profound nether mansion and the azure green mansion, the people from the two mansions would not kill each other. Naturally, there were also those who were bloodthirsty and would kill their opponents even if they did not belong to the same celestial mansion. Duan Lingtian had to admit that Hung Feng was not such a person. However, Hung Feng was just as lucky as Hung Feng. Then, please beat me up. Duan Lingtian's narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light flashed in them. Hung Feng was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to say such a thing. Boy, you've never heard of me? Hung Feng asked in a deep voice. Nope. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Hung Feng's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Hung Feng was a regular in the top 50 of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, almost everyone who paid attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm knew of him. He had only come out of closed-door cultivation today, so he was late in entering the middle realm. However, he did not expect to encounter a rash disciple who did not pay attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as soon as he entered the middle realm. Forget it. Why should I be so calculative with an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? It's normal for an outer court disciple to not pay attention to the scoreboard. The moment Hung Feng thought of this, his expression softened. He did not waste any time as he walked toward Duan Lingtian with a sway of his muscular body. Dong, 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 dong. Hung Feng stepped in the air, and with every step he took, there was a loud bang that sounded like the beating of a drum. During this process, with every step he took, a layer of earthy yellow light would explode from his body. It was gorgeous and resplendent. In the end, when he was not far away from Duan Lingtian, the layers of khaki halos shrunk and condensed. In the end, they transformed into layers of solid rock that covered his body like a rock armor. Of course, Hung Feng wasn't just wearing the rock armor. When he was wearing the rock armor, the aura he exuded was completely different. His aura was even more majestic than before, giving Duan Lingtian a sense of pressure. The rock-style profundity? When the khaki light shone on Hung Feng's body, Duan Lingtian knew Hung Feng had cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity. After all, he had first come into contact with the laws of Earth. Although he had not comprehended the profundity of the laws of Earth, He had a deep understanding of the laws of Earth, so he knew many profundities of the laws of Earth in detail. The profundity of rock body in the law of Earth was similar to the profundity of metal body in the law of metal, and the profundity of fire body in the law of fire. Of course, because the laws of Earth were adept in defense, the user's defense would be strengthened greatly after he utilized the profundities of the laws of Earth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Hung Feng was not far away from Duanling Tian, he opened his hands wide and released his celestial origin energy that was infused with the Earth elemental profundity. The Earth elemental profundity condensed into stone pillars in the air. Finally, these pillars formed a cage around Duanling Tian's body, trapping him inside. At the same time, a huge pressure enveloped Duanling Tian. Gravitational space profound. Chapter 31-35. The gravitational space profundity was one of the profundities from the law of Earth that Duanling Tian had come into contact with. In fact, he even knew the weak points of the gravitational space profundity. The distortion profundity. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins when he faced the gravitational space profundity and the cage that was shrinking. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it merged perfectly with the space elemental profundity. With 99 heavenly veins, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy was much faster than ordinary people. At this moment, Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity before he cast the distortion profundity. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the distortion profundity was cast, the space around Duanling Tian began to distort and vibrate again. The gravitational force that shrouded Duanling Tian disappeared without a trace. Naturally, this was not because Hang Feng had withdrawn the gravitational force from Duanling Tian. Instead, it was because Duanling Tian had used the distortion profundity to shatter the gravitational force on Duanling Tian. At this moment, the space around Duanling Tian was affected by the distortion profundity. Ordinary forces would not be able to get close to him. Territory profundity. Duanling Tian cast another profundity from the law of space, the territory profundity, when the cage was only 7 to 8 meters away from him. In just a blink of an eye, the space domain expanded. The space energy inside the domain combined with the distorting power Upanishad rolled toward the cage. Apparently, he wanted to break the cage directly. At this moment, Hung Feng finally regained his senses. He's a 10-direction celestial duke. These two profundities. Are they the distortion profundity and the territory profundity from the law of space? Hung Feng's strength was higher than Gong Sun Jing, whom Duanling Tian had killed. Naturally, his eyesight was not inferior to Gong Sun Jing's as well. For this reason, when Hang Feng used Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy to confirm Duanling Tian's cultivation base, he was able to identify the profundity of the law of space that Duanling Tian had cast. Hung Feng's expression darkened immediately. Vibration profundity. With just a thought, a kite energy appeared above the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity. It was similar to the distortion profundity from the law of space. Although Hung Feng's profundity, he did not have the profundity of space, the law of space profundity, Duanling Tian's territory profundity and the distortion profundity. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as the cage formed by Hang Feng's gravitational space profundity was crushed by Duanling Tian's power. In just a blink of an eye, the cage was reduced to dust. However, even though it had turned into powder that filled the sky, it only took a moment for the powder to once again condense into the cage from before. Moreover, the cage shrunk rapidly. It was clear Hung Feng was trying to trap Duanling Tian inside. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian's eyes glinted. A faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "The recovery profundity. Interesting." That was right. After Hung Feng's cage was crushed by Duanling Tian's power, it was able to recover so quickly because Hang Feng had cast the law of Earth's recovery profundity at this moment. The recovery profundity was the only recovery profundity in the law of Earth. Not only could it restore one's own celestial origin energy that had been fused with the Earth elemental profundity, but it could also restore everything that had been fused with the Earth elemental profundity. For example, The cage formed by the gravitational space profundity could be repaired by the recovery profundity. Up until now, Hung Feng, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion, had cast 5 profundities from the law of Earth. The Earth elemental profundity, the rock-style profundity, the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the recovery profundity. I, Hung Feng, have underestimated you. I didn't expect an outer court disciple like you would possess such strength. Hung Feng's loud voice rang in the air. However, if this is all you've got, I advise you to crush your accumulative point jade obediently. As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, the cage formed by the gravitational space profundity continued to shrink toward Duan Ling Tian. It was getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Hung Feng's vibration profundity was fully unleashed. It was on par with Duan Ling Tian's distortion profundity. Although Duan Ling Tian's distortion profundity was boosted by the territory profundity, it was boosted by the territory profundity. Hung Feng's vibration profundity was boosted by the gravitational space profundity and the rock-style profundity. The teleportation profundity. As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian vanished from his spot with just a thought. Hung Feng's eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian appeared behind Hung Feng. He narrowed his eyes as a restrictive energy shrouded Hung Feng, trapping him within it. This was the law of space's restraining profundity that Duan Ling Tian had cast. The territory profundity. The distortion profundity. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian cast the 2 profundities from the law of space again. The space profundity swept toward Hung Feng as though it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The space profundity seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. All of this was too sudden for Hung Feng. Even then, when Duan Ling Tian's space profundity shrouded Hung Feng, a layer of translucent crystal appeared on his rock armor. The crystal wall profundity. This was the defense profundity from the law of Earth. At this critical moment, Hung Feng cast the 6th profundity from the law of Earth that he had comprehended. At this moment, the strength that Hung Feng displayed was no longer inferior to the Azure Green Mansion's inner court disciple, Gong Sun Jing, who was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Boom, 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 boom. When Duan Ling Tian's energy landed on Hung Feng's body, it only managed to shatter the crystal. The remaining energy only managed to crack the rock armor on Hung Feng's body. Barf. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hung Feng finally managed to catch his breath. A powerful repulsive force swept out from his body. It was the repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity. Coupled with the vibration profundity, it swept out in all directions, causing the space that Duan Ling Tian had shackled to tremble slightly. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's energy collided with Hung Feng's energy. Both of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Recovery profundity. However, when Hung Feng cast the law of Earth's recovery profundity, not only did it repair Hung Feng's rock armor and crystal barrier, but it also strengthened his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the Earth elemental profundity. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian was at a disadvantage. The space elemental profundity, the distortion profundity, the territory profundity, the confinement profundity, and the teleportation profundity. When did the profound nether mansion have a 10-direction celestial duke like you? Although Hung Feng had the upper hand, his expression was solemn. He had never heard of such a person in the profound nether mansion before this. He was certain there was no doubt about it. If there was such a person in the profound nether mansion, even if he had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm before, he was certain Hung Feng was not a nobody. This was because he had not comprehended an ordinary law. Instead, he had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. In other words, the difficulty of comprehending 5 profundities from a supreme law like the law of space was comparable to comprehending 7 or 8 profundities from an ordinary law. At this moment, Hung Feng was no longer in the mood to force Duan Ling Tian to crush his accumulative point jade. When he discovered Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, he knew it was impossible for him to keep Duan Ling Tian here. In fact, Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape if his opponent was not a 10-direction celestial duke, who had comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity or other speed profundities. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. While Hung Feng was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a grim expression on his face, several figures flew out from the martial battle mansion's base. Senior brother Hung Feng? Who's this person? He's actually able to stand up to senior brother Hung Feng. He's a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Am I seeing things? He's an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Senior brother Hung Feng is in such a wretched state because of an outer court disciple? The newcomers were the disciples of the martial battle mansion. They had been in the martial battle mansion's base when they heard the commotion. Although Duan Ling Tian and Hung Feng had fought several times, it had only been a short while. I didn't expect you to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hung Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to the disciples of the martial battle mansion, even though they were all inner court disciples. Hung Feng's strength was not inferior to Gong Sun Jing from the Azure Green Mansion whom he had killed earlier. In fact, Gong Sun Jing might not even be a match for Hung Feng. Naturally, if Gong Sun Jing wanted to flee, Hung Feng might not be able to catch up to him. After all, Hung Feng's strength was the law of earth. His speed was his weakness. He said senior brother Hung Feng has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth. Is it possible that senior brother Hung Feng has cast 6 profundities from the law of earth in front of him? That might not be the case. Don't forget that senior brother Hung Feng isn't a nobody in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That person must have heard of senior brother Hung Feng, and knew senior brother Hung Feng had comprehended 6 profundities. Humph. Can't you see that senior brother Hung Feng has cast 6 profundities from the law of earth? Many of the martial battle mansion's inner court disciples who were relatively strong and discerning could tell Hung Feng had cast 6 profundities from the law of earth. Leave. You've comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space. I can't keep you here, Hung Feng said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, the group of martial battle mansion's inner court disciples was stunned. The teleportation profundity. Chapter 31-36. You can't stop me, but that doesn't mean I can't stop you. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, the space around Duan Ling Tian in the space territory began to stir. It was as though it was preparing for something. After a few moments, a ripping sound could be heard as a spatial tear appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. That's a spatial tear? Heavens! He actually tore a spatial tear? How is he so strong? No, he didn't use his own strength to tear a spatial tear. He used the law of space to tear a spatial tear. To be more precise, he's using the dimensional/profundity from the law of space. When the group of martial battle mansion's disciples were still in shock, a gray saber ray appeared from behind the spatial tear. This blade glow leaped out from behind the spatial crack. It was like a dimensional blade that traversed through another dimension. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to cause everything around it to pale in comparison. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the gray saber ray appeared from behind the spatial tear, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the other profundities from the law of space surged into the saber ray, causing the saber ray to grow rapidly. After the saber ray grew, the aura it emitted became even more terrifying. Although it was not targeted at the group of martial battle mansion's disciples, they still felt suffocated. How powerful! What a terrifying saber ray! So this is the dimensional/profundity from the law of space? The first offensive profundity from the law of space? The group of martial battle mansion's disciples who were not targeted could sense how terrifying the dimensional/profundity was. Naturally, Hung Feng, who was targeted by the dimensional/profundity, could sense how terrifying the gray saber ray was. At this moment, even though Hung Feng had cast the law of Earth's rock-style profundity, crystal barrier profundity, and other profundities from the law of Earth to block the dimensional/profundity, he did not feel safe at all. Defense profundity. Hung Feng took a deep breath before he cast the law of Earth's profundity that he had just comprehended. Numerous yellow talismans appeared around Hung Feng's body and began to revolve around him. Of course, these yellow talismans were a little dim and blurry. It was as if they could not provide much defense for Hung Feng. Senior brother Hung Feng has even used the 7th profundity of the law of Earth, the defense profundity? The disciples of the martial battle mansion held their breaths. They could see that Hang Feng was using all his strength. Boom! Rumble! Faced with a ferocious dimensional/profundity, Hang Feng used the seventh profundity of the law of earth that he had just comprehended. With a single thought, he combined the vibrational profundity of the law of earth with the gravitational space profundity to form a cage in front of him in an attempt to block the dimensional slash. At this moment, Hang Feng was defending with all his might and attacking with all his might. He did not dare to be careless. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body continued to surge out of his body, supporting both his defense and offense. At this moment, Hang Feng had completely fallen into a passive position. You've even comprehended the seventh profundity of the laws of earth, the defense profundity? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw that Hang Feng had even used the defense profound meaning that he had just comprehended. A faint smile appeared on his face as if he didn't care at all. If it's the profound of defense at novice level, he might be able to block my dimensional slash. However, this initial comprehension of the defense profoundness is still insufficient. It was as if he was setting off Duan Lingtian's thoughts. In the void, the dimensional slash whistled through the air, destroying Hang Feng's attack like it was nothing. Then, it continued to fly towards Hang Feng. Although the dimensional slash had consumed some of its energy, it was quickly replenished by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Of course, only Duan Lingtian, who had 99 heavenly veins, could recover from the dimensional slash in such a short time. Although the dimensional slash did not consume a lot of energy, it did not consume a lot of energy. However, if it was not for someone with 99 heavenly veins, it would not have been possible for him to recover so much energy in such a short time. Bass, 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 bass. The dimensional slash tore through the void as though it could destroy everything. The terrifying sound of the saber humming continuously rang in Hang Feng's ears. Although he had put all his energy into defending himself, he was still not confident of winning. The power of the dimensional slash was too strong. The law of space was indeed worthy of being one of the four supreme laws. Although Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he felt like he could defeat Hang Feng, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth and had just comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had been defeated while he had put all his energy into defending himself. After all, the law of earth he had comprehended could not be compared to the 4 supreme laws in terms of defense. But now, he had a strong feeling that dimensional slash could break through his defenses, injure him, and even kill him. Moreover, the sense of danger grew stronger as the dimensional slash approached him. In the end, he could not help but feel his head go numb. No! In the face of death, Hang Feng's eyes widened as his aura fluctuated violently. He could no longer maintain his composure. Hang Feng, who was on the brink of death, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He suddenly felt enlightened and enlightened. The doubts he had regarding the law of Earth's defense profundity had been resolved at this moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as the dimensional slash was about to cut through the yellow talismans that were revolving around Hang Feng, the originally dim and illusory yellow talismans suddenly solidified. With this, the talismans, which were originally vulnerable to the dimensional slash, became Hang Feng's first line of defense and barely managed to stop the dimensional slash. You managed to comprehend the law of Earth's defense profundity under the pressure of my attack? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he saw the situation. However, so what if you've comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity? The defense profundity is not attached to your body. I can use the law of space's teleportation profundity to send the dimensional slash behind the defense profundity. There's no need for me to be entangled with it. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The dimensional slash profundity that was in a stalemate with the defense profundity disappeared mysteriously. When it reappeared, it was behind the defense profundity and continued to attack Hang Feng. At this moment the defense profundity was useless. How is this possible? Hang Feng's expression changed drastically, and a look of despair appeared on his face. At this moment, it was already too late for him to withdraw the defense profundity. It was impossible for him to catch up with the speed of the dimensional slash. The The dimensional slash landed on the crystalline rock armor on Hang Feng's body. After a short stalemate, it cut through the rock armor as though it was tofu. The law of Earth's crystal wall profundity had completed its mission. Naturally, its sacrifice was not in vain. At the very least, it had offset half of the power of the dimensional slash profundity. After the crystal wall profundity came the rock-style profundity. The rock-style profundity was not the main defensive profundity from the law of Earth. Although it had some defensive properties, it could not be compared to the crystal wall profundity and the defense profundity. For this reason, Hang Feng's face turned deathly pale when the dimensional slash profundity cut through the rock armor's crystal wall. I can't believe I'm going to die in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In desperation, Hang Feng closed his eyes. At this moment, there was nothing he could do to turn the situation around. However, after a few moments, he discovered he did not die as he had expected. Although he felt an icy cold aura on his chest and even felt a burning pain, the dimensional slash that had landed on his body had disappeared at the same time. Bass! The crisp sound of a saber rang in the air before it disappeared. Hang Feng knew his opponent, the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple, had shown him mercy. Thank you for sparing my life. Hang Feng opened his eyes and looked at the small wound on his chest. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. Those who had not experienced the despair of death would not be able to understand how Hang Feng felt at this moment. It was as though Hang Feng had just walked through the gates of hell. Since you thought you could kill me and had no intention of killing me, naturally, I won't kill you, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Now, it's time for you to hand over your points, right? If Duan Lingtian did not use the transportation profundity to send the dimensional slash profundity behind Hang Feng would have died. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said. Since Hang Feng had no intention of killing him, Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. If Hang Feng had wanted to kill him from the beginning, he would not have held back. Of course. Hang Feng hastily brought out his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he could not help but feel relieved that he had not killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. No matter what, I owe you a favor. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you, Hang Feng said to Duan Lingtian before he crushed his accumulative point jade. His tone was sincere, and there was no hint of hypocrisy in it. After Hang Feng was sent away by the transportation formation in his accumulative point jade, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased by 1 point. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had 20 points in his accumulative point jade. He just came in? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he saw Hang Feng had only given him 1 point. After all, Hang Feng was much stronger than Gong Sun Jing, who had given him 13 points. This made him feel slightly unbalanced. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he had bumped into Hang Feng when he first came in. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, whoosh! Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away, blocking the path of a group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples who were trying to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to return? Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he looked at the group of Martial Battle Mansion's disciples. Chapter 31-37. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, each Grade 6 Celestial Mansion had its own campsite. Only those who had both the identity token of that immortal mansion and the point jade token of that immortal mansion were allowed to enter the encampment. Others were not allowed to enter. If they tried to force their way into the campsites, they would trigger the defensive formation the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had set up. It was impossible for a 10-direction Celestial Duke to breach the defensive formation. The group of disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion had been staying in the campsite. Regardless of how strong Duan Lingtian was, as long as they did not leave the campsite, it would be impossible for him to break into the campsite. However, they had left the campsite when Duan Lingtian and Hang Feng were fighting. When they saw Duan Lingtian had eliminated Hang Feng, their first thought was to return to the campsite. Unfortunately, as soon as they turned around, Duanling Tian had already blocked their path and was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. They had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength with their own eyes. Even Hang Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, was no match for Duanling Tian. Hang Feng had successfully comprehended the law of earth's defense profundity at the brink of death. They had witnessed this clearly. For this reason, they were shocked that Duanling Tian was able to defeat Hang Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. Even if Hang Feng had not comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, none of them would have been a match for him. Let alone Hang Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. However, now that they were faced with Duanling Tian, who was stronger than Hang Feng, they could not bring themselves to fight him at all. Duanling Tian, I'm willing to hand over my points. However, before I leave, I have a question for you. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? One of the disciples from the martial battle mansion knew it was impossible for him to return to the campsite under the protection of Duanling Tian. He took out his accumulative point jade. However, before he crushed his accumulative point jade, he asked Duanling Tian a question. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Following his question, the remaining disciples of the martial battle mansion glanced at Duanling Tian. Obviously, they were all interested in this question. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. The martial battle mansion's disciple could not help but curse when he saw Duanling Tian nodding. The people from the profound nether mansion are blind. How can someone like you be an outer court disciple? Duanling Tian, why don't you leave the profound nether mansion and join the martial battle mansion? My father is the vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion. I can ask him to recommend you to the martial battle mansion. If you're willing to join the martial battle mansion, my father will recommend you to become a core disciple of the martial battle mansion. The martial battle mansion's disciples suddenly changed the topic and began to poach the profound nether mansion's disciples. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the martial battle mansion's disciples lit up as they looked at Duanling Tian expectantly. If Duanling Tian joined the martial battle mansion would have a powerhouse who could dominate the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the future. Although Duanling Tian would not be of much help to them, they could still brag about it in front of the other disciples. I just joined the profound nether mansion a few days ago. Duanling Tian shrugged and said, Thank you for your kind offer, but I won't leave the profound nether mansion. Just joined the profound nether mansion a few days ago? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the martial battle mansion's disciple tried to dissuade him. However, he could see the determination in Duanling Tian's voice. The profound nether mansion is really lucky, the martial battle mansion's disciple, who claimed to be the son of the vice mansion master of the martial battle mansion, said bitterly as he crushed the accumulative point jade in his hand. Duanling Tian's accumulative point jade instantly skyrocketed. 29 points? Duanling Tian was pleasantly surprised when he saw the number of points on his accumulative point jade. He did not expect the martial battle mansion's disciple would have so many points. After all, not everyone had 9 points. 9 points should be on the scoreboard. Before I came in, there were 2 people with 9 points. One of them is a martial battle mansion's disciple called Lu Xiaozhou. Duanling Tian recalled the name of the martial battle mansion's disciple who had 9 points on the scoreboard before he entered the Heaven's Burial Ground. Lu Xiaozhou. Before Duanling Tian entered the profound nether mansion, Lu Xiaozhou was ranked 78th on the scoreboard. He was one of the 2 people who had 9 points. It was clear Lu Xiaozhou had obtained 9 points earlier than the other person. When Duanling Tian regained his senses, he turned to look at the group of martial battle mansion's disciples. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces at this moment. Earlier, when Duanling Tian was distracted, none of them took the opportunity to flee. None of them dared to take the lead. Based on the current situation, they would only have to give up their points and leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm earlier. Even if they gave up their points, it would not affect them at all since they were ranked outside the top 100. Naturally, they would not be rewarded by the martial battle mansion. The major celestial mansions in the southern heaven ancient realm, including the martial battle mansion, would reward their disciples who were ranked in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, even if they were ranked outside the top 20. Of course, Those who were ranked within the top 20 would not only receive preferential rewards, but they would also receive substantial rewards. If they tried to flee, they might infuriate the profound Nethermansion's disciple and kill him. For the sake of their lives, they did not dare to act recklessly. Crack, 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 crack. After one of the Martial Battlemansion's disciples crushed his accumulative point jade, the rest of the Martial Battlemansion's disciples followed suit. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade increased to 41 points. At the same time, the group of Martial Battlemansion's disciples disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. I saw the scoreboard before I came in. With 41 points, I'm ranked 45th. Duan Lingtian could still remember the scoreboard. Before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had 50 points while the person ranked 45th only had 36 points. With his current points, he could easily overtake the person ranked 45th and below. The higher one's ranking was, the greater the disparity between the scoreboard and the higher one's ranking was. When Duan Lingtian only had 6 points, he was ranked 93rd. When he had 19 points, he was ranked 52nd. Now that he had 41 points, he was only ranked 45th. His points had doubled, but his ranking on the scoreboard had only advanced by a few places. Before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was shocked when he saw his ranking on the scoreboard. The 50th place on the scoreboard was a watershed. Even if the top 50 were ranked close to each other, there would still be a gap of 3 places between them. On the other hand, the gap between the top 50 was very small. Those who are ranked in the top 50 must have comprehended at least 6 profundities and are in the process of comprehending a 7th profundity. Moreover, they must be the cream of the crop. Such people can easily defeat most people in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past, it would have been difficult for Hung Feng to rank in the top 50. However, with his strength, there's a high chance he'll rank in the top 50 from next month onward. Duan Lingtian thought there was a high chance Hung Feng would rank in the top 50 because Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. Although Hung Feng had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth, his speed was still his shortcoming. For those who comprehended the law of wind, even if they only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, as long as their second profundity was the gale profundity or another speed profundity, as long as they were not careless, they would be able to escape unscathed from Hung Feng. Of course, Hung Feng can also find someone who is faster but weaker than him to help him. That way, he'll have a chance to defeat his opponent, Duan Lingtian said. Although Hung Feng's speed was slow, he could easily find a helper from the Martial Battlemansion to help him. With this, it would be much easier for Hung Feng to rank in the top 50. In the Martial Battlemansion. It was a grade 6 celestial mansion just like the profound Nether Mansion. There were a few transporting formations in the Martial Battlemansion that led to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Hung Feng appeared miserably at one of the teleportation points, the person at the teleportation point was naturally very surprised. Hung Feng, you're injured? A group of elders and disciples from the Martial Battlemansion gasped when they saw the inch-deep wound on Hung Feng's chest. Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. In the Martial Battlemansion, his defense was invincible against those below the Celestial King realm. However, not only was Hung Feng eliminated, but he was also injured. It was clear someone had breached his defense. Hung Feng, who breached your defense? One of the elders asked in shock. Is it Lung Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion? The elders from the Martial Battlemansion asked this question because there were only a handful of people in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were less than 30 10-direction celestial dukes from the various celestial mansions who were capable of breaching Hung Feng's defense. In the past few days, only Lung Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion and Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion had managed to break through Hung Feng's defense with a change in points. Neither of them. Hung Feng shook his head as he looked at the scoreboard. A wry smile appeared on his face when he saw the names that had suddenly entered the top 50. It seems like they didn't make it back to the campsite. Hung Feng had a hunch about this. At this moment, a figure appeared at the transporting formations. It was none other than the Martial Battlemansion's disciple who had crushed his accumulative point jade in front of Duan Lingtian. Little Zhou Yu, why are you here?
The eyes of the Martial Battle Mansion's elder widened in shock when he saw the person who had just appeared. At the same time, he discovered the person who had just appeared was none other than Hang Feng.
Chapter 31-38. Lu Xiaozhou was the son of one of the vice mansion masters in the Martial Battle Mansion. Although he was not as strong as Hang Feng, he had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of metal, and was in the process of comprehending the 6th profundity from the law of metal. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Lu Xiaozhou's best result was to rank 69th on the scoreboard and enter the top 70. After all, this was a rare achievement for a 10-direction celestial duke who had only comprehended 5 profundities from a law. Naturally, this was due to the fact that Lu Xiaozhou had comprehended the law of metal. If he had comprehended the law of earth, he might not even be able to rank in the top 80, let alone the top 70. Earlier, the people in the transporting formation saw Lu Xiaozhou ranked 78th on the scoreboard. Lu Xiaozhou's ranking on the scoreboard was 78th. For Lu Xiaozhou, this could only be considered average. However, Lu Xiaozhou could still stay in there for 3 more days, so it was not impossible for him to obtain a better ranking. Many people were looking forward to seeing Lu Xiaozhou's performance. Who would have thought that after Hang Feng, Lu Xiaozhou would also be eliminated? Both of them were eliminated one after another. That person even defeated senior brother Hang Feng. I didn't even need to fight with him since I knew what was good for me. Lu Xiaozhou shrugged when he heard the elder's question. As soon as Lu Xiaozhou finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The Martial Battle Mansion's elder who asked Lu Xiaozhou finally regained his senses. He took a deep breath and asked, "You mean, you were also eliminated by the person who broke through Hang Feng's defense?" Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the Martial Battle Mansion's elder finished speaking, 2 more figures appeared. It was clear they were also eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 2 more people were eliminated? There are only a dozen people left in the Martial Battle Mansion, right? In less than 15 minutes, 4 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This was rare in the Martial Battle Mansion. Don't tell me both of you were eliminated by the person who eliminated Hang Feng and Xiaozhou as well? The elder asked in shock as he looked at the 2 disciples who were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the 4 of them were eliminated in such a short period of time. This was unlikely to be a coincidence. Yes. Under the shocked gazes of the Martial Battle Mansion's elders and disciples, the 2 Martial Battle Mansion's elders nodded in agreement. Actually, there were 7 people who were eliminated along with us. They must have entered the middle realm through another transporting formation. That's why they weren't sent here. As soon as this person finished speaking, the entire crowd fell into a deathly silence again. There were still 7 people who had been eliminated? In other words, 11 people, including Hang Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, had been eliminated in just 15 minutes. Moreover, they were all eliminated by the same person? After eliminating us, he has already entered the top 50. Lu Xiaozhou's gaze fell on the light screen of the scoreboard not far away, and he sighed with a bitter smile. The elders and disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion immediately shifted their attention to the ranking after hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words. With a glance, their gazes converged on the name that was ranked 45th. They had paid attention to the people who were previously ranked in the top 50 and had an impression of them. However, this name had only appeared there now. Naturally, some of them had noticed this name as well. If I'm not mistaken, this name only has 19 points. He's a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, we've never heard of such a person in the Profound Nether Mansion before. One of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples said, "That's right. I've never heard of such a person before. Duan Ling Tian? Since when did the Profound Nether Mansion have such a person? Is he a hidden trump card of the Profound Nether Mansion?" At this moment, the people from the Martial Battle Mansion finally realized who Duan Ling Tian was. The person who had defeated Hang Feng and eliminated Lu Xiaozhou and the others was none other than Duan Ling Tian. What did it mean for him to be able to break through Hang Feng's defenses? This meant Duan Ling Tian was in the top 50. The Profound Nether Mansion's disciple was definitely strong enough to rank in the top 30. Are all of you really eliminated by him alone? The Martial Battle Mansion's elder who had questioned Lu Xiaozhou earlier asked in disbelief. He had assumed Hang Feng was eliminated by Lung Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion. After all, they were the only people in the Middle Realm who were capable of defeating Hang Feng. However, Hang Feng denied it. When Lu Xiaozhou and the others returned, Lu Xiaozhou told them that the person who had eliminated them was none other than Duanling Tian, a disciple from the Profound Nether Mansion. He found this hard to believe. It's normal that we haven't heard of him. He told me he only joined the Profound Nether Mansion a few days ago. Moreover, the identity token on his waist is only an outer court disciple's identity token, Lu Xiaozhou said. For this reason, I think the Profound Nether Mansion must have hired him as an external helper. Moreover, I'm afraid this external helper has a powerful background. Lu Xiaozhou's eyes glinted brightly when he finished speaking. As soon as he crushed his accumulative point jade, he boldly extended his divine consciousness to probe Duanling Tian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Due to this, he discovered something shocking. He discovered Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old. He was not even 100 years old, but he had defeated Hang Feng who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. What did this mean? Lu Xiaozhou was certain of this. If he had not personally investigated Duanling Tian's age, he would not have believed Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old. Even he would not have believed it if someone told him Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old. For this reason, he did not intend to reveal this matter to anyone. Unless someone else discovered it, he would only say it out loud. Otherwise, no one would believe him even if he said it out loud. It was meaningless. He joined the Profound Nether Mansion a few days ago? An outer court disciple? Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, realization dawned on the Martial Battle Mansion's elders and disciples. Hang Feng, what law did that person comprehend? Since he was able to breach your defenses, he must have comprehended an offensive law, right? The Martial Battle Mansion's elder looked at Hang Feng curiously. Apart from that, he must have comprehended at least 7 profundities from the law of earth, right? Upon hearing the Martial Battle Mansion's elder's words, everyone, including Lu Xiaozhou, turned to look at Hang Feng. Although Lu Xiaozhou knew Duanling Tian had comprehended the law of space, he did not know how many profundities Duanling Tian had comprehended from the law of space. Since he was not familiar with the law of space, and he was not the one who had fought Duanling Tian, he did not know how many profundities Duanling Tian had used from the law of space. I don't know how many profundities he has comprehended from the law of earth, but he defeated me with 7 profundities from the law of earth. Hang Feng replied. Duanling Tian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, had used 6 profundities from the law of space when they fought. When Duanling Tian had used the cross-dimensional profundity, Hang Feng, who had comprehended the defense profundity, thought he would be able to block Duanling Tian's attack. Who would have thought Duanling Tian would use the law of space's transportation profundity to bypass his defense profundity and attack him? With that, Hang Feng's defense profundity would be rendered useless. Duanling Tian used 7 profundities. It's not surprising that you were defeated. As long as the profundities Duanling Tian comprehended from the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of fire, the law of thunder, and the law of destruction are not weak, they'll be able to break through your defense. The Martial Battle Mansion's elder knew Hang Feng's strength very well, so he made such a decision. Elder Yun, I'm afraid you're unaware that senior brother Hang Feng's defense was breached after he comprehended the defense profundity. Before Hang Feng could reply, Lu Xiaozhou had already spoken. What? Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, the elder from the Martial Battle Mansion was shocked. Hang Feng has comprehended the defense profundity? Based on his knowledge, Hang Feng had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of earth. As for the 7th profundity, the defense profundity, he had only just begun to comprehend it. However, based on Lu Xiaozhou's words, Hang Feng had comprehended the defense profundity? Hang Feng, the elder from the Martial Battle Mansion, turned to look at Hang Feng, hoping to get an answer from him. Yes. Hang Feng nodded. Speaking of which, I have to thank him. When I fought with him, I comprehended the defense profound meaning at the brink of death. As for him,
It was only after I comprehended the defense profundity that he used the 7th profundity of the law he comprehended.
Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat me with just 6 profundities. Fear still lingered in Hang Feng's heart when he recalled how powerful Duan Lingtian's attack was at that time. You're saying he only used 6 profundities to break through your defense before you comprehended the defense profundity? He only used 7 profundities to break through your defense after you comprehended the defense profundity? The martial battle mansion's elder's eyes narrowed as he gasped. The other elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion, who were aware of Hang Feng's strength, gasped as well. Is it possible that he has comprehended the supreme law? Another elder from the martial battle mansion asked with a solemn expression on his face. In his opinion, even if someone who had comprehended the law of wind, the law of metal, the law of thunder, the law of destruction, or any of the other laws could not break through Hang Feng's defense when he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. After all, 2 of the profundities from the law of earth that Hang Feng had comprehended were defensive profundities. On top of that, Hang Feng had also comprehended the law of Earth's rock body technique. For this reason, he made a bold guess. Chapter 31-39. After all, the 4 supreme laws were mysterious and powerful. Although not all of the 4 supreme laws were offensive laws, some of their mysteries were so strange that they could often ignore the defenses of the law of earth. For this reason, the elders from the martial battle mansion came to such a conclusion. Elder Lu, you're right. That person has comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou said in a timely manner. The law of space. Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, apart from those who had just come out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the people from the martial battle mansion were shocked. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he's not even 1,000 years old? Where did the profound nether mansion find such a monstrous person? Many of the elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion gasped. They must have paid a hefty price to recruit someone like that, right? Is it worth it for the profound nether mansion to do this? Many people voiced their doubts. When you find out that Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, you'll be so shocked that you won't be able to recover from your shock. Lu Xiaozhou thought to himself as he glanced at the elders and disciples from the martial battle mansion. At the same time, he sent a message to his father. Others might not believe his words, but he knew that his father would definitely believe him. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion who's not even 100 years old, is a 10-direction celestial duke? Moreover, he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space? Lu Xiaozhou's father, one of the vice mansion masters of the martial battle mansion, was stunned when he received Lu Xiaozhou's message. Father, do you think that such an existence could be from the upper 7 regions? Lu Xiaozhou asked through the message transmission. However, because his father was too shocked by his previous message, his father was still in a daze when he received the message. Meanwhile, news of 11 people, including Hang Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, being eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm by the same person caused a huge commotion in the martial battle mansion. The people from the martial battle mansion were even more shocked when they learned that Hang Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity. After Hang Feng comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, I'm afraid there are only a handful of people in the southern heaven ancient realm who are capable of breaching his defenses, right? Yes. I'm afraid only a few 10-direction celestial dukes, who have comprehended 8 profundities from the law of earth, would be able to break through Hang Feng's defense. Most importantly, that person was hired by the profound nether mansion. Don't tell me the profound nether mansion has hired someone to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Right now, there are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. No matter how strong that person is, it's impossible for him to enter the top 30 unless he encounters Lang Yunyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion. That's right. If he defeats Lu Ji and obtains Lu Ji's points, he'll be able to enter the top 30. If he encounters Lang Yunyu and defeats him, he'll be able to enter the top 10. Although the middle realm of the southern heaven territory isn't vast, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to encounter Lang Yunyu and Lu Ji in just a few days. Currently, the people from the Martial Battle Mansion thought Duan Ling Tian was hired by the Profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, how could such a powerful person be an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion? In the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, many Grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, most of them had only hired outsiders to help the Grade 6 celestial mansions rank in the top 20. None of the Grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders who were strong enough to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian, who was hired by the Profound Nether Mansion, had attracted a lot of attention from the Martial Battle Mansion after he breached the defense of Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth. In fact, many people who did not pay much attention to the scoreboard began to pay attention to Duan Ling Tian's ranking. There are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. I wonder how many places Duan Ling Tian will advance this month. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered at the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many of them were looking at the name that was ranked 45th on the scoreboard. At this moment, it was as though the name that was ranked first was not as attractive as the name that was ranked 45th. While the Martial Battle Mansion was shocked by Duan Ling Tian, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions who were paying attention to Duan Ling Tian were shocked as well. In the Profound Nether Mansion, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions were also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As a Grade 6 celestial mansion where Duan Ling Tian resided, it was only natural that Duan Ling Tian's name was in the top 50. When Duan Ling Tian first arrived at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people thought Duan Ling Tian was only there for sightseeing. They thought so because Duan Ling Tian was personally escorted there by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, and because Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. How could a young man who was not even 100 years old enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to compete on the scoreboard if he was not there for sightseeing? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian entered the top 100. At that time, some people thought Duan Ling Tian had cheated, but most of them thought Duan Ling Tian was just lucky. Then, Duan Ling Tian killed Gong Sun Jing, an inner court disciple from the Azure Green Mansion, one of the Profound Nether Mansion's enemies, and rose to the 52nd place. At this moment, the people who thought Duan Ling Tian had cheated and Duan Ling Tian's luck had disappeared. Instead, they were discussing Duan Ling Tian's background. There were 3 transporting formations in the Profound Nether Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, the 3 transporting formations in the Profound Nether Mansion were even more crowded than the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion. This was especially true at the transporting formation where Duan Ling Tian entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Many people were asking the elder who had helped Duan Ling Tian obtain the accumulative point Jade. Elder, is Duan Ling Tian really not even 100 years old? Elder, is there anything special about Duan Ling Tian? Is he even human? Elder, when you helped Duan Ling Tian obtain the accumulative point Jade, did you expect him to achieve such a result? At this moment, the elder from the Profound Nether Mansion who helped Duan Ling Tian obtain the accumulative point Jade was akin to a celebrity from Earth in Duan Ling Tian's past life. He was surrounded by reporters who bombarded him with questions. Duan Ling Tian is the external help Inspector Qi found? Patrol Inspector Qi, where did you find such external help? As time passed, most of the people in the Profound Nether Mansion no longer doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength. After all, many of the elders from the Profound Nether Mansion were on good terms with the elders from the Martial Battle Mansion. Therefore, they learned about Duan Ling Tian's shocking feat of eliminating 11 people from the Martial Battle Mansion in just 15 minutes. Among the 11 people from the Martial Battle Mansion, there were also Hang Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, 2 people who could enter the top 100 every month. Duan Ling Tian comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Space. Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion had cast 7 profundities from the Law of Earth, including the Crystal Barrier profundity and the Defense profundity. However, Duan Ling Tian still managed to break through his defenses. If Duan Ling Tian didn't show mercy, Hung Feng would have died. Hung Feng was almost killed by Duan Ling Tian, even after he comprehended the Defense profundity. Heavens! Apart from being a 10-direction celestial duke, Duan Ling Tian has comprehended the Law of Space as well? Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's profundity as well? Is he really not even 100 years old? The fact that Duanling Tian isn't even 100 years old has been confirmed by too many people, to the extent that we have no choice but to believe it. I really wonder where Inspector Qi found such external help. Patrol Inspector Qi might not be able to find such external help, right? I think Lord Mansion Master is the one who sent Inspector Qi here. Inspector Qi is only here to bring Duanling Tian to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That should be the case. More and more people began to think Duanling Tian was hired by the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion at a great cost. However, what they did not know was that, when the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion learned about Duanling Tian and his performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was stunned. Patrol Inspector Qi, this Duanling Tian. What's going on? The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was a tall middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After hearing about the Duanling Tian, he immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming. Because Qi Tianming was the one who brought him here, he knew nothing about it. Prior to this, he did not even know Duanling Tian existed in the Profound Nether Mansion. The eyes of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion brightened immediately when he learned about the situation from Qi Tianming. It seemed like the Profound Nether Mansion was finally going to have a new imperial tutor after 30,000 years. However, when he heard about the test the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duanling Tian, the joy on his face froze. Then, he smiled wryly and muttered under his breath, "Grandmaster." Why would he set such a test for him? After all, he's not even 100 years old yet.
For this reason, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion left his residence and made his way to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Naturally, Duanling Tian, who was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, was oblivious to all of this. If only there's a map with the locations of the other Celestial Mansion's bases. That way, I can wait outside their bases. Duanling Tian, who had tasted the sweetness of victory outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base, planned to find another Celestial Mansion's base and rob them of their points. Chapter 3140. I haven't seen a single person in the past 2 days and 2 nights, let alone a grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. Ever since Duanling Tian left the Martial Battle Mansion's base, he had not encountered any other grade 6 Celestial Mansions. However, he could still remember the location of the Martial Battle Mansion's base and the Profound Nether Mansion's base. After all, even if he eliminated the people from the Profound Nether Mansion, he would not be able to obtain their points. Instead, he would only benefit the people from the other Celestial Mansions who were closest to the Profound Nether Mansion. As for the Martial Battle Mansion's base, he had eliminated 11 people in the past 2 days. Would there be anyone left? Would there be anyone waiting to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Why would the disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion return? Even if they did not return to the base, they would still be sent back to the Martial Battle Mansion. For this reason, Duanling Tian did not waste his time in the Martial Battle Mansion's base. There are only 2 days and 2 nights left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm resets. It's obvious there aren't many people left in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack if we want to find more people. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he made his way through the teleportation profundity. At this moment, he no longer harbored any hope of running into anyone else. It seems like I've entered the middle realm too late this month. I think I'll only have 41 points after I leave this place. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he brought out his accumulative point jade and weighed it in his hand. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian arrived at a mountainous forest with steep terrain. In the past, he had to tread carefully when he passed through mountainous forests with such terrain. However, at this moment, he did not think there would be anyone here. Even if there were people here, they would not be strong at all. After all, most of the people who were ranked at the top were no longer in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. About half an hour after Duanling Tian relaxed, he suddenly came to a halt. At the same time, he saw someone flying toward him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in a green aura rushed towards him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. As the other party's hands moved, A blade made entirely of wind blades whizzed towards him. Hum! The saber hummed, and a sharp aura instantly enveloped Duan Lingtian. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't react in time. After all, Duan Lingtian was completely relaxed just a moment ago. But so what? Teleportation profound. The wind blade was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. It would only take a moment for the wind blade to land on Duan Lingtian. However, just as the wind blade was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian disappeared with a thought. For a moment, all the wind blades that were condensed from the wind blades slashed through the air. Teleportation. The figure, whose body was wrapped in green qi, suddenly paused. His pupils shrank slightly and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He was skilled in the law of wind. In terms of speed, not many people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were faster than him. Even so, Duan Lingtian had still managed to dodge his attack. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had disappeared from his sight without leaving a trace. What else could it be if this was not the law of space's teleportation profundity? Restraining profundity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had teleported behind him, cast the law of space's restraining profundity and shackled the area where the man was standing. Territory profundity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian released his spatial territory that enveloped an area of 10 meters around him. With another teleportation, he appeared near the imprisoned figure and shrouded him in his spatial territory. At this moment, the figure turned around and met Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had cast the restraining profundity and the territory profundity on the figure did not seem to be affected at all. The figure's body was shrouded in green qi with tiny wind blades that easily resisted the space energy in Duan Lingtian's space territory. Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji? As soon as the figure turned around, Duan Lingtian saw the identity token hanging on the figure's waist. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the words of a profound Nether Mansion's disciple he had heard before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji has only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has already accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30. At that time, it was his first time hearing about Lu Ji. Then, he saw Lu Ji's name on the scoreboard. At that time, Lu Ji was ranked 33rd on the scoreboard with more than 100 points. It would take him less than 20 points to rank in the top 30. If Lu Ji didn't leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he should have been forcefully sent out today. After all, today should be his last day in the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. An outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian was looking at Lu Ji's identity token. Lu Ji was also looking at Duan Lingtian's identity token. Duan Lingtian? Lu Ji frowned. He had never heard of anyone in the profound Nether Mansion who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. The teleportation profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. If an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, even if he had only comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity, he would not be a nobody. For this reason, Lu Ji was confused. He had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Apart from the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the territory profundity, and the restraining profundity, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space so far. An outer court disciple who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space? For such an existence, unless he had never displayed his strength in front of others, he would definitely not be a nameless figure. The distortion profundity. The cross-dimensional / profundity. Lu Ji was still puzzled by the fact that he had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping. He continued to cast the other 2 profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, the distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional / profundity. In just a blink of an eye, the space around Lu Ji began to distort. The force of the distortion shattered the tiny wind blades hovering around Lu Ji's body. Rip! A spatial crack appeared in the void, followed by a buzzing sound. A gray blade light swept out from behind the spatial crack.
The gray saber ray was the center of attention. Everything in the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison to it. The saber ray's target was Lu Ji. It seemed like it had no intention of slowing down at all. It was not difficult to see that if Lu Ji failed to break free from Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles, he would definitely be killed by the cross-dimensional profundity. Don't let me see you next month. Lu Ji had a ferocious expression on his face as he spat out these words. Then, he crushed the jade token that he had just taken out. The green light that shrouded Lu Ji managed to block the cross-dimensional profundity for a brief moment before he was sent out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by the transportation formation. This was the most humiliating time Lu Ji had ever been eliminated from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When he saw Duan Lingtian's identity token, he had assumed Duan Lingtian was just an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Although it was shocking that an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended 3 or 4 profundities from the law of space, it was not enough to threaten him. When he saw Duan Lingtian cast another 2 profundities from the law of space, making a total of 6 profundities from the law of space, he knew he had been careless. He should not have allowed Duan Lingtian to cast so many profundities from the law of space. At this moment, it was too late for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Even if he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, it would be impossible for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space in such a short time. It would take time for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space. However, he did not have that much time. If he tried to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space, the cross-dimensional profundity would have landed on him before he could even break free. Moreover, the cross-dimensional profundity was so fast that he did not have enough time to block it. It was too late. It was too late. For this reason, Lu Ji was left with only one option. He had to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm while he was busy blocking Duan Lingtian's attack. That way, he would be able to escape with his life. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, even though he had decisively made such a choice, he was still very unwilling to accept it. If he had been prepared, he would have been able to defeat or even kill Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space, Lu Ji had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Therefore, he was confident he could catch up to Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. If I use my speed to evade his shackles of space and territory, and use my speed to catch up to his teleportation profundity, it won't be difficult for me to defeat or even kill him. In a way, my speed is the bane of his existence. Lu Ji thought to himself as he was sent away by the transporting formation. He was so frustrated that he was on the verge of losing his mind. However, no matter how frustrated he was still eliminated by Duan Lingtian. 113 points? As soon as Lu Ji's accumulative point jade shattered, Duan Lingtian discovered the points in his accumulative point jade had increased by 113 points. Initially, he had 41 points. Chapter 3141. In Hanqing Mansion. At this moment, a figure appeared at one of the portals in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Lu Ji. It's senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji has come out. It's a pity that senior brother Lu Ji's ranking stopped at the 31st place. However, it's also because senior brother Lu Ji entered later. Otherwise, with senior brother Lu Ji's strength, it would not be difficult for him to enter the top 30. That's right. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Hanqing Mansion. Many of them shifted their attention away from the scoreboard. For this reason, they did not notice Lu Ji's name. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, his name, who was originally ranked 31st, had disappeared from the scoreboard. At the same time, his name, who was originally ranked 30th, had dropped by 1 place. As for the rankings after that, there were some timely changes. The names of those who were ranked after 45th all moved forward by 1 place. In fact, this was a huge change in the scoreboard. However, since most of the people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were focused on Lu Ji, they did not notice the change in the scoreboard. Meanwhile, an uproar broke out in the middle of the other portals in the Hanqing Mansion. Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Heavens! Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Is he eliminated? Who's strong enough to eliminate him in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Could it be the person who eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hang Feng? That's him. Look, he already has 154 points and is ranked 25th on the scoreboard. It seems like he's the one who eliminated senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji had 113 points previously, and Lu Ji has 41 points now. With senior brother Lu Ji's points, Lu Ji has 154 points. The group of elders and disciples of the Han Qing Mansion looked at the 25th name on the scoreboard. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Although the owner of this name had eliminated Hang Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion, Hang Feng had comprehended 6 profundities of a law and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity of that law, just like Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. However, Hang Feng had comprehended the law of earth. On the other hand, Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion had comprehended the law of wind. Moreover, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. He was much stronger than Hang Feng. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only a handful of 10 Directions Celestial Dukes would be able to stop Lu Ji. But now, Lu Ji had been eliminated. Duan Ling Tian? After Lu Ji came out, he ignored the gazes of the surrounding people. His gaze immediately fell on the scoreboard, and he quickly found the name that he hated to the bone. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, and his face became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. At the same time, the surrounding group of people also noticed that something was wrong from Lu Ji's current state. When they followed Lu Ji's gaze and looked at the scoreboard, their pupils constricted and they all gasped in unison. How is this possible? Senior Lu Ji was also eliminated by Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Who's Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion? I've never heard of him before. Is he really an external help the Profound Nether Mansion hired? He must be an external help. If the Profound Nether Mansion has such a person, why do they keep him a secret until this month? It's impossible for such a person to be a nobody in the Profound Nether Mansion. I heard that Duan Ling Tian is only an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. If he's not an external help, how could he be an outer court disciple with his strength? I heard from a friend in the Profound Nether Mansion that Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old. Moreover, he's certain the Profound Nether Mansion hired Duan Ling Tian. What? Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old? Impossible. That's impossible. As more and more people spoke, some of them said they had heard that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. However, no one believed them. Lu Ji, is Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion? When the disciples of the Han Qing Mansion saw Lu Ji's unsightly expression, none of them dared to question him. However, some of the elders from the Han Qing Mansion did not hesitate to ask. Yes, he's an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. At the very least, his identity token is an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Lu Ji replied in a deep voice. Is he really stronger than you? Another elder from the Han Qing Mansion asked. Humph. If I wasn't careless, he would have been eliminated instead of me. Lu Ji's expression darkened as he stared at Duan Ling Tian's name on the scoreboard. He snarled, if I encounter him again next month, I'll change my surname to his if I don't eliminate him. Lu Ji left as soon as he finished speaking. Lu Ji's words before he left also caused the eyes of the Han Qing Mansion's group to brighten. This was because they could hear the confidence in Lu Ji's tone. This time, Lu Ji's elimination should really be due to his carelessness. After all, Duan Ling Tian had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple token was hanging on his waist. It was only natural that they would be careless when they saw him. Lu Ji. Is he really less than 100 years old? Just as Lu Ji's figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight, another Han Qing Mansion elder asked. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Do you think he's younger than 100 years old? Before Lu Ji's figure disappeared in front of everyone, he left behind these words. Of course, The reason why he said this was because he didn't use his divine sense to investigate Duan Ling Tian at all. When he discovered Duan Ling Tian, he immediately attacked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought. He had originally thought that he could easily capture the person, but he had actually eliminated him. For this reason, he did not notice that Duan Ling Tian was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, when he heard someone say Duan Ling Tian was younger than 100 years old, his first thought was, ridiculous. Others might not know about Duan Ling Tian's strength, but he knew very well about it. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? It was impossible. He has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? After Lu Ji left, the group of Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples looked at each other. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Although they had expected this outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion to be extraordinary, they were prepared for the possibility that he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. However, it was not as shocking as Lu Ji's words. How difficult was it to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? It was not as difficult as comprehending 8 or 9 profundities from an ordinary law. Previously, my friend from the Martial Battle Mansion told me that Duan Ling Tian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems like it's true. A Han Qing Mansion's disciple said at this moment. 7 profundities from the law of space? Are you sure? The rest of the Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples turned to look at the Han Qing Mansion's disciple who had just spoken. If this was true, it meant that Lu Ji had not underestimated Lu Ji. Did this mean Duan Ling Tian did not use his full strength when he eliminated Lu Ji? In that case, even if Lu Ji was not careless, he might not be able to eliminate Duan Ling Tian. While the Han Qing Mansion was shocked by the news of Lu Ji's elimination, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, including the profound Nether Mansion, were similarly shocked. Duan Ling Tian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, has accumulated more than 150 points and is ranked 25th after just 5 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there are many people who have accumulated more points than him after entering the middle realm for 5 days, none of them entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. It's common knowledge that the closer one is to the end of the month, the slower one will be to accumulate points. Not only is Duan Ling Tian strong, but he's also very lucky. After all, he only managed to accumulate so many points because he encountered Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion and eliminated him. His current ranking is second only to the profound Nether Mansion's Zhou Hong Jia. It was Duan Ling Tian's first time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and he managed to rank 25th after just 5 days. At this moment, all the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory learned of his name. Although most of the Grade 6 celestial mansions knew Duan Ling Tian was from the profound Nether Mansion, most of them thought Duan Ling Tian was hired by the profound Nether Mansion to help the profound Nether Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. When the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm came to a halt, the people in the middle realm were transported out one by one. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duan Ling Tian exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a disappointed expression could be seen on his face. After all, he did not encounter anyone else in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the next 2 days after he eliminated Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion. Duan Ling Tian is out. As soon as Duan Ling Tian exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he discovered he was surrounded by people. Many of them were staring at him with bright eyes. Soon after, their divine consciousness shrouded him. He's really not even 100 years old. Heavens! I thought it was just a rumor. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian is really not even 100 years old. No one in the Southern Heaven Territory has managed to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before the age of 100. Not only did Duan Ling Tian enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but he's even ranked 25th. That's because Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. I can't wait to see Duan Ling Tian's performance next month.
Chapter 3142. Although Duanling Tian had seen many similar scenes along the way, he was not surprised at all. However, he had never seen anything like this before. Now that he was forcefully transported from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to the middle realm, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. His surroundings were completely surrounded, and many gazes filled with surprise fell on him. Apart from that, there were also a lot of divine consciousness in his surroundings. Duanling Tian, did you really comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? I have a friend who's a disciple of the Han Qing Mansion. According to him, Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion said you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples asked curiously. Duanling Tian, I also heard that you've comprehended the law of space. My cousin is a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. He said Hang Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion said you've comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Is it true? Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. Upon hearing the 2 profound Nether Mansion's disciples' words, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion turned to look at Duanling Tian curiously. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer as well. After all, a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old was enough to shock them. If a 10-direction celestial duke had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, how heaven-defying would he be? Goosebumps rose on their skin when they thought about it. Duanling Tian. Just as Duanling Tian was frowning slightly because he was surrounded and questioned by a group of people, a loud voice sounded from outside the crowd. Duanling Tian was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Swoosh! As soon as Qi Tianming called out to Duanling Tian, before the crowd could react, Duanling Tian had already vanished from his spot. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had reappeared next to Qi Tianming. At this moment, the crowd finally regained their senses. When they saw Duanling Tian leaving, an uproar broke out among them. Is that the teleportation profound? That's right. It was the space law's teleportation profundity. Otherwise, how could I, a dignified immortal king, be unable to capture the traces of his movements? Teleportation Upanishad is to teleport and disappear from the original spot. When you reappear at the destination, you won't leave any trace. Now, we can be certain that Duanling Tian is not even 100 years old, and he has indeed comprehended the law of space. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. In order to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity, one must first comprehend the law of space's basic profundity, the space elemental profundity. Duanling Tian has comprehended at least 2 profundities of the law of space. I wonder if he has really comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space. I'm afraid that Hang Feng and Lu Ji from the Martial Battle Mansion deliberately spread the news that he has comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, so that people won't laugh at them. That's not impossible. However, since he was able to eliminate Hang Feng and Lu Ji, even if he hasn't comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, it's enough to prove that he's not simple. That's natural. Those who can make it into the top 30 are definitely not easy to deal with. Duanling Tian's ears gradually drifted away from the discussion behind him. I didn't expect you to rank so high in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in such a short time. Moreover, it's only the end of the month. On the way back to Qi Tianming's cultivation ground, Qi Tianming glanced at Duanling Tian and lamented. It was common knowledge that the closer it was to the end of the month, the harder it was to obtain points in the middle realm. I was just lucky. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. He knew very well in his heart, if he did not run into Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would not have been able to rank in the top 50. It's true that you were lucky to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base and meet Lu Ji. However, if you weren't strong enough, it would have been useless even if you met Lu Ji. You might have even been eliminated by them. Qi Tianming smiled. With Qi Tianming's status, it was not difficult for him to investigate Duanling Tian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duanling Tian had found the Martial Battle Mansion's base, blocked their entrance, and eliminated more than 10 people from the Martial Battle Mansion. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
After all, it was a great provocation to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. If someone did something like that, they would definitely be targeted by the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the future. For example, Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would definitely be targeted by the Martial Battle Mansion. Among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng's strength was not bad. However, there were a few people who were stronger than him. Of course, what he meant by stronger than Hang Feng was that his overall strength was stronger than Hang Feng's. In terms of defense, no one below the Celestial King realm in the Martial Battle Mansion was a match for Hang Feng. Among those who were stronger than Hang Feng, there were some who had only comprehended 6 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity. Take Lu Ji from the Han Qing Mansion for example. Although his comprehension of profundities was not as high as Hang Feng's, his overall strength was still much stronger than Hang Feng's. Naturally, it was impossible for Lu Ji to eliminate Hang Feng since he could not break through Hang Feng's defense. It was even more impossible for Hang Feng to eliminate Lu Ji since he could easily defeat Hang Feng with his speed. Lord Mansion Master came to see me a few days ago to ask about you. Even Lord Mansion Master is paying close attention to you. Qi Tianming looked at Duan Ling Tian with a satisfied expression on his face. No matter what, he was the one who brought Duan Ling Tian to the Profound Nether Mansion. He was the one who recommended Duan Ling Tian to join the Profound Nether Mansion. If Duan Ling Tian became the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, he would definitely be rewarded by both the Mansion Master and the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. And those benefits were definitely something that would make the other inspectors extremely envious. After all, he knew Duan Ling Tian was not a petty person. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was not a petty person. On the other hand, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was a senior to the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not reward Duan Ling Tian, he would still benefit greatly from being able to meet the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian followed Qi Tianming back to the Mansion Master's residence. In my opinion, the Lord Mansion Master will definitely ask me to bring you to him when he hears about you leaving the Middle Realm. Qi Tianming speculated. However, Duan Ling Tian was not interested in Qi Tianming's words. He bluntly asked, "Old Qi, the scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, right?" "That's right." Qi Tianming nodded. "Today is the last day of the month. Everyone who's in the Middle Realm will be forcefully sent out. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the next month when the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens again." "What? Do you plan to enter tomorrow?" Qi Tianming asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "I haven't decided yet." Duan Ling Tian said, "Old Qi, when do you think is the best time for me to enter the Middle Realm? If you want to enter the top 20, you can enter tomorrow. However, if you want to enter the top 10, it'll be best if you wait 3 days." Qi Tianming replied, "What if I want to rank first?" Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes glinted. "Rank first?" Qi Tianming was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. A wry smile appeared on his face as he said, "I know you want to pass the test set by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the new Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. However, it's not realistic for you to rank first now. Based on what I know, there are a few 10 Direction Celestial Dukes who have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who are very mysterious. Although they've only comprehended 7 profundities from a law, even those who have comprehended 7 profundities and are in the process of comprehending 8 profundities from a law have been defeated by them. Many people suspect they've comprehended 8 profundities from a law, but they've kept it a secret. Even if they haven't comprehended 8 profundities from a law, they must have something else to rely on. Naturally, it can't be an external force. Perhaps, it's an innate ability. After all, there are many non-humans in Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who have transformed into humans." Based on Qi Tianming's words, it was clear he did not think Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "There are non-humans?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew the non-humans Qi Tianming was referring to were celestial beasts or plants. In the Devata realms, as long as there were enough fortuitous encounters, many plants could cultivate on their own.
Once they cultivated to a certain level, they could even transform into humans and walk the same path as humans. Let alone other things. For example, some heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were born from plants. Their strength was not inferior to human heavenly emperors or celestial beast heavenly emperors. In fact, they were even stronger than human heavenly emperors and celestial beast heavenly emperors in certain aspects.
Yes.
Qi Tianming nodded. There are some inhumans in the profound nether mansion as well. If you've seen the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'm sure you remember Zhou Hongjie and the other person in the top 30, right?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. When I came out, he was ranked 29th. He was 5 places behind Zhou Hongjie. This month, Duan Lingtian was ranked 25th. Zhou Hongjie was ranked 24th. And there was another disciple from the profound nether mansion who was ranked 29th. That disciple's name was Hua Xiao.
He's not human. His true form is a flower, Qi Tianming said.
Moreover, he's a flower that grew at the bottom of a lake. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he transformed into a human and began to cultivate. He's only slightly over 500 years old.
Chapter 3143. Age after transforming into a human?
Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has a limit of less than 1,000 years. Does that mean the age of a celestial being after transforming into a human is the same as well? If this was the case for celestial beasts, it would mean that celestial beasts would have a huge advantage in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, some powerful celestial beasts would only transform at a later age. After all, their strength was comparable to a celestial when they transformed.
Yes.
Qi Tianming nodded. Life forms like plants and trees have to absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth before they can transform into a human. However, once they transform into a human, they won't have any cultivation base in the beginning. They'll have to take it one step at a time. Of course, although they didn't have any cultivation in the beginning, because their bodies were flowers and trees that had absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth, their cultivation speed was extremely heaven-defying. Even their comprehension ability was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian understood a little about what Qi Tianming had just said. Life forms like plants and trees were different from celestial beasts. Celestial beasts were able to cultivate by relying on their inherited bloodlines before they could transform into human form.
Is this the case for celestial beasts?
Their age will only be counted after they transform into human form? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. Qi Tianming shook his head. Celestial beasts can't be compared to plants and trees in this regard. Take the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as an example. Even celestial beasts who transform into human form at the age of 900 won't be able to enter the middle realm after 100 years. The southern heaven celestial lord who created the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had long considered this. Otherwise, it would be unfair to both humans and other life forms. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, he could accept it. Although Hua Xiao is only a little over 500 years old, he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of water, and he's in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of water. Moreover, the profundities he's comprehended are the more practical and powerful profundities from the law of water. Because of this, coupled with the advantages of his true body, he is one of the strongest existences in the immortal abodes who have comprehended 6 profundities of a certain law and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundities. This is also the reason why he was able to make it into the top 30. Qi Tianming's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the profound nether mansion's disciple, Hua Xiao. Initially, I thought Hua Xiao would be the only one supporting the profound nether mansion after Zhou Hongjie reaches the age of 1000. I didn't expect you to appear in the Simplicity Celestial sect. With your help, the profound nether mansion will definitely shine in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In time, it's not impossible for you to reach first place in the rankings. From Qi Tianming's words, it was obvious that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to get to the top of the leaderboard right now. He felt that Duan Lingtian needed time to settle down. Duan Lingtian could tell that Qi Tianming didn't have much confidence in him, but he didn't care. Because he knew now, it was useless for him to say anything more. He would only be able to prove himself when he ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Elder Qi, do you have a map with the locations of the camps in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Although Qi Tianming had said blocking the entrance of a celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was an act of provocation and would incur the wrath of the celestial mansion. However, Duan Ling Tian did not care about this. The only thing he cared about was his ranking on the scoreboard. Moreover, even if the celestial mansion wanted to seek revenge, it would only do so in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Once it was out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the other celestial mansions would definitely look down on it. For this reason, even if Duan Ling Tian blocked the entrance of a Grade 6 celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Grade 6 celestial mansion would not openly seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. If that happened, the reputation of the Grade 6 celestial mansion would be tarnished. People would think that the Grade 6 celestial mansion was a sore loser. What? You want to block the entrance of another Grade 6 celestial mansion's base? It was not difficult for Qi Tianming to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His eyes widened in shock. It'll be faster to accumulate points this way, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Qi Tianming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before he said, Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't do this. Although the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base would only seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it's still not a good thing for you. Moreover, if you cross the line, who knows if the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion might seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, can't they hire an assassin? Couldn't they have promised the fugitive some benefits so that the fugitive would take action against you? Qi Tianming shook his head as he spoke. He felt that Duan Lingtian was too naive. Although you know the teleportation profundity, a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 2 or more speed profundities from the law of wind might be able to catch up to you. For this reason, I think you should keep a low profile. Don't block the entrance of the Martial Battle Mansion's base like you did this time. Qi Tianming advised. Old Qi, I know what you mean. However, I still want a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases. I won't block the entrance of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base. Instead of blocking the entrance, I'll watch them from afar and wait for them to leave before I make my move. Is that all right? Duan Lingtian knew Qi Tianming meant well, so he did not argue with Qi Tianming. However, he still wanted a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases. If he had a map of the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base, he would be able to locate his targets in a short time and accumulate points. He would not have to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Even so, you're destined to be disappointed. There's no such map. Qi Tianming shook his head. There's no such map? Duan Lingtian frowned. Is there no one who has drawn it? I've memorized the route from the Profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Next time, I'll be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. You won't be able to find it. Qi Tianming shook his head again. You won't be able to find it? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He had a bad feeling about this. Yes, Qi Tianming said, every time the scoreboard is reset, the environment in the middle realm will change as well. Based on what I know, the environment in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changes countless times. Every time there's a change, the Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases will change locations and not appear in the same place. For this reason, even if you memorize the route from the Profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, you won't be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base the next month. Qi Tianming paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Do you understand now? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a wry smile on his face. I didn't expect this to happen. If that's the case, there's no such map. The environment in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would change every month as the scoreboard was reset. The Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's bases would change as well. How could one draw a map under such circumstances? It was impossible. Inspector Qi. Inspector Qi. All of a sudden, loud voices rang in the air. These people's voices were filled with disdain. They did not seem to be respectful toward Qi Tianming like the other disciples and elders of the profound nether mansion. "I didn't expect those old fellows to come before Lord Mansion Master," Qi Tianming said as he shook his head.
Qi Tianming shook his head when he heard the voice.
Then he looked at Duanling Tian and said with a smile, "Duanling Tian, these old fellows are my old friends. Apart from one of them, the rest of them are from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans were the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Zhangsun Clan, and the Gongyang Clan. When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duanling Tian had met high-ranking officials from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among them, Bihai Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was the inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. Duanling Tian had met Bihai Ming Feng when he first arrived at the Profound Nether Mansion. "This time, they must have come together because they heard the news of you coming out and are here for you," Qi Tianming said confidently. In fact, it was exactly as Qi Tianming had said. The other inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion had come for Duanling Tian. Currently, Duanling Tian's name was well known in the Profound Nether Mansion, apart from those who were in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion's estate were very interested in Duanling Tian. When they learned that Duanling Tian had left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and that Duanling Tian had left with Qi Tianming, they immediately made their way to Qi Tianming's estate. The inspectors were mostly old men from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They were from the same generation as Qi Tianming. For this reason, they had a good relationship with Duanling Tian. Therefore, they were kind and amiable when they spoke to Qi Tianming. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew this was not the case. Qi Tianming was one of the reasons why the inspectors behaved like this in front of him, but it was more because of the achievements he had shown so far. He was a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old. He had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. His achievements were enough to shock the top 10 clans and 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone the grade 6 celestial mansions. On the same day, a message was sent to Chan Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Duanling Tian, a 10-direction celestial duke who is not even 100 years old. It's suspected that he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, recommended him to the Profound Nether Mansion.
Chapter 3144. As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull Gang's overall strength was inferior to the top forces in the Southern Heaven Territory like the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. However, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network was much better than the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Duanling Tian is a 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he was recommended by someone from the Simplicity Celestial Sect to join the Profound Nether Mansion. Chan Yuan Shan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang, had an unsightly expression on his face when he received the news. However, he was not certain. He was certain that Duanling Tian, the disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, was the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect whom his son, Chen Li, had agreed to take on the mission. However, based on the current situation, it was highly likely that the 2 Duanling Tian were the same person. Although there was a huge gap between the 2 of them, one should not forget that Duanling Tian from the Simplicity Celestial Sect had been tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor to sacrifice him to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit tree. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was a celestial fruit that could allow a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to become a 10-direction celestial duke in a short time. Moreover, after consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, one could even comprehend the profundities of a law that one had never encountered before. It was rumored that one could comprehend at least 6 profundities of that law. If Duanling Tian really obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit and consumed it, there's no doubt they're the same person. In fact, Chen Yuan Shan was certain that Duanling Tian was the disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. He was certain that Duanling Tian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, was Duanling Tian, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who was still on the Blood Skull Gang's mission list. However, to be safe, he decided to investigate Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. I'll inform that unfilial son of the news when I've confirmed that Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion is the same person as the Duan Ling Tian from the Simplicity Celestial sect. If Duan Ling Tian has really become a disciple of the profound nether mansion, the profound nether mansion will definitely take him seriously. It'll be much more difficult for us to kill him now. I can only hope that the two of them only share the same name. Now, Chen Yuanshan still had some hope in his heart. Of course, he knew that this was a fluke, and it was a fluke that was unlikely to happen. It was possible for people with the same name and surname to exist. However, one should not forget that Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, was recommended to join the profound nether mansion by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. Moreover, Qi Tianming was also a senior figure in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Was there such a coincidence in this world? Not likely. In the profound nether mansion. After sending off the inspectors, Duan Ling Tian and Qi Tianming continued their conversation. Old Qi, you said that if I want to enter the top 10, it's better for me to enter the middle realm 3 days after it reopens, right? Why's that? Duan Ling Tian recalled Qi Tianming's words earlier. It was as though he would have a greater advantage if he entered the middle realm 3 days later. 3 days is a chance for the people in the middle realm to accumulate points. Think about it, if you enter the middle realm 3 days later, some of the people in the middle realm will have accumulated points. That way, you'll be able to eliminate a small number of people and obtain a lot of points. Qi Tianming explained. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Previously, he had not considered this possibility at all. However, after listening to Qi Tianming's explanation, it made sense. If he entered the middle realm on the first day, the people from the other celestial mansions would not have many points. Even if he eliminated them, he would not be able to obtain a lot of points. It would be better to let them jump around for a few more days and wait for them to accumulate a certain amount of opportunities before going in to eliminate them. That would be more efficient. If that's the case, isn't 3 days too short? Duan Ling Tian asked. He could wait for 5 or 6 days before he entered the middle realm. It's fine if you want to wait a few days before you enter. However, there won't be as many people in the middle realm as before. At that time, even if the people in the middle realm have accumulated points, who can guarantee you'll meet them? Qi Tianming said, 3 days is the most suitable time. There'll still be a lot of people in the middle realm after 3 days. At that time, you won't be in an awkward situation where you can't find anyone. Although you've accumulated points this month, I'm afraid you haven't encountered many people, right? When Qi Tianming finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, he had not encountered many people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason he was able to enter the top 30 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was due to luck. Elder Qi, I'll do as you say. I'll wait for 3 days before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when it reopens tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian quickly made up his mind. After bidding farewell to Elder Qi, Duan Ling Tian returned to the residence Elder Qi had arranged for him. It was a spacious courtyard filled with flowers and grass. There was also a separate room at the back of the courtyard. In the next 3 days, Duan Ling Tian planned to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Previously, when I encountered the Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciple, Hung Feng, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I managed to break through his defenses by activating the transportation profundity after he comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If I didn't use the transportation profundity at that time, it would have been impossible for me to break through his defenses. Duan Ling Tian clearly remembered the battle between Hung Feng and Hung Feng. During his battle with Hung Feng in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng had comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If Duan Ling Tian did not use the transportation profundity to break through Hang Feng's defenses, it would have been impossible for him to break through Hang Feng's defenses. I only used the transportation profundity to break through his defense profundity because I caught him off guard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses. After all, I've only just comprehended the transportation profundity. If he had concealed his defense profundity in advance,
I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses with my half-baked transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. He was only able to defeat and eliminate Hang Feng because of luck. If he encountered Hang Feng again, he was certain Hang Feng would be well prepared. At that time, it would be impossible for him to break through Hang Feng's defenses again. Unless I completely comprehend the transportation profundity, I won't be able to break through Hang Feng's defenses. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent the next 3 to 4 days comprehending the transportation profundity. He had even forgotten about the passage of time. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has been open for 6 days, but Duan Lingtian still hasn't entered? At this moment, similar questions were being asked in all 3 of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion. Since the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had opened, there were people guarding the transporting formations. They were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most importantly, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been updated, but Duan Lingtian's name was nowhere to be seen. For example, Zhou Hongjie from the profound nether mansion was ranked 16th on the scoreboard. Hua Xiao from the profound nether mansion was ranked 14th on the scoreboard. Naturally, the duo's outstanding performance was due to the fact that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had only been open for 6 days. As long as one entered the middle realm on the first day, those who usually made it into the top 30 would be able to make it into the top 20 in a short period of time. Even those who were ranked in the top 20 would be able to make it to the top 10 within a short period of time. However, even if they managed to make it to the top, it would be difficult for them to maintain their ranking. While the people from the profound nether mansion were paying attention to Duan Lingtian, many people from grade 6 celestial mansions were also paying attention to the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion hasn't entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm yet? I think so. Not only has he not appeared on the scoreboard, but there are also 4 people who were ranked in the top 10 last month who haven't appeared on the scoreboard. Last month, Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion entered the middle realm at the end of the month. I wonder if he'll enter earlier this time. If he enters earlier, I wonder if he'll be able to make it to the top 20. If he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, it won't be difficult for him to make it to the top 20. In fact, he might even make it to the top 10. I can't wait to see his performance. It's strange. I'm not a member of the profound nether mansion, so I have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian's ranking. However, I'm curious to see if he'll be able to make it to the top of the scoreboard this month. Same here. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the people from the grade 6 celestial mansions were paying attention to him. When he walked out of his room to look for Qi Tianming, he found out that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been open for 6 days, and the person ranked first on the scoreboard had already accumulated more than 100 points. I didn't dare to disturb you since you didn't come out. Are you planning to enter the middle realm today? Qi Tianming asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to make it to the middle realm. Most people in the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were looking forward to seeing Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Yes. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Chapter 3145. Duan Lingtian is here. He's Duan Lingtian? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. Is he really a 10-direction celestial duke? He has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so strong? When Duan Lingtian appeared at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a commotion broke out among the profound nether mansion's disciples. Most of them were here to watch the commotion and wait for Duan Lingtian to appear. They knew Duan Lingtian was staying with Qi Tianming, the inspector of the southern heaven ancient realm, and Qi Tianming's cultivation place was on the main island. Moreover, Qi Tianming had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As it turned out, they were right. Duan Ling Tian did indeed enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
Elder, I'm here to apply for an accumulative point jade.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian walked through the front courtyard and into the main hall of the mansion.
He walked up to a counter. This time, Duan Ling Tian did not go to the counter from before. Instead, he went to a random counter. Naturally, the profound Nether Mansion's elder who was behind the counter last time had changed. He looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar.
He's Duan Ling Tian?
Duan Lington, you've been quiet since last month. Are you confident you'll be able to rank in the top 10 this month? The elder behind the counter was very polite to Duan Ling Tian. He asked with a smile on his face as he helped Duan Ling Tian with the accumulative point jade.
If I'm lucky, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank in the top 10.
Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face as he took the accumulative point jade from the elder behind the counter. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had to apply for a new accumulative point jade every month. After 10 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, one's accumulative point jade would shatter when one was forcefully transported out. Of course, since the accumulative point jade token was broken outside, it did not affect the points that the owner of the accumulative point jade token obtained in that month. There was another situation, just like Duan Ling Tian last month. Although he did not spend 10 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was still exhausted from using his accumulative point jade. This was because the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would be reset once every month. During this period, the people in the middle realm would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm. Their accumulative point jade would shatter when they were transported out of the middle realm.
First place?
The eyes of the profound Nether Mansion's elder widened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. The people in the vicinity who heard Duan Ling Tian's words were momentarily stunned by his words. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Ling Tian walking to the stone platform at the end of the hall and activating the transportation formation.
Duan Ling Tian is really arrogant. He actually said it's not difficult to rank first? He's crazy.
Although his innate talent and comprehension skills are heaven-defying, why doesn't he think about the 10 direction celestial dukes from the other celestial mansions in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? I might believe him if he said it's not difficult to rank first a few decades later. However, he's still too inexperienced for that. It's been a few years since the top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard has changed. However, the top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are constantly changing. In fact, only 2 people managed to rank first for 2 months in a row, right? The top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard is about the same. It's all down to luck. All 6 of them have ranked first in the past year. Duan Ling Tian will be lucky if he manages to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard. I really wonder where he gets his confidence from. After Duan Ling Tian left, those who heard his words shook their heads and discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they thought he was too naive. Those who did not hear Duan Ling Tian's words shook their heads when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Everyone thought Duan Ling Tian was too naive. Even if Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, he might not be able to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian might be able to rank first if he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard. Without comprehending 9 profundities from the law of space, it was impossible. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were not the only ones who felt this way. Even those from the grade 6 celestial mansions felt the same way. Hang Feng's points are increasing so quickly. I think he just entered the scoreboard a few days ago, and now, he's already in the top 30. At this moment, a group of elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion exclaimed in surprise, drowning out the discussion about Duan Ling Tian. The scoreboard attracted the attention of the elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion. After all, the increase in points of ordinary people was not enough to attract their attention. However, Hang Feng was different. Based on what they knew, Hang Feng had been eliminated by Duan Ling Tian on his first day in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after he came out of closed-door cultivation. That was the most frustrating time for Hung Feng. Even so, Hung Feng still managed to comprehend the seventh profundity of the Law of Earth after that battle. Before Hung Feng comprehended the seventh profundity from the Law of Earth, there was only one 10-direction celestial duke in the martial battle mansion who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Fire. Apart from that, it was said that the 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Fire had also comprehended the 8th profundity from the Law of Fire. It was said that the 10-direction celestial duke had comprehended 8 profundities from the Law of Fire, and was on the verge of comprehending the 9th profundity from the Law of Fire. After all, the 10-direction celestial duke was one of the 6 strongest people on the scoreboard. In the past year, he had topped the scoreboard twice. Although he did not stay at the top for 2 consecutive months, the fact that he was the strongest person on the scoreboard showed how strong he was. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was widely acknowledged that the 6 strongest people were the strongest 10-direction celestial dukes in the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. This was widely acknowledged by the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. Among the 10-direction celestial dukes in the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, the 6 of them were the overlords. It's only been a blink of an eye, but Hung Feng has risen to 26th place again? Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion, Hung Feng, who was originally ranked 29th on the scoreboard, had jumped by 3 names. Although Hung Feng has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth, his forte is defense. His speed is his weakness. Normally, it's impossible for his points to rise so quickly. After all, many people can easily escape from under his nose. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion said, "Even so, don't forget that he can always find someone to help him. As long as his helper can slow down his opponent's speed, it won't be easy for him to eliminate his opponents." An elder from the profound Nether Mansion chimed in. That's right. If Hung Feng can find a disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who specializes in speed, it won't be difficult for him to accumulate points. That's right. A disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who specializes in speed can also benefit from joining forces with Hung Feng. All he has to do is keep his opponents busy and prevent them from leaving. Once Hung Feng catches up with them, he'll be able to eliminate his opponents easily. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm doesn't restrict 10-direction celestial dukes from joining forces. Even someone as arrogant as Hung Feng has chosen to join forces with someone else. It seems like he's very ambitious this month. Not only did Hung Feng's performance attract the attention of the people from the profound Nether Mansion, but even the people from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions were paying attention to him. Has Hung Feng finally learned his lesson? There's another person who has comprehended 7 profundities from the Law of Earth in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That person has joined forces with someone else and made it to the top a dozen times. It seems like Hung Feng is trying to emulate that person. In the past, the powerful 10-direction celestial dukes from the Martial Battle Mansion who specialize in speed might look down on Hung Feng. However, now that Hung Feng has comprehended the 7th profundity from the Law of Earth, the defense profundity, they won't hesitate to join forces with him. I wonder who's teaming up with Hung Feng. If Wan Qingqing is teaming up with Hung Feng, I'm sure either Hung Feng or Wan Qingqing will be able to enter the top 10 this time. Wan Qingqing was ranked 17th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month. Most importantly, she was a woman. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Junior sister Qingqing, it's your turn to collect the points. A tall and sturdy man stood in the air above a towering mountain with a grin on his face as he spoke to a green-clad figure hovering in the air. The green-clad figure was a young woman with long hair that cascaded down her back. She had a beautiful face that was so enchanting that her surroundings seemed to pale in comparison. However, her pair of clear and cold eyes seemed to repel people thousands of miles away. Yes, the woman replied coldly when she heard the tall and sturdy man's words. The tall and sturdy man did not seem to mind. HM? All of a sudden, the woman seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in the distance. At this moment, a person had appeared out of thin air in front of her. It seems like we're fated to meet again. The newcomer looked at the tall and sturdy man with a faint smile on his face. It's you. The tall and sturdy man's expression changed drastically when he saw the newcomer. After all, this was the person who had eliminated him last month. HM? The burly man's expression changed drastically, causing the woman nearby to be a little surprised. Soon after, her expression turned slightly solemn. After all, there were very few people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm who could cause the tall and sturdy man's expression to change so drastically. Even she would not be able to break through the tall and sturdy man's defenses in a one-on-one battle. Who's he? The woman asked the tall and sturdy man through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3146. Duan Ling Tian? When the woman heard the large man's voice transmission, her originally cold eyes suddenly narrowed. When she looked at the purple figure again, a deep sense of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. Duan Ling Tian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. 6 days ago, she did not even know there was such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. However, 6 days ago, when the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was refreshed, she learned about Duan Ling Tian from the other disciples of the martial battle mansion. Duan Ling Tian was a 10-direction celestial duke, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. Last month, Hung Feng, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion, was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian on his first day in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Before Hung Feng was eliminated, he had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, due to the pressure from Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was even more terrifying. A few days ago, Hung Feng had approached her and offered to work with her to obtain points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, he had promised not to obtain more points than her. When she recalled Hang Feng's defense was so strong that not many people in the southern heaven ancient realm would be able to break through it, and her speed, she had agreed. After entering the middle realm with Hung Feng, she had heard about Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, from Hung Feng. However, she did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would encounter Hung Feng. On the 3rd day of entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with Hung Feng, she had encountered Duan Ling Tian, who had become the talk of the town in the grade 6 celestial mansions. Junior sister Qing Qing, take me with you. We're no match for him. Hung Feng urged Wan Qing Qing through voice transmission when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had locked onto him with his divine consciousness. When he thought about the points he had obtained with Wan Qing Qing's help, he gritted his teeth and asked Wan Qing Qing to take him away. Whoosh! As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, Wan Qing Qing's body transformed into a green silhouette. Before the silhouette disappeared, she had already appeared beside Hung Feng. Whoosh! In the next moment, a green light shrouded Wan Qing Qing and Hung Feng. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into a green light and sped away. If it was a one-on-one battle, Wan Qing Qing was far from being Hang Feng's match. Of course, if she wanted to run, even 2 Hung Fengs wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Based on her speed, she was definitely one of the fastest 10-direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. She was not inferior to the top 6 10-direction celestial dukes. Otherwise, why would Hung Feng have approached her first and asked her to join forces with him? Old friend, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw Hung Feng being led away by the green-robed woman. Their speed was so fast that it was comparable to his own teleportation speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Ling Tian used the teleportation profundities from the law of space to increase his speed. Only then did he manage to catch up to the green-robed woman and Hung Feng. Alas, he barely managed to catch up to them. Based on his current speed, it would take him at least an hour to catch up to Hung Feng and the green-robed woman. How fast? Duan Ling Tian was shocked as he chased after Hung Feng and the green-robed woman. Her speed is comparable to a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 3 speed profundities from the law of wind. Most importantly, she seems to have comprehended the laws of wood. How can someone who has comprehended the law of wood be so fast? Even if she has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of wood, it's impossible for her to be so fast. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness as he chased after the green-clad woman. It was not difficult for him to discover the green-clad woman had comprehended the law of wood. There seems to be some other energy. When Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness further, he discovered the reason the green-clad woman was so fast was due to a mysterious energy. The energy came from the green-robed woman's body as though it was something she was born with. External energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian was certain the green-robed woman had used celestial talismans or pills. Therefore, he was certain the green-robed woman was capable of using her own energy. Is she using the energy from the clear heaven's divine wood, one of the 5 divine elements? Duan Ling Tian asked the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth in his body. After all, he knew the 5 divine elements were still capable of using their energy, even though external energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Ling Tian had already tested this out when he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he could rely on the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth. Although Duan Ling Tian had obtained the clear heaven's divine wood, it was only in its first form. Not only could it not help him, but it had not even gained sentience yet. No, the chaos divine flame replied. If she's using the energy from the clear heaven's divine wood, we'll be able to sense it. No. Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to the green-robed woman. It seems like she's really born with her energy. Just like Ling Jueyun's bloodline energy. Duan Ling Tian remembered Ling Jueyun's bloodline energy was not an external energy, but it could greatly improve his strength. I didn't expect him to be so fast. It was not difficult for Hang Feng to see Duan Ling Tian closing in on them. He knew it would not take long for Duan Ling Tian to catch up to them. Junior sister Qing Qing. Let's go. If he didn't conceal his strength, he's definitely slower than you. In fact, if he doesn't conceal his strength, he won't be able to outrun you. Hang Feng knew it was only a matter of time before Duan Ling Tian caught up to them. If Duan Ling Tian sealed the space around them, Wan Qing Qing might not be able to escape. For this reason, he made up his mind to let Wan Qing Qing leave him behind. Hang Feng, you only gave me 1 point last time. I'm very satisfied with the number of points you've given me this time. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he chased after Hang Feng and Wan Qing Qing. Although he had eliminated Hang Feng last month, since Hang Feng had just entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Ling Tian only had 1 point. This time, before Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Hang Feng had already entered the top 30. Hang Feng, who was ranked 29th, had more than 20 points. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Hang Feng had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Currently, Hang Feng was ranked 26th on the scoreboard. He had 33 points. Before Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Hang Feng had eliminated a 10-direction celestial duke with Wan Qing Qing's help and obtained 5 points from the 10-direction celestial duke. This person next to you must be the helper you recruited before you entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? She's very fast. If she joins forces with you, she might be able to help you enter the top 20. If you're lucky, she might even help you enter the top 10. Duan Ling Tian was amazed by Wan Qing Qing's speed. However, before I entered the middle realm, I only saw your name and another male disciple's name on the scoreboard. I don't think she started collecting points yet, right? Duan Ling Tian had a good memory. Before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he had memorized all the names on the scoreboard and their respective celestial mansions. Out of the 100 names on the scoreboard, only 2 belonged to the martial battle mansion. Apart from Hang Feng, the other person's name was ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Moreover, the other person's name was clearly masculine. It was obvious the other person was not the woman standing in front of him. It was unlikely Hang Feng would join forces with someone from another celestial mansion. After all, even if Hang Feng trusted the other person, it was unlikely they would encounter each other after they entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Naturally, there was a possibility that Hang Feng had only looked for helpers after he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian assumed the woman was from the martial battle mansion and had not collected any points yet. Last month, there were 3 people from the Martial Battle Mansion on the scoreboard. Apart from the person who was ranked 4th before I entered the Middle Realm and the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple whom I eliminated last month, there's a Martial Battle Mansion's disciple named Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing is most likely a woman's name. If I'm not mistaken, it's her name. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the woman who was flying with Hang Feng in tow. Her speed was not much slower than his. Boy, if it's possible, why don't you join forces with this woman? Although we can help you, the most we can do is increase the strength of your attacks. We can't increase your speed. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in Duanling Tian's mind. With her speed, it'll be easy for you to join forces with her in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I think you should try joining forces with her as well. The Profound Divine Metal chimed in. It was rare for it not to disagree with the Chaos Divine Earth. Join forces? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth and the Profound Divine Metal's words. He would not have thought of this if they did not mention it. Although his speed was not slow, it would be a problem if he encountered someone who was faster than him in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Let alone someone who had comprehended 3 types of speed profundities from the Law of Wind. He might not even be able to catch up to someone who had comprehended 2 types of speed profundities from a law. All right. After listening to Hang Feng's suggestion and seeing Duanling Tian's figure getting closer and closer, Wan Qingqing pondered for a moment before she accepted Hang Feng's suggestion. In the next moment, she abandoned Hang Feng. Swoosh! As soon as she abandoned Hang Feng, her speed soared to a whole new level, leaving Duanling Tian in the dust. In just a blink of an eye, she disappeared from Duanling Tian's sight. Chapter 3147. When Duanling Tian approached Hang Feng was already prepared. Not only did he cast the Law of Earth's rock body profundity, but he also cast the Law of Earth's crystal wall profundity and defense profundity. This time he learned his lesson. The talismans that appeared from the defense ultimacy merged with the crystal wall on the surface of his body, causing the crystal wall to glow with new life. At the same time, the celestial origin energy that contained the Law of Earth's earth elemental profundity was ready to be unleashed at any time. Apart from the Law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, rock body profundity, crystal wall profundity, and defense profundity, Hang Feng had also comprehended the Law of Earth's vibration profundity, gravitational space profundity, and recovery profundity. Duanling Tian, I didn't expect myself to be so unlucky. I've only been in the middle realm for 3 days, and you're here again. How long have you been here? Hang Feng asked with a bitter smile as he looked at Duanling Tian, who had stopped moving not far away. I just came in. I haven't met anyone before you. Duanling Tian shrugged. Just came in? Did you meet anyone else? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Hang Feng felt his breathing stagnate. When he first came in last month, the first person he met was Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had just entered this month, and the first person he met was him. What kind of luck did he have? At the same time, Duanling Tian did not seem to be bothered by Hang Feng's solemn expression. Hang Feng, the woman who carried you earlier must be Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, right? Duanling Tian had a deep impression of the name Wan Qingqing. Apart from that, Duanling Tian had a deep impression of the top 30 rankers in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Last month, Wan Qingqing's name was ranked 17th. Not bad. Hang Feng nodded. Then he scoffed and said, however, I advise you not to pursue junior sister Qingqing. She's definitely one of the fastest 10 direction celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In terms of speed, there are very few people who can compare to her. It's impossible for you to catch up to her. Hang Feng was confident in Wan Qingqing's speed. After witnessing Wan Qingqing's speed, Duanling Tian knew what Hang Feng said was true. As long as Wan Qingqing did not give him a chance to attack and tried to escape, he would not be able to stop her. If I'm not wrong, this month when you came in with her, she was the only one who helped you get points. You haven't helped her get any points, right? Duanling Tian looked at Hang Feng and asked, Don't tell me you don't feel guilty at all. Duanling Tian's words were like a needle that pierced Hang Feng's heart, causing his face to darken. How could he not feel guilty? If it were not for Wan Qingqing's help, he would not have been able to obtain so many points in such a short time. However, before he could help Wan Qingqing, he had already encountered Duan Lingtian. Humph! Hung Feng scoffed. Once I'm done with you, I'll join forces with junior sister Qingqing and help her get more points. It seems like she hasn't left yet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. In fact, it was not difficult for him to figure this out. Otherwise, he would not have let Wan Qingqing leave without telling her about joining forces. After all, he knew Wan Qingqing would not go far. At the very least, she would not leave until she was certain Hang Feng was eliminated. With Wan Qingqing's speed, as long as she was prepared, she would not be eliminated. So what if she hasn't left yet? Do you think you can catch up to her? Hang Feng sneered. Hang Feng, are you going to crush your accumulative point jade, or do you need my help? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Although I lost to you last time, it was only because I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. More importantly, I'm not sure if you've fully comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity, or if you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, Hang Feng said solemnly. If you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, then I'll merge the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity. Your attack won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit me. Comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity and fully comprehending it were two different concepts. Hang Feng had gone to find out more about this a few days ago. For this reason, he was willing to take a gamble. He was willing to bet that Duan Lingtian had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. I didn't expect someone as boorish as you to be so meticulous. Upon hearing Hang Feng's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then he said indifferently, however, you're right. I've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Now that you've merged the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity, I won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit you. Duan Lingtian did not hide the fact that he had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. If that's the case, you won't be able to break through my defenses. Hang Feng's eyes glinted as a smile appeared on his face. Junior sister Qingqing, come back. At the same time, Hang Feng called out loudly. His voice that contained celestial origin energy reverberated in the air. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, a green figure appeared in the distance and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the green figure. At this moment, this was the first time Duan Lingtian had taken a good look at the female disciple from the martial battle mansion. She had long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. She was comparable to his two wives in terms of looks. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the green figure was also looking at him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Hang Feng finally spoke. Junior sister Qingqing, you stay at the side. If Duan Lingtian can't break through my defenses, we'll work together to send him out of here. When Hang Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his voice was filled with excitement. This was a rare opportunity for him to avenge his humiliation. Naturally, I'm not sure if Duan Lingtian has a trump card up his sleeve. If he's hiding his strength and is able to break through my defenses, you should leave, junior sister Qingqing. Hang Feng continued to say through voice transmission. I'll return what I owe you in the future. All right. Wan Qingqing replied indifferently. Senior sister Wan, if I can't break through Hang Feng's defenses, you can work together with him to eliminate me. However, if I can break through his defenses, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why don't we work together instead? Upon hearing Hang Feng's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qingqing and said with a smile, I can guarantee you that if you work together with me, you'll be able to enter the top 10. Both Hang Feng and Wan Qingqing did not expect Duan Lingtian to work together. Humph! Duan Lingtian, are you trying to use this as an excuse to get close to junior sister Qingqing so you can eliminate her? Hang Feng said as though he had seen through Duan Lingtian's intentions. How many points does senior sister Wan have in her accumulative points jade? Do you think it's possible for me to give up on working with her and eliminate her? Duan Lingtian looked at Hang Feng indifferently and asked, if you were me, would you eliminate her? Hung Feng was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Wan Qingqing only had 1 point. Even if he eliminated her, he would only get 1 point. It was meaningless. The three of us can work together. Wan Qingqing's cold voice resonated in the air. He's of no use to me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wan Qingqing indifferently and said, Moreover, it's meaningless to split the points between the three of us. If you eliminate him, I won't work with you. Wan Qingqing said coldly. It doesn't matter if you work with me or not, I'll still eliminate him. To me, you're just the icing on the cake. It's not like I have to work with you. Although Duan Lingtian admired Wan Qingqing's character, he did not show any signs of backing down. You? Wan Qingqing was infuriated. When had she ever been treated like this by a man? Did this man not know how to treat a woman well? Humph! Duan Lingtian, if you want to eliminate me, you'll have to break through my defenses first. Otherwise, you'll be the one eliminated today. Hung Feng snorted coldly. At the same time, he made his move. He stepped into the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a raging bull. Junior sister Qing. At the same time, Hung Feng sent a voice transmission to Wan Qingqing. If Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching my defenses, you should join forces with him. Although I don't know him personally, I have a good eye for people. Duan Lingtian doesn't seem like a person who goes back on his word. Perhaps, you can seize this opportunity to enter the top 10 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hung Feng's voice transmission could be considered as persuading Wan Qingqing. Let's see if he can breach your defenses first. Wan Qingqing replied through voice transmission. Since you're so confident about your defenses, I'll breach your defenses with just one move. Duan Lingtian said with a nonchalant smile on his face. This time, I won't use the transportation profundity. He won't use the transportation profundity? Hung Feng was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space? He had seen Duan Lingtian cast 7 profundities from the law of space, including the transportation profundity. Based on Duan Lingtian's confidence, he could not help but think Duan Lingtian might have comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space. Gravitational space profundity, vibration profundity, recovery profundity. Hung Feng did not dare to be careless. He quickly used all the techniques he knew. Presently, he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would gain the initiative by striking first, causing him to be unable to utilize all his abilities. Chapter 3148. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of teleporting away in the face of Hung Feng's ferocious attack. The void around him rippled as his space territory enveloped an area with a radius of 10 meters. At the same time, the space around him began to distort. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Confinement profundity. When Hung Feng's attack entered the distorted space territory, Duan Lingtian mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity to restrain the attack. In the next moment, dimension/profundity. A spatial tear appeared next to Duan Lingtian. As soon as it appeared, a gray saber ray flew out of the spatial tear. The gray sword light flew out from the spatial crack, as if it was an attack that had transcended space. It swept through the void and easily destroyed Hung Feng's attack. During this process, not only was the gray saber ray not weakened, but it had also become stronger. This was because the gray saber ray was replenished when it passed through the distorted space territory. Whether it was Duan Lingtian's territory profundity, the distortion profundity, or the confinement profundity, all of them had replenished the gray saber ray with the space elemental profundity. During this process, the gray saber ray that looked like the dimension/profundity increased in size. While Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity was being replenished by the space elemental profundity, Hung Feng did not remain idle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In front of Hung Feng, huge stone pillars fell with a whistling sound, separating him from Duan Lingtian. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity was also unleashed around the stone pillars. Together with the vibration profundity, It repelled all external forces. This time, Hung Feng was more prepared than the previous time. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of attacking. Instead, he was fully focused on defending himself. In fact, he had even activated his defense before Duan Lingtian's attack. Hung Feng's nerves were tense as he controlled the stone pillars. He did not dare to be distracted. This was the only way he could move the stone pillar to Duan Lingtian's direction when Duan Lingtian teleported to another place and launched an attack from another direction. What he did not know was that Duan Lingtian had no intention of using the teleportation profundity. Seniors, please lend me a hand. Before the dimension/profundity, Duan Lingtian space's eyes, Duan Lingtian's eyes' power, heaven's profundity. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 2 waves of power extended from his body, as if they were something he was born with. 2 eyes of heaven, eyes of the eyes of Duan to Lingtian's 2s of the of. The eyes the Duan Lingtian, S's Wan to Lingof S. Wan Qing stood in the void not far away with a shocked expression. She could no longer maintain her composure. This is, when Wan Qing noticed Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity, Hung Feng also noticed it. This was his first time witnessing such a thing. Previously, Duan Lingtian did not use such a technique when he attacked Hung Feng. As expected, he's concealing his strength. Hung Feng's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was confused. He could tell the golden flames surrounding Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity were not the 2 remaining profundities from the law of space. In that case, there was only one possibility. This was Duan Lingtian's innate strength that was not related to the profundities from the law of space. It was similar to Wan Qing's heaven-defying speed. After all, Wan Qing was not a human. She was a grass that had transformed into a human. She was originally a swift wind grass that grew in a canyon in the southern heaven territory. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she had transformed into a human and began to cultivate. As a plant, and tree, her speed of comprehending the law of wood was monstrous. Moreover, her cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary humans. However, this was not the most important thing. After Wan Qing transformed into a human, she inherited the swift wind grass's innate divine ability. The innate divine ability would improve as her cultivation base increased. Just like now. With her innate ability, Wan Qing's speed was almost equal to the speed of the 3 primary speed profundities of the law of wind combined. Naturally, there were restrictions when she used the innate divine ability. She could not use the wood elemental profundity that contained the law of wood to increase her speed. However, even so, her speed was enough to leave 99% of the people at the same cultivation level as her. At this moment, Hung Feng thought the layer of golden flames that Duan Lingtian cast on the cross-dimensional/profundity was Duan Lingtian's innate strength. It was similar to Wan Qing's innate divine ability. This Duan Lingtian is either not human or has a variant bloodline in his body. Hung Feng thought to himself. At the same time, Hung Feng felt a great deal of pressure. The situation before him, coupled with Duan Lingtian's confidence, caused his heart to beat faster. Calm down. Calm down. Even if he has other abilities, he might not be able to break through my defenses. Hung Feng comforted himself inwardly. Gradually, his gaze turned resolute, and he no longer wavered. Hung Feng, get ready. I'll make my move in 3 breaths' time. While Hung Feng was still on guard, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The dimensional/profundity that was covered in golden flames began to revolve around his palm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hung Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Was this not too humiliating? How could he give him time to prepare? Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if your performance is worthy of your confidence. Hung Feng let out a low roar. After wasting 1 breath of time, he used the remaining 2 breaths of time to prepare for battle again. In just a blink of an eye, the time was up. Bas! When the time was up, Duan Lingtian swung his hand and threw the dimensional/profundity that was revolving around his palm toward Hung Feng. To be more precise, it was aimed at Hung Feng's first layer of defense. The stone pillars that were formed from celestial origin energy that contained the earth elemental profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the vibration profundity. This was the first layer of defense Hang Feng had prepared. As soon as Duan Ling Tian threw the gray saber ray out, Wan Qingqing, who was standing nearby, stared at it intently. The gray saber ray whistled through the air, causing the void to tremble. It was as though the void would crack at any moment. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray collided with the first layer of defense Hang Feng had prepared. However, when the golden flames on the gray saber ray flickered a few times, the first layer of defense Hang Feng had prepared was easily destroyed. Boom! Rumble! Although the stone pillars were protected by the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the gravitational space profundity, they were still destroyed by the gray saber ray in just a blink of an eye. In fact, the gray saber ray did not even pause when it destroyed the stone pillars. The entire process was as simple as cutting tofu. Of course, Hang Feng's first layer of defense only looked intimidating. In fact, its defensive power was not even comparable to the defense profundity or the crystal wall profundity, which were the two defensive profundities from the law of Earth. At most, it was similar to the defense provided by the rock-style profundity. Even so, Hang Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed in just a blink of an eye. He was the only one who knew. Earlier, when the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed, the law of Earth's recovery profundity did not even have the time to activate its recovery ability. Bas! After destroying the first layer of defense Hang Feng had prepared, the gray saber ray shot toward Hang Feng. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the golden flames on the saber ray had dimmed. The golden flames on the gray sword light were obviously dimmer than before. The first layer of defense that Hang Feng had set up had consumed a certain amount of its energy. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray sliced through the air and landed on Hang Feng's body. It collided with the two primary defensive profundities from the law of Earth. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a brief moment of stalemate, the gray saber ray destroyed the talismans on the crystal wall profundity's body. With that, the defense profundity was destroyed. However, the golden flames on the gray saber ray dimmed even more. It seemed like it would be extinguished at any moment. Not good. Upon seeing this, Hang Feng's expression changed drastically. Because he discovered up until now, Duan Lingtian's dimensional slash hadn't been truly consumed. What had been consumed was only the layer of golden flames on the surface of the dimensional slash. Furthermore, even after breaching his first layer of defense and his defense profound, the golden flames still did not completely disappear. Oh my god! What kind of power was this? This level of power was no weaker than the combined might of two main offensive profundities of any law. In fact, it was even better. After defeating the defense profound meaning, the gray blade light continued to attack the crystal wall profound meaning. This time, when a few cracks appeared on Hang Feng's crystal wall, the golden flames on the surface of the gray sword light completely dissipated. At this moment, the energy that the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal had given Duan Ling Tian was completely depleted. However, the power of the dimensional slash was still the same as before. Pa, 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 pa. What happened last month repeated itself. The crystal wall profundity on the surface of Hang Feng's crystal wall profundity was destroyed as well. The cross-dimensional slash profundity left a shallow cut on Hang Feng's body before Duan Ling Tian used the transportation profundity to teleport him behind Hang Feng. Upon seeing this, Wan Qingqing's eyes widened. This level of attack. Even those 6 people might not be able to do it, right? If I join forces with him, even if we encounter those 6 people. Chapter 3149. After the defense profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and the rock-style profundity were destroyed, Hang Feng tried to use the recovery profundity to repair them. However, the speed at which they were being repaired could not keep up with the speed at which they were being destroyed. For this reason, Hang Feng could only watch helplessly as the same thing that had happened to him the previous month happened to him again. How similar was history? If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian showing mercy, he would already be dead. Thank you. Unlike the previous time when he was caught off guard, this time, Hang Feng's defenses were breached even though he was fully prepared. For this reason, he could not help but thank Duan Ling Tian for sparing his life. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, Hung Feng took out his accumulative point jade and took it out. As he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Wan Qingqing who was hovering in the air and said, "Junior sister Qingqing, I owe you a favor. However, before I leave, I hope you can join forces with Duan Ling Tian. You've seen how strong Duan Ling Tian is. With your speed, you might be able to eliminate those 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." As soon as Hang Feng finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply. With this, the points in Hang Feng's accumulative point jade were transferred to Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point jade. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the number of points in his accumulative point jade. 33 points? Currently, he had a total of 34 points in his accumulative point jade. It seems like you and Hang Feng have made some gains while I was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at Wan Qingqing meaningfully. What do you think? Do you want to join forces with me? As soon as Hang Feng crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, meanwhile, those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could clearly see that Hang Feng's name had been removed from the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Martial Battle Mansion's Hang Feng's name had disappeared from the 25th place and was replaced by a new name. Duan Ling Tian? The people from the other celestial mansions narrowed their eyes when they saw Duan Ling Tian's name. Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion either didn't make it to the rankings, or he eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hang Feng and entered the top 30. As far as I know, Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion was also eliminated by Duan Ling Tian last month. Why is Hang Feng so unlucky to encounter Duan Ling Tian again? When Hung Feng entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month, he only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. This time, he had 33 points, but he was still eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. So many points have gone to Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid that Hang Feng might even want to commit suicide now. Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion is really unlucky. When the major celestial mansions discovered that Duan Ling Tian had replaced Hang Feng on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the people in the Profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting formations. Duan Ling Tian only entered the middle realm a few hours ago, right? He's already in the top 30? Isn't this too surreal? Don't tell me Hang Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion hired someone to cheat? Cheat? That's impossible. Hung Feng only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. Is that considered cheating as well? After Hung Feng was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, it was revealed that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Since Hung Feng was eliminated again, it's clear that Duan Ling Tian is stronger than him. Hung Feng must have found someone to help him this time. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian has eliminated his helper? If his helper is Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian won't be able to eliminate her. When Qi Tianming, the inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, heard about Duan Ling Tian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, his eyes lit up. Good job. I thought he would fall behind since he entered the middle realm so late. I didn't expect him to gain so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm. Entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 days after it opened was a huge disadvantage. If one was unlucky, it would be difficult for one to enter the top 10 no matter how strong one was. However, now that Qi Tianming learned that Duan Ling Tian had gained so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm, he was relieved. Based on the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Qi Tianming thought to himself. In the Martial Battle Mansion. As soon as Hang Feng appeared, he attracted the attention of the Martial Battle Mansion's elders and disciples who were waiting at the transporting formation. They quickly shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they saw the name that replaced Hang Feng on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian again. Hung Feng, didn't you join forces with Wan Qingqing this time? Duan Ling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion eliminated him? Where's Wan Qingqing? Why didn't she come out with him? Think about it. Do you think ordinary people can match Wan Qingqing's speed? Even if Duan Ling Tian is strong enough to eliminate Hang Feng, I doubt he's as fast as Wan Qingqing. You're right. When news of Hung Feng being eliminated by Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion spread, it caused a huge commotion in the martial battle mansion. Hung Feng could only smile wryly. No matter how bitter the situation was, he had no choice but to swallow it. After all, he had no one to blame but himself for being inferior. In the Han Qing mansion, when news of Duan Ling Tian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and entering the top 30 spread, Lu Ji had also heard about it. Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm? Not to mention, he was so lucky to encounter Hang Feng from the martial battle hall as soon as he entered, and he managed to eliminate him and obtain 33 points. 34 points. Humph. It's time for me to enter as well. During this month, Lu Ji was in no hurry to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was waiting for Duan Ling Tian from the profound nether mansion to enter the middle realm. Last month, due to his carelessness, he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. He was determined to avenge his humiliation this month. Lu Ji knew very well that Duan Ling Tian was not a match for Duan Ling Tian. After all, even if Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he might not be able to encounter Duan Ling Tian after he entered the middle realm. However, since he knew Duan Ling Tian had entered the middle realm before Duan Ling Tian, he did not have to worry about Duan Ling Tian entering the middle realm this month. Meanwhile, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing did not agree to Duan Ling Tian's invitation. Instead, she asked, "How do we split the points?" Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's question, Duan Ling Tian fell silent for a moment before he replied, "I won't take advantage of you. I won't take advantage of you. If we meet an opponent that either of us can eliminate, we'll take turns to earn points. If the previous person's points go to me, the next person's points go to you, the next person's points go to me, and so on. If we encounter opponents that you can't eliminate and I can eliminate, for example, Hung Feng, I'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that I can't eliminate and you can eliminate, you'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that we can only eliminate together, we'll take turns to obtain the points. What do you think?" All right. Initially, Wan Qingqing thought Duan Ling Tian would take advantage of her. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian to propose such a fair method. She could feel Duan Ling Tian's sincerity, so she readily agreed to his suggestion. Although she agreed to Duan Ling Tian's suggestion, it did not mean she treated Duan Ling Tian as one of her own. Since she and Hang Feng were both disciples of the martial battle mansion, it did not matter if they killed each other, they would not obtain the other's points. For this reason, there was no need for them to be wary of each other. However, she was different from Duan Ling Tian. She was a disciple of the martial battle mansion while Duan Ling Tian was a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Regardless of whether she killed Duan Ling Tian or Duan Ling Tian killed her, they would obtain the other's points. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for her to be cautious. Of course, in the process of cooperation, if you covet the points in my hands and launch a sneak attack on me, at that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. Humph! I, Wan Qingqing, won't go back on my word. On the other hand, if you launch a sneak attack on me, even if I can't kill you, I can still run away. Once I leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll spread the news that you went back on your word. Wan Qingqing scoffed. At that time, apart from those from the profound nether mansion, nobody in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would dare to join forces with you. You won't have such an opportunity, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? What? Do you think I'll kill you so you won't have a chance to smear my name? Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Wan Qingqing intently. It was as though he could see through her thoughts. Don't worry, I won't attack you so you won't have a chance to smear my name. Wan Qingqing sighed in relief when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Otherwise, she would have to reconsider if she was willing to take the risk. Duan Ling Tian was stronger than her. Working with Duan Ling Tian would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, she did not think Duan Ling Tian was a person who would go back on his word. Moreover, Hung Feng also thought Duan Ling Tian was reliable. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk to work with Duan Ling Tian. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Although Wan Qingqing followed Duan Ling Tian, she maintained a safe distance from Duan Ling Tian so she could flee if necessary. Of course. Duan Ling Tian touched the identity token on his waist and said mockingly, "Why are you standing so far away from me? Are you afraid I'll eat you?" Chapter 3150. After saying so much, I still haven't asked you. How many points do you have now? When I came in, I didn't see your name on the leaderboard. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. 1. Wan Qingqing didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. 1. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. So you're saying that from the moment we entered until now, the points of all the people that you and Hang Feng eliminated are all with Hang Feng? How did you distribute it? Duan Ling Tian was somewhat convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. Hang Feng, in addition to his own points, had also obtained 32 points, making a total of 33 points. As for Wan Qingqing, she only had 1 point. This also meant that up until now, Hang Feng and Wan Qingqing had all the points of those who had been eliminated by Hang Feng. He said that as long as he reached 100 points, he would give the rest to me. Wan Qingqing said. Back then, when Hang Feng told her this, she felt that she had taken advantage of him. This was because once he and Hang Feng joined forces, as long as they did not encounter those 6 people, no one would be able to eliminate them. As long as their luck was not too bad, it would not be difficult for them to obtain more than 300 or 400 points. Moreover, it might be more than that. However, never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Hang Feng was eliminated before he could accumulate 100 points, so she didn't even get a single point with Hang Feng's help. This made her feel a little suffocated. If I'm not wrong, at that time when he said those words, you were probably secretly delighted, thinking that you had taken advantage of him, right? Duan Ling Tian took a deep look at Wan Qingqing and guessed. Yes. Wan Qingqing smiled bitterly. For the rest of the journey, Duan Ling Tian and Wan Qingqing did not speak for half an hour. Half an hour later, Duan Ling Tian recalled something. He looked at Wan Qingqing and said, as far as I know, there's a person in the martial battle mansion who's quite strong. Last month, I saw him ranked in the top 5. Are you talking about King Tai? Wan Qingqing replied. That's right, it's him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The person he was referring to was King Tai, also a disciple of the martial battle house. King Tai is an inner court disciple of our martial battle mansion. His strength is unfathomable. He has been in the top 6 for the past 10 years, and he has never left the top 6. Wan Qingqing said. Before I entered the middle realm, I heard someone say the top 6 in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm hasn't changed for a few years? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. It seems that besides King Tai, the other 5 are also quite strong. I don't know exactly how strong they are, but I do know that I'm no match for them. I met all 6 of them in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Wan Qingqing shook her head. King Tai is a disciple of your martial battle mansion. It's impossible for him to make a move on you. How strong are the other 5? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The other 5 people are much stronger than me. Most importantly, their speed is not inferior to mine. When I encounter them, I can only crush my accumulative point jade and leave. Wan Qingqing sighed. Based on the fact that the other 6 people had been in the top 6 for so many years, one could only imagine how strong they were. However, Duan Ling Tian did not expect King Tai to be so fast. He did not expect the other 6 people's speed to be on par with Wan Qingqing. This meant King Tai was not an easy opponent. Even if he could defeat any one of the 6 in a head-on confrontation, he could only watch as the other party fled if they wanted to. His speed was his shortcoming. After all, he could only rely on the law of space's teleportation profundity to increase his speed. Although the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth could help him in a fight, they could only strengthen his offense. They could not increase his speed. Unless I comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, my speed is far inferior to theirs. Although the transportation profundity was only one of the profundities in the law of space, if one could fully comprehend it, It would complement the teleportation profundity. When the two profundities were combined, his speed would not be inferior to the speed of 3 profundities from the law of wind combined. This was one of the reasons the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was so heaven-defying. 2 profundities from the law of wind were comparable to 3 profundities from the law of wind. However, with Wan Qingqing's help, things will be different. Even if we encounter the other 6 people, I'll be able to deal with them. Wan Qingqing has comprehended the law of wood, and the law of wood is more supportive. It won't be difficult for her to keep them busy and give me a chance to deal with them. The reason Duanling Tian had asked Wan Qingqing to join forces with him was due to her speed and her comprehension of the law of wood. If Wan Qingqing had comprehended the laws of wind, he definitely wouldn't be as interested in her as he was now. Even if Wan Qingqing was fast, she would not be able to deal with them. The law of wind was good at speed, but it was not good at keeping their opponents busy. As long as their opponents found an opening, they would be able to escape. If we encounter them again, I'll help you get back at them. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed into slits, and when he opened them again, a bright light flashed within. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately. She could still remember the battle between the two of them. Back then, when she faced those 5 people, although she rarely fought, she was still in a very sorry state. 2 of them had even teased her. However, since she was not as strong as them, there was nothing she could do about it. Wan Qingqing, why don't we make a deal? A thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind as he asked, "Can you bring me to the Martial Battle Mansion's base?" Last month, he had obtained quite a number of points outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Apart from the Profound Nether Mansion's base, the Martial Battle Mansion's base had moved as well. For this reason, he did not know where the Martial Battle Mansion's base was located. However, with Wan Qingqing leading the way, it would not be difficult for him to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. For example, he could return to the Profound Nether Mansion's base whenever he wanted since he knew where the Profound Nether Mansion's base was. He could stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days. If he wanted to leave earlier, he would have to use the transporting formation in the Profound Nether Mansion's base. As for the remaining time, he could wait for a few days before he was forced to leave the middle realm. You want to go to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Wan Qingqing's expression changed slightly before she shook her head decisively. Impossible. I won't take you there. If I do, I'll be considered a traitor. I'd rather die than betray the Martial Battle Mansion. Wan Qingqing was originally a gale grass that had transformed into a human. She had relied on the Martial Battle Mansion's help to achieve what she had today. As a mutant who had transformed into a human, her thoughts were purer than a human's. She knew how to repay a favor. Last month, she had heard about Duanling Tian ambushing people outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. At that time, Duanling Tian had eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion. It was a great humiliation to the Martial Battle Mansion. Many people in the Martial Battle Mansion were clamoring to take revenge on Duanling Tian to vent their anger and resentment. Wan Qingqing was clear in her heart. Unless King Tai was in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp. Otherwise, no matter who it was, if they encountered Duanling Tian after leaving the Martial Battle Mansion's base, they would be eliminated. It's fine if you don't want to. Noticing Wan Qingqing's emotional fluctuations, Duanling Tian did not force her. However, it was a pity that he had lost an opportunity to easily obtain points. However, what surprised Duanling Tian was what Wan Qingqing said next. Although I can't tell you where the Martial Battle Mansion's camp is, Hung Feng and I have passed by the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp in the past 2 days. Wan Qingqing said. Fire Glaze Manor's camp? Duanling Tian's eyes lit up again. He didn't expect Wan Qingqing to know the location of other Grade 6 immortal mansions. In the Martial Battle Mansion's camp, Wan Qingqing didn't want to betray the Martial Battle Mansion. After all, she had nothing to worry about in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp, right? If you want to go, I can bring you there. However, I have to make it clear that I won't help you if you attack the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp. Wan Qingqing said. Guarding the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp was a great provocation to the Grade 6 Immortal Mansion. She was unwilling to offend a Grade 6 Immortal Mansion for the sake of some points. That's not a problem. Duan Ling Tian said without hesitation. I'll guard the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp myself. As for you, you can just hide at the side. Bring me there now. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wan Qingqing eagerly. Although most of the people who came out of the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp had 1 point, there were still many of them. Normally, there would be at least 10,000 people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every month. On average, there would be a few hundred people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of them would enter the middle realm in the first half of the month. In the past few days, there would be at least 20 people leaving the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every day. Apart from that, those in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not allowed to use communication celestial talismans. However, that did not mean those in the middle realm could not receive communication celestial talismans from the outside world. As long as I block the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, they'll spread the news to the other 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure they'll inform the other 10 Directions Celestial Dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those 10 Directions Celestial Dukes will definitely come for me. At that time, I'll be able to obtain a lot of points. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could see a huge pile of points waving at him. What? You plan to guard the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp openly? Wan Qingqing's eyes widened in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's plan. Her usually aloof demeanor was replaced by a playful expression. She felt this outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion was crazy. Chapter 3151. At this moment, Wan Qingqing was starting to regret her decision. She regretted telling Duan Ling Tian that she knew the location of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Previously, she had thought Duan Ling Tian was planning to sneak into the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and eliminate some of their disciples before leaving. However, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian was planning to make a big fuss out of it. If this had happened before she joined forces with Duan Ling Tian, she would have just watched from the sidelines no matter what Duan Ling Tian did. Even if Duan Ling Tian was eliminated by the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples, she would still be able to watch from the sidelines. However, she could not do that now. She had already established a partnership with Duan Ling Tian. If Duan Ling Tian was eliminated, her ranking this month would definitely be lower than last month's. She had missed too many opportunities this month. Currently, she only had 1 point left in her accumulative point jade. Duan Ling Tian. Although there's no one from the Fire Glaze Mansion among the 6 disciples, there are still disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who consistently rank in the top 10. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly as she said, apart from that, there are also 2 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who consistently rank in the top 30. Most importantly, if you provoke the Fire Glaze Mansion by standing guard outside their base, they won't fight you one-on-one. Instead, they'll gang up on you. Based on Wan Qingqing's words, it was clear she was trying to dissuade Duan Ling Tian from challenging the Fire Glaze Mansion. It was too risky for him to do that. Even the 6 disciples who had been in the top 6 for the past few years did not dare to do such a thing. After all, they were afraid of being surrounded. Naturally, they were even more afraid of offending a grade 6 celestial mansion. All right. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. All right. If you're done, bring me there. Our time is limited. I don't want to spend too much time in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Duan Ling Tian stared at Wan Qingqing after he finished speaking. He didn't want to spend too much time in the Fire Glaze Manor's campsite? Wan Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She thought that Duan Ling Tian had given up on provoking the Fire Glaze Manor. However, when she brought Duan Ling Tian to the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, she realized that she had been too naive. Whoosh! Wan Qingqing was hiding in the distance. She could clearly see Duan Ling Tian teleporting to the sky above the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. Listen up, disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. You'd better hide in there and not come out. Otherwise, I'll eliminate every single one of you who comes out. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air above the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. Imbued with celestial origin energy, his voice was clearly transmitted to the campsite. Not only that, Even Wan Qingqing, who was hiding in the distance, could hear Duan Lingtian's arrogant voice. Wan Qingqing was stunned. Was this what he meant when he said he did not want to spend too much time in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite? After Duan Lingtian's arrogant voice entered the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite was silent for a long time. Then, a series of angry voices rang in the campsite. Who are you? How dare you come to our Fireglaze Mansion's campsite? Tell me your name. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death. Who are you? Are you trying to provoke our Fireglaze Mansion? Angry voices rang in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. At the same time, the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, whether they were chatting or sparring, stopped what they were doing. All of them looked up at the sky above the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. That said, although they were furious and threatened the person who had come, no one took the initiative to soar into the sky and teach that person a lesson. Since they had cultivated to their current stage, they were not reckless people. Since the purple-clad young man dared to come to the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the purple-clad young man was here to seek death. The second possibility was that the purple-clad young man was not afraid of them at all. As for the first possibility, it was very unlikely. If you want to know who I am, you'd better leave the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite first. Cowards like you don't have the right to know my name. Duan Lingtian said as he hovered above the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. He was slightly puzzled. He thought he had spoken harshly earlier, but the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were still able to keep their composure. Since Duan Lingtian was standing far away from the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, he had intentionally used his divine consciousness to cover his identity token with his celestial origin energy. For this reason, although the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity token, they could not find anything. Damn it! Who's this guy? How dare he say we're cowards? If you ask me, why don't we attack him together? Do you think we're afraid of him? If he is really strong, we can crush our accumulative points jade and go out. We can also tell the people outside about this news. That's right. Let's attack him together. When Duan Lingtian provoked them again, the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite could no longer hold back and flew into the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were more than 20 disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. They charged toward Duan Lingtian in unison. During this process, they had left the Fireglaze Manor's campsite and lost the protection of the formation that enveloped the campsite. Boom, boom, boom. When the 20 or so people arrived near Duan Lingtian in a grandiose manner and launched their attacks at Duan Lingtian in unison, colorful energy bloomed in the air like fireworks and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Just as the attacks were about to land on his body, Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot with just a thought. When he reappeared, he was behind the 20 disciples, blocking their path back to the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. Where's he? Is he dead? Why do I feel like my attacks missed? Me too. Since Duan Lingtian's five-colored energy had shrouded him when he disappeared, none of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples realized he had disappeared. He's behind us. Heavens! When did he go behind us? I didn't see him at all. What kind of speed is that? The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples turned around in a panic. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At the same time, a few of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. He's an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He's Duan Lingtian. When the other Fireglaze Mansion's disciples saw Duan Lingtian's identity order token, their expressions changed drastically. Gasp, 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 gasp. Many of them gasped as their bodies trembled in fear. If Duan Lingtian was really Duan Lingtian, they would not be a match for him at all. Duan Lingtian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. They had not even heard of Duan Lingtian before last month, let alone meet him. However, last month, Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple had caused a commotion in the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. He had single-handedly blocked more than 10 disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion and eliminated all of them. At that time, the martial battle mansion's inner court disciples, Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, were present. Both of them were able to enter the middle realm every time they entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although there were more than 20 of them, only a few of them had ever made it into the scoreboard. Moreover, it was only because of good luck. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. This was Duan Lingtian's name. The teleportation profundity. He must have cast the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier. No wonder we didn't see how he appeared behind us. If it's the teleportation profundity, everything makes sense. It seems like the rumors are true. Duan Lingtian has indeed comprehended the law of space. He must be confident of his strength since he dares to come to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. In my opinion, we should crush our accumulative point jades and leave this place. Duan Lingtian has gone too far. Although the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples hated Duan Lingtian to the core, they could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttering as though he was about to make a move, they quickly crushed their accumulative point jades in unison. In just a blink of an eye, all 20 of them disappeared from Duan Lingtian's side. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian discovered his points had increased. The number of points in his accumulative point jade had increased from 34 to 58. 58 points. Before I entered this place, I should have ranked 17th with this number of points, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was hiding in the distance, saw the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples fleeing from Duan Lingtian. They only attacked once, and then they ran away? Although Wan Qingqing was slightly speechless, she knew it was the best choice for the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples to flee. When the group of Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples rose into the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian, she did not see any familiar faces. She recognized most of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were relatively strong, but she did not see any of them among the group of disciples who had fled earlier. This meant the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were not weak at all. After all, none of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were strong. In the Fire Glaze Mansion. At this moment, several people appeared at the transporting formations in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. All of you were eliminated at the same time? What's going on? Why are all of you out at the same time? The expressions of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, who had just been eliminated, were extremely unsightly when they heard the questions from the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, discovered our base and blocked the entrance. He's shouting outside, telling us not to go out. If we dare to go out, he'll eliminate us. Chapter 3152. Duan Lingtian. When the elders and disciples regained their senses, they instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With just a glance, they saw the name Duan Lingtian was no longer in its original position. It had squeezed into the top 20 and was ranked 19th. Duan Lingtian now had a total of 58 points. 58 points. If I remember correctly, he only had 34 points before. In other words, he obtained 24 points from the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion? 24 points? How many of us did he eliminate? When the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Manor saw Duan Lingtian's ranking on the scoreboard, they were all dumbfounded. He eliminated 23 of us. One of us has 2 points. Not bad. The most infuriating thing is that he actually blocked the entrance and shouted, and said that whoever dares to go out will be eliminated. Too arrogant. He's too arrogant. I want to inform Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. If his strength is really as the rumors say, Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, I'm afraid they might not be his match, right? That's right. Since he dared to block the entrance of our campsite, there's no way he didn't consider Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. Humph. Who said they were going to fight him one-on-one? Tell Senior Brother Tan Yuan, Senior Brother Mo Pingji, and the other seniors and juniors in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to join forces against him. Isn't this a bit too much? Bully?
He's already riding on top of our Fireglaze Manor, and you're saying that we're bullying him? In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duanling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was shouting at the entrance of the Fireglaze Mansion's base. When the news spread in the Fireglaze Mansion, all the elders and disciples of the Fireglaze Mansion were furious. Even the Vice Mansion Master of the Fireglaze Mansion was furious. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many transmissions were sent from the Fireglaze Mansion to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Then, the elders in the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would transmit the transmissions to those in the middle realm. While the commotion in the Fireglaze Mansion's estate continued, the people from the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions also noticed the change in Duanling Tian's ranking. Duanling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion has entered the top 20 in just a blink of an eye. 24 points seems to have been obtained directly. Who did he eliminate this time? He's Duanling Tian's ranking? It's not only that person who didn't get eliminated. Even the other people on the scoreboard didn't get eliminated when he got into the top 20. What's going on? Isn't this too strange? The people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were curious about how Duanling Tian managed to obtain so many points. It was not the middle of the month yet. Duanling Tian was considered to be in the middle of the month, so 24 points was still a lot. He was already in the top 50. However, they did not expect Duanling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion to obtain so many points. Do you remember how Duanling Tian eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion last month? An elder from a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion asked. Elder, are you saying Duanling Tian eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion? Are you stupid? The Martial Battle Mansion's base changes every month. It's already a coincidence that Duanling Tian managed to find it last month. Do you think he'll find it again this month? Is the Martial Battle Mansion that unlucky? Does this mean Duanling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion managed to find another Grade 6 Celestial Mansion's base? The people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions discussed among themselves. Soon after, some of the people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions received messages from their friends in the Fireglaze Mansion. They were stunned when they read the messages. Duanling Tian blocked the Fireglaze Mansion's base and eliminated more than 20 people from the Fireglaze Mansion? That Duanling Tian even said that he would eliminate anyone who dares to leave the Fireglaze Mansion's base? How deep is his enmity with the Fireglaze Mansion? Duanling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion is a madman. He offended the Martial Battle Mansion last month, and now, he's offending the Fireglaze Mansion. Just wait and see. The Fireglaze Mansion won't let this matter rest. Gradually, news of Duanling Tian blocking the Fireglaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread to all the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions. Even the profound Nether Mansion had received the news. I was wondering how Duanling Tian managed to obtain so many points. I didn't see anyone on the scoreboard being eliminated. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to block the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Is he tired of living? It's good that he did that, but did he not think about how the Fireglaze Mansion would let him off the hook? Even if the Fireglaze Mansion didn't kill him in the middle realm, the Fireglaze Mansion would definitely seek revenge on him. Reckless. He's too reckless. Everyone in the profound Nether Mansion thought Duanling Tian was too reckless when they learned about Duanling Tian's actions. That brat. Qi Tianming was dumbfounded when he heard the news. It's fine if the Martial Battle Mansion sent themselves to him last month. I don't think the Martial Battle Mansion will hold a grudge against him. However, why did he go to the Fireglaze Mansion's base and make a ruckus this time? How is the Fireglaze Mansion supposed to face him? Qi Tianming's expression was solemn when he regained his senses. His eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, in the profound Nether Mansion's estate, an uninvited guest appeared in a palace hidden behind an illusory formation. The guest was a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After he entered the palace, he easily made his way to the courtyard at the back of the palace. The courtyard was huge, and half of it was occupied by a lake. At this moment,
A thin and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grandmaster. The green-robed middle-aged man stood behind the old man. He stood there quietly for a while until the old man caught a fish and placed it in the basket. Only then did he dare to speak. "Why are you here again?" The old man in patched robes put his fishing rod aside and picked up a wine gourd from his waist. He opened it and drank as he asked impatiently. "Grandmaster, it's about that little fellow." The green-clad middle-aged man replied in a slightly nervous manner. Although Duan Ling Tian was the true master of the profound nether mansion, he was still like a child in front of the old man who had brought him up. He did not dare to act recklessly. The old man's dignified aura had left a deep impression on him. The old man turned to look at the green-clad middle-aged man. "What's wrong with him? He entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for a day, but he's ranked 19th. Moreover, he's standing in front of the Fireglaze Mansion's base and announced that he'll eliminate anyone who dares to come out of the Fireglaze Mansion's base." The green-clad middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Grandmaster, do you really want him to become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion? He's a troublemaker. He's already so troublesome even before becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Once he becomes the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, he'll probably cause a ruckus. Moreover, I've looked into it. The reason he's able to achieve so much at such a young age is because he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A few years ago, when he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he didn't comprehend the law of space. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit must have given him the law of space when it granted him his cultivation base as a 10-direction celestial duke. At this moment, the old man interrupted the green-clad middle-aged man. "What are you trying to say?" "Grandmaster, I'm afraid he's not as outstanding as you think he is." The green-clad middle-aged man sighed. "Are you afraid he's too arrogant and won't restrain himself after becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion and harm me?" The old man's eyes, which were originally cloudy, suddenly lit up with a bright light. He was in high spirits. At this moment, it was as though he could see through the green-clad middle-aged man's thoughts. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. "Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre." The old man shifted his gaze away from the green-clad middle-aged man and continued to fish as he said indifferently, "I think I like him. As for whether he'll become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, we'll have to see if he passes the test I've set for him." After the old man finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man could only smile wryly and leave. He no longer dared to disturb the old man. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. "Duan Ling Tian, why aren't you leaving? I'm sure the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here." Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "I'm sure the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here." Wan Qingqing grew anxious when she saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of leaving after eliminating more than 20 people from the Fireglaze Mansion. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian replied calmly, "There's no hurry. I'll wait for another day. If the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples don't show up, I'll leave. Don't worry, I'll give you more points to make up for the 2 days you've been waiting for." Duan Ling Tian comforted Wan Qingqing. "You'll have to be able to leave this place alive," Wan Qingqing said angrily. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian ignored Wan Qingqing and sat cross-legged in the air above the Fireglaze Mansion's base with his eyes closed. "You!" Wan Qingqing was infuriated when she saw Duan Ling Tian's reaction. Chapter 3153. The Transportation Profundity. As Duan Ling Tian rested his eyes, he continued to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Currently, he had only comprehended half of the transportation profundity from the law of space. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would increase by more than twofold. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would not be slower than Wan Qingqing. In the future, he would no longer need to team up with 10-direction celestial dukes who were as fast as Wan Qingqing. Naturally, while he was comprehending the transportation profundity, Duan Ling Tian constantly extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. Soon after Wan Qing left, he discovered a group of people in the surroundings. Several divine consciousnesses swept out from the fire glaze mansion's base and shrouded him. After a while, more and more divine consciousnesses appeared and shrouded him. There are quite a lot of people here. Due to the increasing number of divine consciousnesses, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and studied the fire glaze mansion's base. The fire glaze mansion's base was packed with people. So many people? Well, it's only natural. Those below the Celestial King stage can enter the base. They won't be in danger if they don't leave the fire glaze mansion's base. Duan Ling Tian was certain these 10 Direction Celestial Dukes were not 10 Direction Celestial Dukes. Most of them were not 10 Direction Celestial Dukes. They were only here to watch the show. Duan Ling Tian had indeed guessed correctly. When news of Duan Ling Tian ambushing people outside the fire glaze mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread, the people from the fire glaze mansion were furious. Many of them even went to the fire glaze mansion's base to obtain accumulative point jades. Many of them were outer court disciples from the fire glaze mansion. Many people wanted to enter the base as well. However, the elders on duty did not dare to let more people in. After all, there were already too many people in the middle realm of the fire glaze mansion's base. If there were too many people in the fire glaze mansion's base, many of them would be pushed out of the base. If they were pushed out of the fire glaze mansion's base, would it not give Duan Ling Tian a chance to obtain more points? Even if each person only had 1 point, as long as many people went out, Duan Ling Tian could still get a lot of points. To prevent such a thing from happening, the elder on duty at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had decided not to allow anyone who was not a 10 Direction Celestial Duke to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He's Duan Ling Tian? Many of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. Wah! He's so handsome. And he's not even 100 years old. He wasn't even 100 years old, yet he was already so powerful. What did he eat to grow up? If only I could marry him. Among the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion, there were many female disciples. Many of them were looking at Duan Ling Tian with infatuation. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a strong helper? Not only is he young, but he's also so strong. Humph. I heard senior brother Tan Yuan, senior brother Mo Pingji, and the other senior brothers and senior sisters in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm have already received a message. If Duan Ling Tian doesn't leave, they'll return soon and join forces to eliminate him. Isn't it too easy for him if he's eliminated? Even so, we have no choice. Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base is so strong at such a young age. Even in the 15 strongest forces in the Southern Heaven territory, the 10 major clans, and the 5 major sects, there might not be someone like him. There's no doubt he has an extraordinary background. That's right. Although I don't know where the profound Nether Mansion found such a strong helper, the Fire Glaze Mansion won't dare to kill him unless we're certain he doesn't have an extraordinary background. At the very least, we won't kill him openly. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 Direction Celestial Duke. How can someone like him not have an extraordinary background? If he really doesn't have an extraordinary background, how terrifying would his fortuitous encounters be? The disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion discussed among themselves. Although the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion had ordered them to join forces to kill Duan Ling Tian, they did not think it was necessary. After all, if Duan Ling Tian's background was extraordinary, the Fire Glaze Mansion would be in trouble if Duan Ling Tian was killed. No matter how much the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion hated Duan Ling Tian, they did not dare to kill him openly before they were certain of his background. It's a pity he's in the base. Our attacks won't be able to bypass the formation protecting the base. Otherwise, he won't be able to retaliate if we attack him from inside the base. One of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion sighed. While the formation protected the base, it also separated the base from the outside. Attacks from inside the base would not trigger the formation, but they would not be able to bypass the formation. You're really daring. Let's wait for Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Pingji to return and watch them eliminate this brat. Another disciple from the Fire Glaze Mansion said. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian hovered above the Fire Glaze Manor's campsite, surrounded by a group of Fire Glaze Manor's disciples. There were more than 1,000 Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the campsite, but none of them dared to leave the campsite to attack Duan Ling Tian. Even some 10 Direction Celestial Dukes who were hiding among the 10 Direction Celestial Dukes did not dare to show themselves. They were waiting. When Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji arrived with the others to deal with Duan Ling Tian, they would join the battle against Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, moreover, Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji were among the top 10 Direction Celestial Dukes. It would not be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Ling Tian. In fact, if Duan Ling Tian saw so many people attacking him, he might even crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. About half a day later. At this moment, many people had gathered 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. These people had come from different directions. When they were 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite, they began to circle around the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite.
Senior Mo Pingji.
When the three of them appeared in front of the other two, the three of them respectfully saluted the young man among the two. The young man was dressed in a loose blue robe. He had a slim figure, but there was a valiant air about him. He was none other than Mo Pingji, the second strongest 10 Direction Celestial Duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Among the 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion, his strength was second only to Tan Yuan. Over the past year, he had been ranked in the top 20 for 10 months in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His best result was that he was ranked 11th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Due to his strength, kindness and righteousness, he was very popular among the 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. In fact, the 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion respected him more than Tan Yuan. Although the 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion respected Tan Yuan, it was only because of his strength. In other words, if Tan Yuan no longer had his current strength one day, there would definitely not be many people who would still care about him. However, Mo Pingji was different. Even if he lost his current strength, most 10 Direction Celestial Dukes would still respect him.
Yes.
Mo Pingji nodded in response to the greetings from the three men. Currently, the smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. He had rushed back after receiving a message from the two Vice Mansion Masters of the Fire Glaze Mansion. He did not expect that the Fire Glaze Mansion would be attacked. He did not expect the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite to be blocked. Moreover, the person blocking the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite was Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion.
Senior Mo Pingji. How many people should we gather?
One of the three men asked.
Let's meet up with senior brother Tan Yuan first before we think about the past. Our opponent this time is not ordinary. Mo Pingji said solemnly.
Although he had never met the Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple before, he was certain the rumors about the Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple were not baseless.
Moreover, he was a cautious person. He wouldn't do anything that was too risky or that he wasn't confident in. Senior Mo Pingji. My master has sent me a message saying we can't kill Duan Ling Tian. Both of them have received the same order as well. How are we supposed to vent our anger?
That Duan Ling Tian is riding on top of our Fire Glaze Mansion. Another one of the three said angrily.
I've also received a similar message from Vice Mansion Master Xiao. In fact, they're very thoughtful. Who knows if Duan Ling Tian has a powerful background? If he doesn't, we can just kill him. However, if we kill him, do you think the people behind him will let us go?
That's right. Although Mo Pingji's eyes flashed with killing intent, he did his best to lower his voice as he said, I'm sure all of you understand.
That's one thing, but I can't bring myself to do this.
The last of the three said with a wry smile. Before the Fire Glaze Mansion gets to the bottom of his background, we can't do anything to him in broad daylight. Therefore we have no choice but to swallow this insult.
Mo Pingji continued to say. Now, let's meet up with the others. Mo Pingji's two-man team was now a five-man team.
They continued to circle the area 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base to look for the others. This time, when the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion contacted the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, They were told to gather at a place 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base. They were to gather everyone in the vicinity before they made a move on Duanling Tian. They were to wait for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji to arrive. They were not to make a move until they arrived. Mo Pingji and the others seemed to be circling the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Mo Pingji and the other Fireglaze Mansion's disciples did not notice a figure hiding in the dark watching them.
Chapter 3154. They're keeping a certain distance from the Fireglaze Mansion's base. This place is about 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing was none other than the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing. Not long after Wan Qingqing left the Fireglaze Mansion's base, she encountered two disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. Although she was capable of eliminating the two disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion, she did not make a move. After all, she did not want to eliminate the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion at this moment. It was only a matter of time before the fact that she had joined forces with Duanling Tian was exposed. However, she did not want others to know that she had joined forces with Duanling Tian before the Fireglaze Mansion's base was exposed. She was worried the Fireglaze Mansion would vent their anger on her. However, even if she did not eliminate the two disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion, she did not continue to leave. Instead, she turned around and returned to the Fireglaze Mansion's base. It did not take long before she discovered Mo Pingji, who was widely acknowledged as the second strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fireglaze Mansion. She had been following Mo Pingji for some time now. She had seen him meeting up with one of the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion before he met up with 3 other disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. It seems like the Fireglaze Mansion is planning to gather their disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion, who are currently in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base to deal with Duanling Tian. A hint of worry could be seen in Wan Qingqing's eyes when she thought of this. She gritted her teeth and returned to the Fireglaze Mansion's base. When Wan Qingqing arrived near the Fireglaze Mansion's base, she was shocked by the number of disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. There are so many disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion? There were more than 1,000 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion in the base. Normally, the Fireglaze Mansion would only send 300 disciples to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm each month. He's quite calm. Wan Qingqing was speechless when she saw Duanling Tian sitting cross-legged in the air above the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Could it be that this Duanling Tian doesn't have the slightest sense of danger? Duanling Tian. If it were not for the fact that she had joined forces with Duanling Tian, she would not have reminded Duanling Tian through voice transmission. The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who entered the Middle Realm earlier are gathering 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's base. If I'm not mistaken, they should be around 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. Once they have gathered enough people, they will come to deal with you. Wan Qingqing reminded him in a serious tone. I suggest You're suggesting that I go to a place 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's camp and defeat them one by one? Duanling Tian guessed what Wan Qingqing meant. This is a good opportunity. Wan Qingqing said. This is indeed a good opportunity. Almost at the same time, Duanling Tian disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Teleport! Teleport! Before the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp could react, Duanling Tian had already teleported out of their sight. Where's Duanling Tian? He ran away just like that? I was waiting to see him get eliminated. What a coward. Humph. He's definitely not a fool to have achieved so much at such a young age. Now that he saw so many of us here, he must have guessed something. I think so too. He must have guessed we're here to watch the show. The thousands of disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's camp were slightly disappointed when they saw Duanling Tian had left. After a while, some of them left. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. Since the main character had left, there was no point for them to stay any longer. Naturally, a small number of people remained. Most of them were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Even if Duanling Tian did not show up, they would still enter the Middle Realm. Therefore they did not leave with the others. Why did they come out? They're all out. At the transporting sites in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were late to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to watch the show were stunned when they saw the people who had entered the middle realm leaving the middle realm.
Did Duan Ling Tian get eliminated?
He must have been eliminated.
Otherwise, why would they leave the middle realm before the show is over? It's a pity I came too late. If I came earlier, I would have been able to watch the show as well. Me too. What a pity.
The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples sighed and lamented. However, it did not take long before they realized they were overthinking things.
That Duan Ling Tian left on his own. What a waste of time.
If I knew Duan Ling Tian was such a coward, I wouldn't have entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm.
I should have come later.
If I came later, I wouldn't have been able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who had just exited the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm felt better when they heard the disciples' words.
So what if they came early? They still did not get to watch the show.
Although they were late, based on the current situation, it was not a big deal at all.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were still complaining when a few figures appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the southern heaven ancient realm. A total of 7 people appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the southern heaven ancient realm.
Damn it! Wasn't that Duan Ling Tian waiting outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Why did he suddenly appear there? I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. Fortunately, he showed mercy. Otherwise I would have died. Did he leave early because he was worried we'd join forces?
The 7 people who appeared in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were none other than those who had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They had been wandering around in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm when they received news that they had joined forces to deal with Duan Ling Tian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian would suddenly appear. Just as the 7 of them were searching for the others in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a figure suddenly appeared and almost killed one of them. After witnessing the strength of the gambling den and discovering the figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian, they instinctively crushed their accumulative point jades and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They knew their own strength very well. They knew that even if the 7 of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had already shown mercy to one of them. If they still did not know what was good for them and continued to stubbornly resist, who knew if Duan Ling Tian would feel that they were not sensible and kill them? With their lives at stake, they did not dare to linger. They crushed their accumulative point jades and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. All of you encountered Duan Ling Tian? How unlucky are all of you? All of you encountered Duan Ling Tian as soon as he left? The Fire Glaze Mansion's elders and disciples were speechless when they learned the 7 of them were eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. They felt the 7 of them were unlucky. At this moment, none of them, including the 7 people who had been eliminated, expected Duan Ling Tian to encounter Duan Ling Tian. After all, it was not a coincidence that Duan Ling Tian had encountered the 7 people. Heavens! Look at Duan Ling Tian's points. He already has 70 points. Now, he's killed his way to the 16th place on the rankings. He's ranked 16th with 70 points. These 12 points were given to him by the 7 people who were eliminated by the Fire Glaze Mansion. Isn't Duan Ling Tian's luck too good? How did he manage to encounter the 7 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion so coincidentally after leaving the base? But why are those 7 people together? It must be one of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion who asked them to meet up somewhere. Meeting up? Did the 7 of them tell Duan Ling Tian where they were going to meet up? I don't think so. If they did that, wouldn't they be a burden to the others? If Duan Ling Tian decided to eliminate them one by one, I don't think anyone would be able to stop him, right? I think so too. Apart from senior brother Tan Yuan, I'm afraid senior brother Mo Pingji and the others will be eliminated if he attacks them one by one. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion realized the severity of the matter. However, what the 7 of them said next made them feel much more at ease. Don't worry, we didn't tell him where we were going to meet up. That's right. We know what we're doing. Even if we have to die,
We won't betray our seniors and juniors. Based on what you said, Duan Ling Tian must have left the Fireglaze Mansion's base. It must be a coincidence that he encountered the 7 of us. In short, we're unlucky. Duan Ling Tian obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th on the scoreboard, and it was directly displayed on the scoreboard. The people from the Profound Nether Mansion and the other celestial mansions were shocked when they saw this. Duan Ling Tian seems to be guarding the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Did the people from the Fireglaze Mansion give him points again? Isn't it obvious? I really don't know what the people from the Fireglaze Mansion are thinking. Don't they know they shouldn't make a move unless they're confident they can eliminate Duan Ling Tian? Those who are eliminated aren't on the scoreboard. It seems like the people who gave Duan Ling Tian points are just ordinary 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. When the people from the other celestial mansions saw the changes in the scoreboard, they thought the people from the Fireglaze Mansion were giving Duan Ling Tian points recklessly. Naturally, there were also some well-informed people who had received news from the Fireglaze Mansion through communication celestial talismans. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.